Chapter 1096, Refining the Primordial Bell. Good, good, good. Senior Brother Tuda is indeed a good senior and a good role model for the sect. If you two junior nephews achieve great things in the future, don't forget the kindness of Senior Brother Tuda in stepping down and giving way to a worthy successor today. Seeing that Tuda offered no resistance and immediately bowed his head in submission, Chen Mobai was slightly disappointed, but he still gracefully lowered his right hand from behind his back and spoke magnanimously to Chen Lingaming and Zio Yuli. Yes, sect leader. Chen Lingaming and Zio Yuli nodded respectfully after hearing this. You should coordinate with Senior Brother Tu regarding the handover of the Dao Palace. I'm going to see Senior Hunyuan Zhang. After easily subduing the entire Yiyuan Dao Palace, Chen Mobai was too lazy to waste time on mundane matters. He took a step forward, bypassing the two people with the earth and wood attributes at the mountain gate, and entered the sixth order grand formation of the Five Emperors Mountain. Upon seeing this, Tude's face twitched slightly. In that instant, an impulse surged within him. If he were to activate the mountain-protecting formation with the primordial Dao fruit now, could he suppress or even kill Chen Mobai? But soon Tud himself lost heart. Without the assistance of the primordial chaos bell, he alone could only unleash the power of the formation to the 5th level at most. He had little confidence in dealing with a top-tier nascent soul cultivator like Chen Mobai. The Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect made no secret of their siege by the White-Bone Dharma King and the Xuanjiao royal court. Chen Mobai's achievements had already been publicized. Tuda, after all, was the former Grand Elder of the One Yuan Dao Palace, and he had an understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Based on Chen Mobai's performance at Tangshan Peak, he was essentially on par with Yuan Kink before her void refinement stage. We've already endured this for so long, what's a few more years? Let's just bear with it a little longer. Tuda comforted himself, turned around, and together with the others, respectfully saw Chen Mobai off to the main hall at the top of the mountain. After passing through the clouds swirling around the mountaintop, Chen Mobai appeared before the enormous statue of the One Yuan True Lord. Just as they were about to bow, the gray stone bell in the statue's palm suddenly emitted a lustrous jade-like light. A young figure with gray hair, white robes, and colorful eyes rose from it, looking astonished. You've reached the divine realm. This was the first time Chen Mobai had seen the spirit of the Hunyuan bell. Seeing its face, which was identical to that of the statue of the One Yuan True Monarch, and recalling that the purple lightning sword spirit followed him, he couldn't help but nod slightly. With my talent, isn't this a given? I wonder if you would be willing to follow me, senior. The reason Chen Mobai attracted the attention of the Hunyuan Bell at Wudi Mountain last time was because he showed outstanding talent, demonstrating that he had achieved the Hunyuan realm by rotating the 5 elements with fire as his foundation, as well as the ability of a 5th-order weapon refiner. He knew that the spirits of artifacts in the Heavenly River realm recognized their masters based on their cultivation level first, and their talent second. His talent, as he displayed last time, was almost on par with that of the true Lord of One Yuan, but the primordial bell still considered his cultivation level too low, and agreed that it would only acknowledge him as its master if Chen Mobai were to become a nascent soul cultivator. Even with my cooperation, the Chaos Pearl is still needed to completely refine me. The primordial bell instinctively wanted to maintain its composure. After all, it had been high and mighty on 5 Emperors Mountain for thousands of years. Although Chen Mobai now met the most basic conditions for refining it, it still wanted to do better. Only by combining the Chaos Pearl with it can the power of this 6th-order magic weapon, or even the power of the One Yuan Dao scripture at the nascent soul stage, be brought to its fullest potential. This is the Chaos Pearl I condensed. I wonder if it suits your taste, senior. Chen Mobai smiled as he circulated the One Yuan Dao scripture, his chest shimmering with multicolored light. Then, a massive Hunyuan pearl appeared, causing the spirit of the Hunyuan bell to widen its eyes in astonishment. Why is yours so big? When Hunyuan Zhang last saw Chen Mobai, the latter was still a nascent soul cultivator. Even after he successfully transformed into a divine transformation cultivator, it had only been a few years. The size of the Chaos Pearl before us is now equivalent to that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The Yiyuan Dao Palace has a history of thousands of years, and it has only ever seen the Yiyuan Zhenjun, whose size was this. When I broke through, I also refined the 5 elements Dao fruit that ancestor Yiyuan left in the eastern wilderness into it, so it appears a bit larger. Chen Mobai did not hide anything after all. When refining the Hunyuan bell, the Hunyuan pearl fell down, and the spirit of the artifact could sense it. Moreover, he was able to refine the 5 elements Dao fruit, thanks to the 1 yuan seal taught by the artifact spirit. Even so, your talent is already no less than that of your old master. Hearing the spirit's words, Chen Mobai felt relieved. Since the 1 yuan true lord is the old master, then he is naturally the new master of the primordial bell. It's a pity you didn't refine the primordial Dao fruit, otherwise you could have unleashed my full power. No spell below the mid-grade 6th rank could break through my defenses, Hunyuan Bell said with some regret. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately turned his head and looked intently at Tuda, who had just come in with Chen Lingaming and Zio Yuli. Tude, who was handing over his position as Grand Elder, suddenly couldn't help but shiver. That kid too did do some things after Wu Ming passed away. At least he kept the Dao Palace going until you appeared. Seeing Chen Mobai's gaze, Hunyuan Zhang clearly understood his meaning and immediately offered a word of advice. I understand what you mean, Senior. Some things don't need to be said too explicitly. Chen Mobai nodded immediately after hearing what Hunyuan Bell said. After you refine me, because my rank is quite high, even with the blessing of the Chaos Pearl, the consumption of true energy will be enormous. However, my normal defensive power is only at the 6th rank, so if you encounter an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, simply summoning me will prevent any 5th rank spell from harming you. However, in the Heavenly River realm, some top-tier nascent soul cultivators also possess 6th-tier magic weapons, or even substantial resources. Therefore, you must not become arrogant just because I am protecting you. And you promised me that you would use the 6th-order spiritual vein of this 5 Emperor's Mountain to refine me, and help me advance to the 6th-order superior grade. As the Hunyuan Bell spoke, it flew out from the hand of the statue of the 1 yuan true lord, gradually shrinking until it landed in front of Chen Mobai. Since you have kept your promise, I will not let you down. I will now refine it to help you absorb the 6th-order spiritual vein. For Chen Mobai, the 1 yuan Dao Palace was only a branch sect, and his 5-element sect main lineage did not even have a 6th-order spiritual vein yet. The 6th-order spiritual vein of the 5 Emperor's Mountain was somewhat conspicuous to him, and he was very willing to use it to upgrade the primordial bell. This matter isn't urgent. You must first become a 6th-tier weapon refiner and refine me to the point of near-perfect imitation, as if I had forged it myself. In response, Hunyuan Zhang offered a word of advice. It has waited for more than 6,000 years for this opportunity to be promoted, so naturally it wants to be perfectly prepared before taking this step. Then let's do as the senior says. After listening, Chen Mobai felt that Hunyuan Zhang was right. Moreover, a mid-grade 6th-order Hunyuan Bell was already sufficient for him. There's another reason. Tudu is also close to becoming a nascent soul cultivator. Breaking through above the 6th-tier spiritual vein will slightly increase his success rate. After all, he has contributed to the consolidation of his achievements, so this hope shouldn't be taken away. Compared to Chen Mobai's opposing stance to Tuda, Hunyuan Bell was on the same side as Tuda. Although it spent most of its time in slumber, it knew that Tudu had worked hard to succeed Wu Ming as the Grand Elder. It is also very clear that Tudu's final obsession in this life is to become a deity. After listening to Hunyuan Bell's words, Chen Mobai gained a general impression of the magical artifact's characteristics. It is a righteous magical artifact. It suits him very well as his new owner. If Tudu is able to become a god in the future, he should thank the senior properly. Chen Mobai said this with a smile. Logically speaking, he didn't want the earth deity to succeed in its transformation into a deity, but since the primordial bell had said so, he wouldn't resort to any underhanded tactics to stop the earth deity. Moreover, Chen Mobai was confident that even if the earth virtue god had reached the level of transformation, he could still suppress it with a counterattack. Are you going to refine me here, or go to the eastern wilderness? The Hunyuan Bell understood Chen Mobai's promise and breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that its new master was an upright gentleman, so it opened itself up. What do you mean, senior? Chen Mobai held the Hunyuan Bell in high esteem, because once he refined this magical artifact, he would be able to put up a fight even against top-tier nascent soul cultivators from the non-demonic path of the Heavenly River realm. When encountering the old dragon again, and facing the 6th-tier peak Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl, he will not only be able to hide as before. Here it is. After I left, the central core of the array which suppresses the spiritual veins is missing. The array needs to be adjusted. Do you know any 6th-tier array masters? Hunyuan Zhang expressed his concerns after following Chen Mobai. A 6th-order spiritual vein requires a 6th-order spiritual object to suppress it. Without a magic weapon, a 6th-order grand formation can barely suppress it. What a coincidence. According to the standards of the heavenly river realm, that's me. After hearing this, Chen Mobai smiled and pointed to himself. You? The spirit of the primordial bell was somewhat surprised. After all, Chen Mobai was so young. Logically speaking, being able to cultivate weapon crafting to the 5th level is already considered exceptional talent, and if one also possesses the skills of a 6th-level array master, then one could be said to surpass even a true monarch of the primordial universe. Chen Mobai didn't say anything more, but instead placed his enormous Hunyuan pearl on the Hunyuan bell, transforming it into the bell's nose section. The moment the two combined, a brilliant 5-colored radiance spread out in all directions like ripples. The cultivators who had just entered the 1 yuan hall were all involuntarily frozen in place. Because at that instant, all the cultivators on Mount Wudi felt their spiritual energy and true qi begin to go out of control. Only Tuda, Chen Lingaming, Zhao Yuli, and others who had mastered the Hunyuan true qi were still able to turn around with difficulty. At that moment, a melodious and clear bell rang in everyone's ears. The bell tolls long and deep, growing louder and more powerful as it spreads. The 5-colored radiance, like a musical score, covered the entire 5 Emperors Mountain as the bell tolled. Even all the cultivators in the 1 yuan immortal city heard this clear, celestial sound at this moment. Hunyuan Bell. These 3 words came to everyone's mind. After all, this is the most prestigious treasure of the Eastern continent, especially among the cultivators living in the 1 yuan immortal city, who have heard of it like thunder. Most importantly, the moment they heard the bell ring, the 5 elements of spiritual energy within their bodies became uncontrollable and began to become more active. This is the legendary mystery of the Hunyuan Bell. Has Ancestor Chen refined this supreme treasure? Those cultivators from the 1 yuan immortal city who witnessed Chen Mobai ascending the mountain now understood the reason for this situation. Fortunately for everyone, Ancestor Chen was a virtuous man from the Eastern continent. So, although their 5-element spiritual power was out of control due to the power of the primordial bell, it did not cause them to go into qi deviation. On the contrary, during the active process, it automatically circulated and improved, leading many cultivators with excellent comprehension to break through their bottlenecks. Among them, the disciples and followers of the Yiyuan Dao Palace naturally benefited the most. They cultivate the 5 elements of spiritual power, and their cultivation is directly inherited from the Hunyuan Bell. After a long, drawn-out chime faded away, everyone felt their spiritual power return to their control. Some cultivators immediately closed their eyes and sat upright, wanting to seize the opportunity they had just had to break through. Many more people bowed and worshipped at the center of the 5-colored ripples spreading from the top of Wudi Mountain. A huge Dharma body had appeared between heaven and earth at some unknown time, carrying a huge gray-white stone bell and shaking it again. Clang! Another bell rang out, and the experienced cultivators all sat upright on the spot, relaxed their spiritual power, and let the Hunyuan bell control them. However, after the ripples passed this time, Chen Mobai did not do such a thing again. The Hunyuan bell has many functions, and this time he was trying out a different one. With the second chime of the bell, Chen Mobai's heavenly spirit and earthly spirit sensed the 6th-order spiritual vein of the 5 Emperors Mountain, which was gradually being brought under his control. Now, if he so desires, he can detonate this spiritual vein or draw in the most essential spiritual energy. Controlling the spiritual veins within the 5 elements is also a power of the Hunyuan Bell. The reason it was so easy was because the 6th-order spiritual vein of Wudi Mountain was originally gathered by the primordial true monarch using the primordial bell. While refining the magical artifact, Chen Mobai sensed the profound changes that occurred after the Chaos Pearl combined with it. Theoretically, mastering Hunyuan true qi can overcome all 5 elements, but it will be insufficient against forces outside the 5 elements. However, all things in the universe contain the 5 elements, so after mastering the Chaos Pearl, Chen Mobai gained the ability to refine the void ahead of time, which allows him to refine the myriad phenomena of the void into the most fundamental 5 elements of spiritual energy. When the Hunyuan pearl and the Hunyuan bell are combined, they can be refined into the 5 elements of spiritual energy, not only in the void but also in any tangible object. Chen Mobai took out a piece of dark purple gold from his storage bag, which he planned to use to cultivate the alchemy technique. As the Hunyuan bell gently resonated, multicolored ripples fell upon the gold ore, which instantly transformed from solid to ethereal, annihilating into a purplish-red stream of air and a few specks of grayish-black particles. The particles were impurities in the gold ore, which Chen Mobai allowed to be scattered by the wind. The purplish-red aura, however, dispersed again into 3 colors of spiritual energy amidst the chiming of the bell. This is the essence of the metal, earth, and fire elements, with the metal element being the most abundant. Chen Mobai reached out and the metallic essence fell into his palm, which he then easily refined using his alchemy technique. After a few breaths, his alchemy skills had broken through another level. After trying out this ability, Chen Mobai was still a little curious. He used the Hunyuan bell to teleport to a desolate mountain 100 miles away and shook the gray-white stone bell again with his myriad swords Dharma body. Under the control of his chaos pearl, this time the bell-ringing ripples were only directed at the top of the barren mountain. As the colorful ripples disappeared, the upper half of the barren mountain suddenly transformed into a surge of earthy yellow spiritual energy. After the earthy spiritual energy was completely absorbed by the gray-white stone bell, only the lower half of the mountain remained, the upper half completely empty. Senior has this ability, yet he still lacks the spiritual energy for advancement. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Mobai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The primordial bell can refine all things of the 5 elements into spiritual energy, and theoretically, it should have accumulated enough over thousands of years. Even though the eastern lands are the territory of the righteous path, one can still go to the desolate ruins or even overseas. It requires the Chaos Pearl to work, and the previous 2 generations of nascent soul cultivators in the Tao Palace didn't have as deep a foundation as you. Even when they were refining me, it was mostly to have me assist them in their cultivation. In other words, the spiritual energy of the 5 elements absorbed is supplied to the owner of the vessel, not exclusively enjoyed by the Hunyuan bell. Moreover, once you reach the level of the primordial bell, it would require a massive amount of ordinary spiritual energy to increase the amount of spiritual energy, so it would be more direct and convenient to refine a 6th-order spiritual vein. In that case, if there is enough spiritual energy of the 5 elements in the future, will you be able to advance to the 7th level? Chen Mobai, however, thought of something and asked with great anticipation. Theoretically, it's possible, but in that case, I estimate we'd have to refine the entire eastern continent into 5 elements spiritual energy and devour it. Hearing Chen Mobai's words, Hunyuan Bell was also very tempted. After all, the 7th rank is a realm that even a true monarch of 1 yuan dreams of. The section on refining emptiness in the 1 yuan Tao scripture describes the 7th-order Hunyuan golden cauldron. With my talent, mastering the 4 great Taos of 5 elements, Hunyuan, void, and end of time is not a problem. But even the 1 yuan ancestor did not achieve this level, so I don't know if I can even make it. Chen Mobai said with a hint of hope. He has now achieved the 5 elements Tao fruit. The primordial Tao fruit is in Tuda's hands, and it will be his sooner or later. Needless to say, after reaching the nascent soul stage, he could sense the existence of this great Tao almost anytime, anywhere. However, because his fundamental cultivation technique was the pure Yang scroll, and most of his energy was focused on the great Tao of saintly virtue, he didn't spend much time on it. But if he wanted to, he could. Finally, and most difficult, is the final stage of life. This is the innate great Tao that even the primordial true Lord lamented, unable to achieve. But Chen Mobai has already mastered the basics. After the White Bone Dharma King was killed at the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect, the energy overflowing from the world-destroying milestone was confirmed to be this great Tao after comparing it with the content about the end times in the 1 yuan Tao scripture. In other words, Chen Mobai has now met all the prerequisites for mastering the 7th-order Hunyuan golden cauldron. As long as he reaches the required level in the future, and there are no problems with the relevant content in the 1 yuan Tao scripture, he will be able to achieve it. However, his 5-tone scale currently has no way of verifying the content of the 7th-order Tao integration. Don't worry about that. Don't underestimate our old master just because he's only an ascended cultivator. His background is extraordinary, and he'll definitely be able to reach the Hunyuan Golden Cauldron stage without any problems. As expected, the Hunyuan Bell knew more. After hearing Chen Mobai's concerns, it revealed a secret that only it knew. "Oh, may I ask what the origins of the patriarch are?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. But inwardly, he was startled. He thought of the heavenly venerables branch in the divine tree's secret realm and wondered if true monarch Yiyuan had truly been possessed by the heavenly venerable. If this were not the case, the legendary experiences of the One Yuan true lord in his life would be inexplicable. If you are able to ascend in the future, you can go to the spirit void immortal realm and ask your old master yourself. I won't say anything more. At this moment, Hunyuan Zhang remained tight-lipped. Chen Mobai was also a little apprehensive. After all, if it really was the celestial venerable, then the branches in the divine tree's secret realm would be a hot potato for him. Thank you for your verification, Senior. Now I can continue my cultivation with peace of mind and improve the Chaos Pearl. Chen Mobai said to the Hunyuan Bell, at least we've gained something. The ultimate level of the One Yuan Dao scripture can lead to the creation of the seventh order Hunyuan Golden Cauldron. If this were available, Chen Mobai would like to take the Grim Reaper inside and nerf him, so he can stop being so arrogant in the immortal sect. Also, is it possible to suppress white light? Chen Mobai thought of his small goal again and felt that he didn't have enough time to cultivate. If he wants to become an outstanding student of Zixil Palace, he needs to advance in both the Great Tao of Sacred Virtue and the Great Tao of the End of the One Yuan Tao Scripture, so that he will have the opportunity to advance to the Pure Yang realm in the future. However, the cultivation of these great paths cannot be improved simply by sitting in seclusion and meditating. Rather, it requires practicing the path. For example, in the Great Tao of the End of Fortune, the only way for him to cultivate is to kill demonic cultivators. Ordinary ones are useless. Only those who have reached the nascent soul stage can do it. But where did so many demonic cultivators come from in the heavenly river realm? However, unlike the true monarch of One Yuan who couldn't even begin to understand, he at least had a way. If all else failed, he could exterminate the nascent soul demon cultivators of the heavenly river realm, and then go to the outer heavens to take a look. It was said that there were many ancient demons who had ascended and left there, and they were at least at the void refining realm. Killing just one of them would probably be equivalent to killing all the nascent soul demon cultivators in the entire heavenly river realm. After clarifying his next steps in his cultivation, Chen Mobai returned to Wudi Mountain with the Hunyuan Bell. When he returned, he found Tude waiting for him. "Sect leader, I have already handed over the affairs of the Dao Palace to Lingaming. The sect armies in the eastern mausoleum region are still hunting down the monsters in the desolate ruins. In order to prevent any accidents from happening to my disciples, I will go back to oversee things first." Tude was eager to go back and compete with Xingjai, and Chen Mobai did not stop him. He even told him about the Hunyuan Bell. Senior could have directly absorbed the spiritual veins of the Five Emperors Mountain to advance through my refinement, but considering that the spiritual energy of your sixth-level nascent soul stage is more effective, I have decided to postpone it. You must not disappoint its expectations. Upon hearing this, Tude's usually calm expression showed a rare hint of emotion. He had been in charge of the Dao Palace for hundreds of years, and always thought that Hunyuan Bell looked down on him and ignored him. Hearing Chen Mobai's words, Tude felt ashamed because he had not done anything significant for the Dao Palace. In fact, under his leadership, the Yiyuan Dao Palace gradually declined and has now completely withdrawn from the ranks of Holy Lands, replaced by the Five Elements sect. Alas, I am ashamed. Tude sighed, covered his face, and left Wudi Mountain. With Tude gone, the Yiyuan Dao Palace fell completely under Chen Mobai's control. Over the next 3 months, he spent both refining the primordial bell and adjusting the mountain-protecting formation. After he transformed into a deity, although he did not go to the immortal sect for assessment, he was definitely at the 6th level in the heavenly river realm. In particular, this place has a complete set of array diagrams, including the Hunyuan Bell. After reading it once, he spent 3 days and 3 nights comprehending it using the 3 realms of Tengxianji, Yingdaling, and Luoyan, and had already thoroughly understood the array set up by the One Yuan True Lord. This is also the mysterious 5 elements formation. Chen Mobai combined his successful experience from the Eastern Wilderness with the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network, and also personally went to Eastern Wu to retrieve the Heavenly Origin Pearl from the ancestral vein. The Eastern Wu spiritual vein has been stabilized at the 5th level in recent years, and under Zhuo Ming's care, the 5-element spirit tree has the ability to sit in the central hub and replace the Heavenly Origin Pearl. Therefore, Chen Mobai took it to replace the Hunyuan Bell. However, one 5th-tier magic weapon was not enough, so he took out the Tei 5 Smoke Silk. With the Tianyuan Pearl as the core of the Earth Network and the Tei 5 Smoke Luo as the central hub of the Celestial Canopy, combined with the Xuanji 5 Elements array of the 6th level of the 5 Emperors Mountain, Chen Mobai also established a Celestial Canopy and Earth Network in the Eastern Land. If there is an opportunity in the future, it may be possible to connect with the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network of the 5 Elements sect, or even cover the entire Eastern continent and the surrounding seas, and perhaps evolve into a 7th-order Zhou Tianhe Luo star array. The younger generation surpasses the older. Before his ascension, his master's mastery of formations was not as high as yours. After Chen Mobai finished modifying the grand formation of the 5 Emperors Mountain, Hunyuan Bell said sincerely, his words full of admiration. Following its master with such unparalleled talent, the primordial bell has already begun to fantasize about ascending to the immortal realm of the spirit void. You flatter me. I have only achieved this by standing on the shoulders of giants. The pioneering work of Master Yi Yuan, who created something from nothing, is even more worthy of respect. Although Chen Mobai considered himself to be exceptionally talented, he still dared not compare himself to a cultivator like the One Yuan true monarch who had ascended to immortality. Moreover, if the One Yuan true lord is indeed a heavenly venerable, then he should show even more respect. If the celestial venerable is still alive, judging from the complete disappearance of the longevity sect, he must have already attained the Tao. After modifying the mountain protecting formation, Chen Mobai summoned Chen Lingaming and Zio Yuli and taught them how to control the formation and how to enter and exit it. It was such a waste to let the 6th-order spiritual energy dissipate all the time. After my modification, the 6th-order spiritual energy will only be found at the mountaintop, and the rest will be stored in the core of the spiritual hub. This will make it easier for the primordial bell to absorb and refine it in the future. After giving his instructions, Chen Mobai took the Hunyuan Bell and Su Zilu back to the Eastern Wilderness. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to place his drain top-grade and high-grade spirit stones next to the Heavenly Origin Pearl. If he charged them in the immortal sect, the enormous amount of spiritual energy consumed would definitely be exposed. It doesn't matter here. Anyway, it's already his Woody Mountain. Chapter 1097, The Fruit of Dividing the Path. Chapter 1097, The Fruit of Dividing the Path. Upon returning to the 5 Elements sect, Chen Mobai took the opportunity to handle some sect affairs. Because he has advanced to the nascent soul stage, some things that he dared not do before due to the constraints of the Eastern Holy Land can now be openly and legitimately promoted. For example, dragon veins. This new version of the 5 Elements law is not bad, but it is still not enough to achieve the ideal state of universal harmony that you envision. Chen Mobai instructed his disciple, Jiang Xingheng, who had been helping him cultivate the 9 virtues of the Holy King over the years. In addition, he had also developed his own ideas based on the changes in the system and people's hearts in the mortal world of the Eastern Wilderness over the years. We want to build a society where everyone is in harmony. Chen Mobai also offered guidance, hoping that Jiang Xingheng could find his own path. Master, what other changes are needed? Jiang Xingheng asked respectfully. Over the years, although he had been practicing the 9 virtues of the Sage King in a daze, he had also sensed that this was a very advanced civilization and system for the Eastern Wilderness. If it operated in this way, social order would be stable, doors would not be locked at night, and lost items would not be picked up on the road. It would be an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity. With Chen Mobai's transformation into a deity, this peaceful and prosperous era can last for at least another 1,000 years. Jiang Xingheng calculated based on modern population development and found that in about 100 years, the number of mortals under the 5 Elements sect will reach the peak number of the Eastern Imperial Court. Before that, the dragon vein will develop spirituality and may even become a super dragon vein that is unprecedented in the Eastern continent. We could try removing the title of Emperor, Chen Mobai said. Jiang Xingheng's eyes widened in shock. He thought of countless ways to build society into a world of universal harmony, but this was the one thing he never considered. Can we really remove the emperor? This has been the case since ancient times. Jiang Xingheng wanted to ask again, but at this moment, Chen Mobai took out a deep blue seed from the Tao law fruit embedded in his crown of all living beings. This is the seed of the Tao's laws. Jiang Xingheng didn't understand why, but he instinctively felt that this seed was very important to him. Thank you, Master. Seeing Jiang Xingheng accept the seed of Tao law with both hands, Chen Mobai took out a jade slip and inscribed his understanding of the Tao law heavenly book on it. On the immortal sect's side, because of the existence of rules, they will select suitable people for refining in advance, bestow the seed of Tao law upon them, and cultivate their compatibility. Although Chen Mobai's Tao law fruit in the eastern wilderness is not as good as the one from the immortal sect, it has already matured and can be regarded as a Tao fruit. If Jiang Xingheng can make the seed of Tao law sprout and grow, then Chen Mobai can bestow his own fruit of Tao law upon him after he forms his nascent soul. There is such a mysterious cultivation method in the world. After examining the jade slip in his hand, Jiang Xingheng was utterly astonished. He had always believed that cultivating immortality involved refining spiritual energy to enhance one's power. However, the fruit of Tao law allowed him to glimpse a corner of the higher level of Tao cultivation, beyond the nascent soul stage. This is one of the Tao fruits I have refined. Among my 4 disciples, you have the highest probability of refining it. However, once you refine this Tao fruit, everything you gain will be confined to the 5 elements sect. Chen Mobai explained the limitations of the Tao law fruit to Jiang Xingheng, who immediately bowed deeply to him without any hesitation. Master has guided me onto the path of cultivation. Your disciple kowtows in gratitude. Jiang Xingheng was very clear that even if the Tao law fruit had geographical limitations, anyone from the 5 elements sect would definitely not hesitate to refine it if given the opportunity. After all, this is a shortcut directly to the divine transformation stage. There's no need to rush your cultivation of the Tao laws. When you have free time, carefully study them. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come and ask me when I emerge from seclusion. Jiang Xingheng was only in the late stage of core formation, so Chen Mobai wouldn't explain things in too much detail. He could only roughly define the scope of his cultivation of the Tao laws and let him work hard in that direction to cultivate his compatibility with the Tao laws. Yes, Master. After leaving the main hall, Jiang Xingheng immediately went to the mortal royal city. Chen Mobai then gave Liu Wenbai and Zhuo Ming some pointers, especially the latter, who showed signs of a breakthrough in both her 9-ren body and cultivation after consuming the flesh and blood of the fox spirit. Nearly 30 years ago, Zhuo Ming had already reached the late stage of core formation. Although she was busy helping Chen Mobai repair Dongwu and taking care of Wujiao Yufeng, her own cultivation did not decline. After all, wherever she stood, there was always pure earth energy flowing in to help her cultivate. Even though the cultivation of the Yellow Emperor's virtue scripture was slow, she still maintained a remarkable progress. If I can successfully break through this time, I can condense my true energy and prepare to form my nascent soul. After Chen Mobai mastered the Hunyuan Pearl, his understanding of the 5 elements Tao had reached the level of the nascent soul stage, making it easy for him to guide Zhuo Ming's cultivation. After you reach the nascent soul stage, I will pass on this earth element Tao fruit to you. After Chen Mobai finished demonstrating the earth path Tao, he put the Tao fruit back into his chaos pearl and said to Zhuo Ming. Knowing the value of the Tao fruit, Zhuo Ming was naturally overjoyed and bowed repeatedly. Previously, Chen Mobai had only entered the realm of fire path, so he had kept the complete 5 elements Tao fruit for comprehension. Now that his chaos pearl has absorbed the essence of the 5 elements Tao fruit, keeping it would only increase his power and wouldn't be of much help in advancing his cultivation level. In that case, Chen Mobai planned to use the secret method of the 1 Yuan Tao Palace to separate the 5 elements Tao fruits. The water element fruit was naturally given to Qing Nu, the earth element fruit to Zhuo Ming, the wood element fruit to Yin Qing Mei, and the metal element fruit to Mo Du Guang. It's a bit of a pity about Zhou Yi. The earth element Tao fruit would have been perfect for him, but even 100 Zhou Yes combined wouldn't compare to Zhuo Ming in Chen Mobai's eyes. However, Zhou Yi is not without a chance. If Zhuo Ming becomes a nascent soul cultivator in the future, the Tao fruit will be of little use to her, just like Chen Mobai is now. I just don't know if Zhou Yi will be able to live to see that day. After Zhuo Ming went into seclusion, Chen Mobai used a secret method to extract the water path fruit and handed it over to Qing Nu. This was left behind by the predecessors and sages of the longevity sect. You happen to be cultivating the Black Emperor Abyss scripture. With the blessing of the Tao fruit, it will definitely be easier for you to comprehend the mysteries of the divine transformation stage. Inside the cultivation room, the couple sat facing each other on futons, with Chen Mobai guiding Qingnu through the process of refining the Tao fruit. A deep blue Tao fruit appeared between the two of them. Qingnu, holding the 1 yuan seal, solemnly guided the Tao fruit toward herself. After all, the power of the Tao fruit far surpasses that of the nascent soul, so Chen Mobai, just to be on the safe side, also summoned the Hunyuan bell. With him, a nascent soul true monarch, and a sixth-order magic weapon suppressing her, after 7 days and 7 nights, Qingnu safely refined the water path fruit into her body. It seems that your Taoist partner possesses an ancient, innate essence. While Qingnu closed her eyes to refine and comprehend the water path fruit, the Hunyuan bell suddenly transmitted a message to Chen Mobai. As a sixth-order magic weapon, it is extremely sensitive to all kinds of spiritual energy in heaven and earth, and it has obviously sensed the essence of fetal transformation. My wife has a rather special background. She has a master who is an extraordinary person. Perhaps it is the life-saving power left behind by him. Chen Mobai could only say that as he ascended to the nascent soul stage, Qingnu, his Taoist partner, had recently been thoroughly investigated by various forces in the eastern continent. He appeared out of nowhere, possessing unparalleled beauty and extraordinary cultivation. He was also a master alchemist, even astonishing the true monarch Wuchen. At least in the eastern continent, there is no force that can match it. Outside of Dongzhou, several holy lands had a vague guess, but since Qingnu didn't say anything, they pretended not to know. Just so you know, the reason the Hunyuan bell sent a telepathic reminder was because it was afraid that its owner, Chen Mobai, wouldn't know. Upon hearing that he knew, he nodded, transformed into a ray of light, and disappeared into the void. Chen Mobai naturally opened his domain to the Hunyuan bell, taking the opportunity to demonstrate his achievements on the great Tao of the void. And you know what? This really made Hunyuan bell recognize his talent even more. Now I'm convinced that Chen Mobai will definitely ascend to immortality. Even the highest realm of the Taoist scripture, Hun Yuan Jin Du, is starting to be anticipated. At this moment, Qingnu also opened her eyes, her gaze towards Chen Mobai filled with affection. I can accompany you for a long time. As Qingnu spoke, she fell into Chen Mobai's arms. After refining the water element Tao fruit, she had even more confidence in her nascent soul stage. I still remember when Chen Mobai said that he hoped she would accompany him through his life. Now, we can finally respond to this expectation in some way. A long time isn't enough, I want it to be forever. Chen Mobai said something like that, and then, as Qingnu blushed and lowered her head, he leaned over her. After the nascent soul banquet, Yin Qingmei returned to the eastern mausoleum region, where Mo Duguang was also. Therefore, Chen Mobai planned to bestow the Tao fruit upon them upon their return, as a reward for their efforts in expanding the sect's territory. After settling everything in the Heavenly River realm, Chen Mobai relaxed and spent some time intimately with Qingnu. However, after he transformed into a god, his physical body automatically advanced to the 5th level, making Qingnu even less of a match for him. Considering that Qingnu had just refined her Tao fruit and needed time to consolidate it, Chen Mobai, slightly annoyed, clicked on the tortoise and returned to the immortal sect after their last night of passion. With a flash of silver light, he appeared in the Jade Flat Minor realm. Before they knew it, they had been in the Tian realm for more than half a year. Originally, he only intended to verify the great Tao of the two worlds, but by a twist of fate, he ended up saving the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect in time. After all, given his past behavior, once he reached the nascent soul stage, he would definitely have a grand celebration at the immortal sect, which would have meant that Yuan Zhen would have been sacrificed. All I can say is that Yuan Zhen is very lucky. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai took out a spirit sealing tube from his storage bag, which contained a wisp of 7th-order immortal spiritual energy. He brought him along specifically to see if Yungsu could analyze anything. However, the most important thing now is to announce that he has successfully transformed into a god. Chapter 1098, Revealing the Primordial Pearl. Chapter 1098, Revealing the Primordial Pearl. After bowing to the alchemical cauldron and jade tree before him, Chen Mobai instantly teleported away from the jade flat small world. He stood tall in the sky, his vast and mighty divine sense surging forth. Soon, the entire Dance Weapon Academy and even half of the cultivators in the immortal sect felt an indescribable sense of oppression. It's like having an extra pair of eyes watching over you. What's going on? Just as everyone was in shock, a phoenix cry that had resounded throughout the world more than half a year ago came from not far away and entered their ears once again. 5 peaks of immortal mountains, the sea area. Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian also sensed that a nascent soul energy, much stronger than their own, was surging from Chicheng Mountain, filling the immortal gate shrouded in the heavens and earth. So fast. The two of them naturally knew the reason. Chen Mobai had completely transformed into a god. However, it should be noted that even Chengxuan and Yunhai, who had already transformed into their primordial spirit forms, had only recently completed their consolidation and were still in the process of adapting to the nascent soul realm. However, upon considering Chen Mobai's talent, the two understood immediately. All the common sense of the immortal sects is greatly diminished when it comes to him. The various records he left behind throughout his life have surpassed all the sages of the past and present, and even those who come after him can only worship him. In the blink of an eye, Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian had already used the void shift technique to teleport to the sky above Mount Chicheng. The moment the two stepped out of the void, they witnessed a scene that made their eyes widen in astonishment. As Chen Mobai pushed his hands out, 5 black holes suddenly appeared in the sky, as if the void had been melted. Then, a huge amount of multicolored spiritual energy suddenly surged out from the black holes, turning into long dragons of spiritual energy that flowed continuously towards Chen Mobai's Danshan. Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian naturally sensed that this was the purest of the 5 elements spiritual energy, and both were at the 5th rank. You're using the heavenly canopy and earthly network to mobilize spiritual energy to help him. Shui Xian couldn't help but turn to Qi Yuheng and ask. After all, Qian Xing had already handed over the heavenly curtain and earthly network array to the latter before leaving. But Qi Yuheng immediately shook his head. He knew very well that he had not done so. Qi Yuheng then took out a 5th-tier heavenly calculation bead and began to intervene in the control of the heavenly curtain earthly network array, wanting to see how Chen Mobai bypassed the control and did this. After all the spiritual energy of the immortal sects is under the management of the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. So Chen Mobai's current reception of the 5 elements of spiritual energy must be transferred and transported from the spiritual pivot of the blessed land of the earthly origin star. Logically speaking, this would not have been possible without the 5th-order heavenly calculation bead in his hand. Although Chen Mobai's mastery of formations is renowned among the immortals and the people of the Cloud Sea, the foundation of the heavenly curtain earthly network formation is perfected by Qianxing. Qi Yuheng does not believe that Chen Mobai, who has just reached the nascent soul stage, can surpass Qianxing in formations. However, the 5 elements of spiritual energy that inexplicably surged from the void black hole were right in front of him, leaving Qi Yuheng no choice but to believe it. So, filled with curiosity and shock, he used his divine sense through the heavenly calculation bead to thoroughly examine the heavenly curtain earthly network array from top to bottom and from the center to the 4 directions. Finally, Qi Yuheng discovered that the 5 elements of spiritual energy in the major spiritual cores of the heavenly curtain earthly network array were not lacking. What exactly is going on? Where did this 5th-tier spiritual energy come from? Qi Yuheng was completely baffled. He put down the abacus beads in his hand and muttered to himself. At this time, Chen Mobai had absorbed enough of the 5 elements spiritual energy. The chaos pearl in his middle danshan, which had shrunk to the size of a pebble after the 5 elements Dao fruit was gone, gradually grew to the size of a fist and emerged from his chest. With a heavenly sound, a 5-colored peacock emerged and flew out, waving its colorful feathers and absorbing all the 5 elements of spiritual energy around it. Then it sang loudly and danced above Chen Mobai's head. Greetings, senior brother Qi and senior sister Shui Xian. Now that I have achieved the nascent soul stage, please come and witness my primordial spirit Dharma form. At this moment, Chen Mobai naturally saw Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian. Amidst his laughter, his true form and primordial spirit transformed into a bluebird from the top of his head and flew out, radiating pure yang immortal light. This caused Qi Yuheng, who had just mastered one of the divine abilities of the 6 imperial scriptures, to suddenly feel as if he had completely mastered this previously somewhat unstable divine ability. This is the pure yang path. The Kunpeng lineage also possesses an extraordinary heritage. After meeting Chen Mobai, who had reached 1/3 of the nascent soul stage, Qi Yuheng went back to investigate the pure Yang Dao and learned of its ability to grant eternal proof once proven. He thought it would only work on Chen Mobai himself, but he didn't expect it could also work on others. Qi Yuheng quickly realized the immense value of this road and was overjoyed. Junior brother, your foundation is so solid that you truly deserve to be called the best in the history of the immortal sect. You are only one step behind your sect's alchemy patriarch. Upon seeing Chen Mobai's 2 great Dharma forms, Shui Xian couldn't help but praise them. Having just reached the nascent soul stage, she was essentially the same as Qi Yuheng. However, deep down, Narcissus felt a little disappointed, probably because Chen Mobai's previous achievements were too amazing, which made her have higher expectations. For example, the 3 bluebirds Dharma image. Senior sister, I haven't finished evolving yet. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai smiled slightly, and another phoenix flew out from behind his head. The aura of the 6th order Yuan Yang sword made Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian feel a chill run down their spines. Throughout the thousands of years of history of the immortal sect, not counting the Lingxiao Palace and the Taixu Gate, only Kaingsing, at the cost of his life, forged the 6th order Kaingsing sword and the heavenly calculation bead. And now there is another Yuan Yang sword. This time, in addition to achieving the Tao of transformation, I have also merged with the heavenly heart, perfected the phoenix facing the sun diagram, and comprehended the Tao of sacred virtue. Fortunately, the sword left behind by ancestor Yuanyang was able to bear it, which can be considered as accumulating enough blessings. Under my guidance, it actually broke through the bottleneck and advanced to the 6th rank. Chen Mobai's words left Qi Yuheng and Shuixian somewhat numb. Because there were too many shocks. Whether it's the 3 Dharma aspects or the 6th order Yuan Yang sword, these are achievements they might not be able to attain even in their entire lives. But Chen Mobai accomplished this at the time of his nascent soul transformation. What a magnificent sword of saintly virtue! After regaining their senses, Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian were at a loss for words to praise it. Looking at the sword that shimmered with holy light amidst the phoenix feathers and whose blade reflected the civilization of the world throughout history, they could only praise the sword. At this moment, the 3 phoenixes flew out simultaneously. The blue bird was like a bright sun shining down. The red phoenix was like a sacred bird, spreading its wings and soaring, majestic and holy. The 5-colored peacock was a little arrogant, merely circling around Chen Mobai in midair. Streams of Tao power descended like streaks of light, surrounding Chen Mobai. Under the illumination of the 3 phoenix Dharma images, he appeared like a god. This scene made Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian feel secretly ashamed. The 2 of them had reached the divine realm decades earlier, but Chen Mobai, a junior, easily caught up with them. Each of the 3 phoenix Dharma images is equivalent to a Narcissus, and when Narcissus's gaze fell upon the 5-colored peacock, she felt that the water element true power within her body was somewhat out of control, knowing that if they were to fight, she would definitely be no match for it. However, after realizing this, Narcissus relaxed. She was originally a lazy person, but over the years, as a nascent soul cultivator at the pinnacle of the immortal sect, she had to shoulder many heavy burdens. Now that Chen Mobai had successfully reached the nascent soul stage, she felt that she could finally have a pillar of support, just like when the spirit venerable was around. Senior brother Qi, senior sister Shui Xian, how is my 3 phoenix Dharma form? After announcing his transformation into a deity, Chen Mobai realized that neither Qi Yuheng nor Shui Xian understood the mystery of how the Chaos Pearl refined the void into spiritual energy. He felt that his carefully crafted entrance was a bit too profound, so he smiled and asked as he recalled the 3 phoenix Dharma images into his body. Unprecedented in history, unparalleled in the world. Qi Yuheng, who was always arrogant, spoke with genuine admiration at this moment. Upon entering the nascent soul stage, Chen Mobai already possessed 3 major Dharma forms. Even considering the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect, or even the ancestors of the ancient Taoist lineages, Chen Mobai was undoubtedly the #1 in the immortal sect. Meanwhile, the area below, including the Dance Weapon Academy and even the entire Chicheng Cave Heaven, was also in an uproar. Clearly, everyone has already noticed Chen Mobai's divine transformation aura. With their divine senses, the three even saw many students in the Dance Weapon Academy shouting loudly towards the sky where Chen Mobai was. Congratulations to pure Yang True Monarch on your transformation into a deity. Several streams of spiritual light that had just reached the core formation stage flew up, but seemingly out of concern for affecting Chen Mobai's nascent soul transformation, they all fell back down as soon as they took off. Chen Mobai's divine sense recognized them as the teachers from the Tao Academy, such as Deng Daiyun and Zhuang Jialan. I have successfully transformed into a nascent soul cultivator and wish to discuss the Tao with the two true lords. You may all disperse. After successfully transforming into a nascent soul cultivator, Chen Mobai only felt a sense of accomplishment when facing cultivators of the same level. Deng Daiyun and Zhuang Jialan were overjoyed to hear Chen Mobai's telepathic message descending from the sky. Although they had basically guessed it from the weather, they could only feel at ease after actually hearing it. The news quickly spread throughout Chicheng Mountain. Amidst cheers, Chen Mobai and Qi Yuheng Shuixian transformed into silver light and used the void shift technique to travel to Wufeng Immortal Mountain. Soon, the news of Chen Mobai's successful attainment of the divine Tao was announced by the Wuki Tao Academy and became known to everyone in the immortal sects. Chen Mobai, who had just sat down on Jixian Peak, felt a series of inexplicable mental forces coming from him, and his holy virtue power began to increase little by little. Although the increase is not large, it is continuous. This made Chen Mobai realize that this was also a way of cultivating virtue. I will call out Chengshuan and Yunhai. After the three nascent soul cultivators took their seats, Qi Yuheng spoke, and then his powerful divine sense surged directly to the neighboring immortal peak. A moment later, two beams of divine light, shimmering with silver, appeared out of thin air in front of the three of them. Greetings, three true lords. When Chengshuan and Yunhai arrived, they also greeted the three saints of the immortal sect with joy on their faces. Hey Chunyang, you seem a little different. Soon, Chengshuan, who had just taken his seat, noticed something amiss. When his gaze fell upon Chen Mobai, he suddenly felt his newly formed primordial spirit Dharma image tremble slightly, conveying a sense of fear to him. Haha, I didn't expect that senior brother would be the first to see it. As Chen Mobai laughed, he summoned his Chaos Pearl. Soon, the four nascent soul cultivators present all found their power somewhat unstable. Because whoever it is, they all cultivate magical powers related to the 5 elements, etc. This is the case for anyone within the 5 elements when facing the Chaos Pearl. Among them, Chengshuan and Shuixian felt the most intense pain, while Yunhai and Qi Yuheng were a little better, since the former was a formation master and the latter was a body cultivator. When I was a child, I was often troubled by the lack of spiritual energy when I first started practicing Qi cultivation. After I grew up, entered the Tao Academy, and even became a member of the 3 Great Halls, I also realized the poverty and difficulties of the immortal sect. At that time, I often wondered if there was a way to completely solve the problem of insufficient spiritual energy. Initiating war is plunder. The immortal sect can't always be so lucky as to encounter a demon-infected planet like Dragon God Star, which they can just take down. If they encounter a force like Pluto or the Three-Eyed Clan, the immortal sect might suffer a calamity or even be devoured by the other side. I pondered deeply, and one day I was suddenly struck by a divine inspiration. It was as if a deity entered my dream and taught me a great technique. After I woke up, I relied on what I had learned in the dream to refine the 5 elements of spiritual power and cultivate the 1 Yuan True Qi. The so-called 1 Yuan True Qi is. And when I was transforming into a nascent soul, I condensed the 1 Yuan True Qi to perfection, transforming it into this Chaos Pearl. Besides being able to overcome all 5 elements in the world, this pearl has another great function, which is that it can refine all things in the void into the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With this, the immortal sect can break free from the shackles of spiritual energy. From now on, as long as it is within my tolerance range, at least 5th order and below spiritual energy can be continuously refined from the void and generated. Having reached the level of Chen Mobai in cultivation, he could now be considered the leader of the immortal sect, so he took this opportunity to inform Qi Yuheng and the others about the Hunyuan Pearl. After all, the immortal sect was key to his success, and now that he has achieved something, it is time for him to give back and help the immortal sect. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Qi Yuheng and the others were all stunned, unable to believe it. Chapter 1099, A Merit for All Ages. Chapter 1099, A Merit for All Ages. Is Chen Mobai even human? At this moment, Qi Yuheng and the others only had this thought in their minds. The problem of insufficient spiritual energy in the immortal sects has been a source of endless wisdom and thought for thousands of years, but all attempts have only been able to address the symptoms, not to completely solve it. Although the sages of the past said to trust the wisdom of future generations, they all knew that this was only because the predecessors could not solve the problem, so they postponed it. But today, Chen Mobai told them that the problem was solved. From now on, the immortal sects will no longer have to worry about the problem of spiritual energy. This enormous surprise left even these nascent soul-true monarchs speechless and horrified. The descendants were actually able to solve it. Chen Yang, can other members of the immortal sect cultivate your primordial true qi and primordial pearl? The first to react was Qi Yuheng, who asked somewhat anxiously. If Chen Mobai were to act alone, this problem would recur even after his death or when he leaves earthly origin star. Therefore, only by ensuring the continuation of the Chaos Pearl's teachings can the problem be truly eradicated and its root cause addressed. Of course, but when the divine being in my dream taught me this method, he stipulated that only his disciples could practice it. Now that Chen Mobai has revealed the Chaos Pearl, he naturally intends to pass on the One Yuan Dao scripture to the immortal sects. After all, he couldn't stay with the immortal sect forever. Therefore, besides him, it would be best to have more people who can refine the myriad phenomena of the void into spiritual energy. This is a small matter. If we can master the Chaos Pearl, the four of us will be willing to become your disciples. Qi Yuheng didn't seem to care about that, and the other three nodded in agreement. In the immortal sect, anyone who has a skill that can help others improve their knowledge and gain knowledge is generally willing to be called a teacher. If you switch to other majors, it might be too late. Kingping would be a good fit. As Chen Mobai spoke, he explained the method of cultivating Hunyuan true qi. Upon hearing that it required someone with balanced values of the 5 elements, they all showed expressions of surprise and delight. For the immortal sects, this is a very easy thing to solve. After all, there are corresponding techniques to improve the 5 elements of spiritual roots. As long as you are willing to persevere in your cultivation, you will eventually be able to completely balance your 5 elements of spiritual roots. This would be a major benefit for those pseudo-spiritual roots who originally had the lowest spiritual root aptitude. I remember that after Kingping switched to cultivating the Jade Purity scripture, he began to focus on improving his water elemental root. I wonder what the values of his 5 elemental roots are now. At this moment, Narcissus also spoke up. If the water elemental root value is too high, then the time and resources required to balance the other 4 elements may be unbearable even for a nascent soul cultivator. At worst, I'll expend some of my essence to use my immortal arts to mend the heavens and cleanse his spiritual roots anew. Chen Mobai waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was a minor issue. If Kingping can be nurtured, then he can be freed, and Chen Mobai can use his second primordial spirit to perform the ritual without damaging the foundation of his main body. Kingping is over at Qingxian Peak. I'll call him over. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuheng's brows immediately relaxed, and he used his divine sense to call for help again. Let's call Yuangsu over too. After all, the immortal technique of mending the sky belongs to their lineage. Moreover, the Hunyuan Pearl refines the myriad phenomena of the void into spiritual energy and connects to the heavenly curtain and earthly network array, and even the spiritual hubs in various places. We also need to prepare some special magic tools and devices, as well as resimulate and plan to see how to do it most efficiently and effortlessly. Chen Mobai spoke, and Qi Yuheng nodded. A moment later, Yuan Su and Qing Ping both teleported outside the main hall. Greetings, esteemed true lords. As the two entered, they saw the 5 nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect sitting upright in their respective positions. While feeling envious, they did not forget to be polite. I've called you all here today because Chen Yang has solved the greatest problem in the history of the immortal sects. Qi Yuheng pointed to their seats and then explained the situation. After hearing this, Kingping and Yuangsu were just as shocked as the others. This is truly a feat that will last for generations. After a long while, Yuan Su finally came to his senses and murmured this sentence. Please, true Lord, pass on this method to me. I am willing to serve the immortal sect like a slave. After listening to the cultivation method of the Hunyuan Pearl, Master Kingping did not hesitate at all and immediately bowed to Chen Mobai to ask for the method. This was practically made just for him. Among the immortal sects, he has always been the most accomplished in the 5 elements technique. Although he has now switched to cultivating the Jade Purity scripture, he can easily switch back. Master Kingping had a hunch that his path to spiritual transformation lay not in the Jade Purity scripture, but here. Since you have this determination, I am naturally willing to teach you, but if you want the method of cultivation, you must become my disciple. Chen Mobai stated the only restriction, and Master Kingping bowed down without any hesitation. Disciple greets Master. Chen Mobai is now a nascent soul true Lord, and Master Kingping willingly became his disciple. There's no need for that. You are, after all, my senior. Just consider it as me accepting a disciple on behalf of my master. You can just call me senior brother. Although Chen Mobai liked to teach, he still felt it was somewhat inappropriate to take Kingping Shangren as his disciple, so he immediately came up with a solution. In this way, everyone present will also be able to receive the 1 Yuan Dao scripture. Yes, senior brother. Upon hearing this, Master Kingping immediately changed his tune to comply with Chen Mobai's wishes. Then Qi Yuheng and the others present also symbolically called Chen Mobai, senior brother. In this way, Chen Mobai became the most senior member of the family. This made him feel slightly uncomfortable. After all, whoever it is, they must be at least twice his age. However, the immortal sect prioritizes those who have achieved the highest level and doesn't care much about seniority. So Chen Mobai quickly accepted this and began to explain the 1 Yuan Dao scripture. Those present were all top-tier cultivators from the immortal sects, possessing first-rate comprehension and talent. Although the Taoist scripture of 1 Yuan is obscure and difficult to understand, it was still easy to get started with it under the guidance and explanation of Chen Mobai, a teacher who had thoroughly comprehended it. After Chen Mobai demonstrated the method for condensing Hunyuan true qi, Master Kingping successfully tried it on the spot. The key lies in the balance of the 5 elements spiritual power, and Master Kingping has practiced the 5 elements technique his whole life, so his control over the 5 elements spiritual power is already superb. Following Master Kingping, Shuixian and Chengshuan, under Chen Mobai's guidance, also successfully cultivated their first strand of Hunyuan true qi, starting with the true qi of water and fire and following the cycle of the 5 elements. Next was Yuangsu. His Fangkun book simulation, after having specific methods of cultivation, could virtually condense energy by consuming divine sense, and he became the 4th person to cultivate Hunyuan true qi. Qi Yuheng and Yun Hai were ranked last, but they still entered the sect on the 3rd day. It seems I have no chance of succeeding. Qi Yuheng looked at the primordial chaos true qi in his palm, and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Although mastering the Chaos Pearl might mean serving the immortal sects like slaves, the ability to refine the myriad phenomena of the void into spiritual energy will ensure that they won't have to worry about running out of spiritual energy when they leave Earth's star and venture into the depths of the universe. Therefore, everyone genuinely wants to learn and master it. It's all right, we still have a long lifespan. After the spiritual energy problem is resolved and we get through the next war to open up Pluto, we will have enough time to comprehend and cultivate this. Yun Hai, however, was very open-minded. After all, after reaching the nascent soul stage, his lifespan had greatly increased, and if he consumed the great Chun immortal fruit, he could live another 480 years. With so much time, and if he spared no effort to use immortal techniques to mend the heavens and refine his spiritual roots, he believed he would eventually be able to refine the Chaos Pearl. Qi Yuheng nodded slightly, and at that moment, Kingping Shangren suddenly had strands of blue silk threads emerge from his body, like a huge ball of yarn wrapping him up. Seeing this, Chen Mobai and the others showed joy on their faces. It seems that Kingping has overcome the obstacles and achieved the final fusion with the fruit of Tao Law. As the person in the immortal sect who has the deepest understanding of the Tao Law heavenly book, Chen Mobai is very familiar with the situation before him. Although Kingping had a very high compatibility with the Tao Law fruit, It was not 100% perfect, and it would become increasingly difficult as time went on. Therefore, while everyone was looking forward to his successful refining, they were not entirely certain that he would succeed. Moreover, if he had succeeded before, Qi Yuheng would have had to worry about the allocation of spiritual energy by the immortal sect. Fortunately, Chen Mobai has now mastered the Hunyuan Pearl. Once Kingping has refined the rules, I will use the heaven-mending immortal technique to improve his spiritual roots. With his nascent soul realm, he will be able to refine the primordial true Qi at the fastest speed. With Kingping as his replacement, Chen Mobai was no longer bound to the immortal sect. Therefore, seeing Kingping fuse with the Dao Law fruit, a smile involuntarily appeared on Chen Mobai's face. Very good, but it will definitely take quite a while to refine the rules of Kingping, and then condense the primordial true Qi to create the Chaos Pearl. Before that, I can try to modify the Heavenly Curtain Earthly Network Array to be targeted and operate with the Chaos Pearl as the core from now on. Upon hearing this, Yunhai thought of the impending war and the terror of Pluto and the Grim Reaper. He prepared to race against time and combine the power of the Chaos Pearl with the spiritual cores of the 36 Grotto Heavens and 72 blessed lands of the immortal sect as quickly as possible. This is also a major renovation project, but if completed, it will allow the power of the immortal sect to reach a new level. For example, the Chaos Primordial Cannon used to only have the power of one strike in its second stage. After it was used up, all the spiritual energy accumulated in the spiritual cores of the immortal sect would be exhausted. With the Chaos Pearl, one might be able to store the power of a second strike, or even make the power of the first strike even more terrifying. I'll trouble True Lord Yunhai with this matter. Yuangsu, if there's any infrastructure that needs to be redesigned or renovated, please lend a hand. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded. In order to control spiritual energy, the immortal sect had buried pipes all over the Earth star, which were combined with the spiritual energy packs in the void, basically covering all cultivators. However, modifying the Chaos Pearl as its core would definitely be time-consuming and laborious. In this process, Yuangsu's square-inch book function can play a significant role, simulating the fastest modification method with the least resource consumption. Yuansu naturally accepted the order. This matter requires unified planning and coordination among many relevant departments. Should we establish a new department in the three great halls to be responsible for this? Qi Yuheng asked Chen Mobai. Let the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Administration Bureau handle it. After all, the primordial pearl also serves this great formation. However, since True Monarch Yunhai has already transformed into a deity, and we are about to enter a special period of war, why don't we let True Monarch condescend to take charge for a while? Chen Mobai explained his thoughts. The Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Array is the core of the immortal sect. The supply of spiritual energy for billions of living beings is managed by this department. In the future, if the Linxale Palace is to activate the Chaos Primordial Energy Cannon, it will also be necessary to go through this department to release the spiritual cores of all the blessed lands. Such an important department should, in theory, be controlled by a deity. Not at all, it's my honor. After hearing this, True Lord Yunhai said that it was what he should do. After listening to what Chen Mobai said, Qi Yuheng took out the fifth-order heavenly calculation bead and formally passed it on to Yunhai in front of everyone. The latter solemnly accepted it with both hands. There's also the understanding of this great formation left behind by Kaixing. Qi Yuheng had already given this part to Chen Mobai before. It involved knowledge of sixth-order array masters and some inheritance of the seventh-order Zhou Tianhe Luo Xing Du array. It was passed down orally among those who had reached the nascent soul stage. Originally, Qi Yuheng planned to let Chen Mobai take over the fifth-order heavenly calculation beads and the heavenly curtain earthly network array after Chen Mobai had truly reached the nascent soul stage, since Chen Mobai's mastery of arrays was higher than his. However, now that Yunhai, a nascent soul true monarch specializing in formations, is available, Chen Mobai is willing to delegate this authority to him. After all, Chen Mobai had many directions to go after becoming a god, but for true monarch Yunhai, this heavenly canopy and earthly network array was the only one. Yunhai was aware of this as well. He was secretly grateful to Chen Mobai. In addition, should the cultivation method of the primordial true Qi be vigorously promoted in all the academies and schools of the immortal sect. Finally, Qi Yuheng spoke up about the matter again. After all, these people will eventually leave Earth Star, and there will always be successors to cultivate the Chaos Pearl. Let's keep this a secret for now. After all, there are still some pawns of the Ascension sect within the Immortal sect. Let's talk about it after the war of opening up is over. Chen Mobai shook his head, rejecting the suggestion. However, we can have the three princes issue an order that from now on, the 5 elements technique will be a compulsory cultivation method for all students. If anyone is found to have exceptional talent in this technique, they can be recruited into the university for early training. If they are able to form a core, they can be taught the 1 yuan true qi, or even I can personally guide and teach them. Chen Mobai added that since the 5 elements technique was originally the most widely used technique among immortal sects, issuing the order now would not make the Ascension sect feel strange. Which university should be the main one, or should a new university be established? Chengshuan couldn't help but ask. The Hunyuan Pearl is of great importance. Under the circumstances of its secret cultivation, it is impossible for it to be made public like the Xuanian Maya Ofa Dao seed, allowing all the Dao academies and schools to compete for it. Chengshuan definitely hopes that the Dance Weapon Academy will obtain this privilege. Let's go to Taiyuan Academy. From now on, Kingping will be in charge of this matter. At this moment, Chen Mobai was considering things from a broader perspective. After reaching the nascent soul stage, he consciously considered himself the leader of the Immortal sect. Chapter 1100, each performing their duties. Chapter 1100, each performing their duties. Most of the problems of the Immortal sects are due to insufficient spiritual energy. A small number of problems require more spiritual energy to solve. For example, resource issues. The 3 treasures for foundation building, the golden elixir of jade rejuvenation, the 5 elements golden elixir, the 3 spiritual medicines for infant formation, and other pills that cultivators in the immortal sects care about most, are now subject to various restrictions and higher exchange thresholds due to the scarcity of medicinal materials. If there is enough spiritual energy, then the major pharmaceutical factories of the immortal sects can sow seeds vigorously without fear of them withering due to insufficient spiritual energy. Even if the immortal sects have the technology to promote the growth of spiritual plants, medicinal herbs that are thousands or tens of thousands of years old can only wait for a long time. However, by sowing the seeds of medicinal herbs today, their ancestors are able to leave hope for future generations. The nascent soul true lords who passed away in the immortal sect all left behind their own domains. Although these may not be as vast as the small domains of the 4 great Tao academies, they are still quite large, equivalent to the area of several blessed lands. Previously, due to insufficient spiritual energy, most of them were sealed away, and the few that remained were used as warehouses and secret bases. For example, the immortal sect's war artifacts, the Lingxiao Palace, the 4 symbols Dao Palace, starships, and so on, are stored in the realm left behind by True Lord Quanwu. Now that there is enough spiritual energy, these sealed small realms can be activated, and the seeds of key medicinal herbs such as jade marrow and golden fungus can be planted first. This matter, naturally, requires someone to take responsibility. However, among everyone present, no one was skilled in using spiritual plants. Once there is enough spiritual energy, I think the restrictions on Peach Blossom Venerable's physical body can be lifted. After all, the upcoming war of opening up is extremely dangerous. If she also successfully advances, it will be a great thing for the immortal sect. Among the immortal sects, Jumeng Academy is undoubtedly the best in terms of spiritual plants, and it has also been Chen Mobai's longtime ally. Given his current ability, he is willing to help. Peach Blossom's personality is not very mature. Qi Yuhang had some concerns, after all, among the 4 major academies. It was always their Kunpeng lineage that had been suppressing the Jumeng lineage, both openly and secretly. Moreover, Peach Blossom Master's usual behavior did indeed make everyone uneasy. The method for converting spiritual energy with the Chaos Pearl is not yet perfected. Let's discuss this matter later. Yunhai Zhenjun echoed Qi Yuhang's words, indicating that the transformation of the heavenly curtain and earthly network was not yet complete, and that they should focus on this fundamental matter first. Then let's inform the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall to open those sealed small realms and transform them into medicinal fields. Chen Mobai did not force Peach Blossom Venerable to advance in order to benefit Jumeng Dao Academy. After all, Yunhai was right. The spiritual energy generated by the Hunyuan pearl from refining the myriad phenomena of the void had not yet been connected to the heavenly curtain and earthly network. If Peach Blossom Master wants to advance to the next level right now, the only way is for Chen Mobai to wear the Chaos Pearl every day and transfer spiritual energy to Peach Blossom Master's physical body. Chen Mobai would never do such a thing. No one in the entire immortal sect has enough influence to make him do that. However, the matter of the spiritual plants is urgent and must be entrusted to our own people. Because Chen Mobai planned to take this opportunity to gradually launder the resources from the heavenly river realm within the immortal sect, he specifically chose Wenren Zuwei. Qi Yuheng did not object to this, as everyone knew that Wenren Zuwei was a professional in this area. There are also war artifacts, because we wanted to leave resources for future generations. The starships, the 4 heavenly gates, and other equipment that were part of the 4 symbols Dao Palace were not upgraded to their top-of-the-line versions. Now that we are about to face a life-or-death crisis, I think we can use all the resources in the small world of the Immortal Affairs Hall. At this moment, Changshuan offered a suggestion. Of the Narcissus cultivators present, everyone else had their own tasks to complete, except for him. Changshuan felt that he was somewhat out of place if he was idle, so he decided to take the initiative to find something to do. In terms of the art of weapon crafting in the immortal sects, apart from Chen Mobai, he is the most accomplished. Chen Mobai is the leader of the immortal sect, so it is natural for him to be in charge of upgrading the war artifacts. All the nascent soul cultivators present nodded in agreement. After all, Changshuan belongs to the lineage of weapon wielding, and this is indeed an important matter for the immortal sects. With a weapon refiner at the nascent soul stage in charge, everyone felt at ease. I'll have to trouble you with this, senior brother. Chen Mobai nodded in agreement first, and led everyone to nod to Changshuan. A short while later, Wenren Zuwei, who had received a telepathic message from Chen Mobai, also teleported here. She had already seen the announcement from the Dance Weapon Academy online, and knew that Chen Mobai had already reached the divine transformation stage. But when he actually walked in and saw Chen Mobai sitting in the center, with Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian on his left and Cheng Xuan and Yun Hai on his right, all 5 nascent soul cultivators looking at him, he was still somewhat shocked. This is an unprecedented golden age for the immortal sects. Greetings to the 5 true lords. After Wenren Zuwei bowed solemnly, she saw Qingping, who was wrapped in the Dao Law fruit, and Yuangsu, who had a calm expression. Her heart skipped a beat. It feels like all 3 lineages had already discussed it, and then symbolically informed her, the representative of the Jumeng lineage. This feeling of being ostracized but powerless left Wenren Zuwei feeling extremely helpless. It made it so that the lineage of Jumeng lacked a divine transformation cultivator. No need for formalities. I've summoned you here today because there's something I need you to do. As Chen Mobai was speaking, Qi Yuheng pointed, and immediately a seat rose from the ground and landed behind Wenren Zuwei. Although the Kunpeng lineage has long targeted the Jumeng lineage, they still maintained proper etiquette in public. But Wenren Zuwei couldn't sit down at this moment. Her eyes were wide open as she digested what Chen Mobai had told her. The primordial pearl. Refine all things in the void into spiritual energy. From now on, the immortal sect will have no shortage of spiritual energy. We are preparing to activate those sealed small realms and open up the realm of medicine making. After hearing this, Wenren Zuwei's first reaction was whether she could help Peach Blossom Master advance in his cultivation, or whether she could fulfill the promise between Chen Mobai and the great Chun tree. However, these things certainly cannot be said in front of so many people. I will obey the true Lord's command. After being shocked, Wenren Zuwei immediately bowed respectfully, indicating that she would do her best to handle the matter. Let's also gather all the materials for the nascent soul pill. Yuan Su will be in charge of refining this batch. Chen Mobai thought of something else and spoke up. Qi Yuheng and the others nodded in unison, indicating that they had no objection to refining the nascent soul pill ahead of schedule. The scene greatly amazed Wenren Zuwei. This means that Chen Mobai has been recognized as the leader of the immortal sect by the other 4 nascent soul true monarchs, and it is clear that everyone is willing to accept this. Yes, sir. When Yuan Su heard Chen Mobai call his name, he stood up and stood next to Wenren Zuwei, bowing to accept the order. That's all for now. Is there anything else you'd like to add, senior brother Qi? After Chen Mobai finished speaking, he politely asked Qi Yuheng beside him, who shook his head. Because Master Kingping was at a critical moment in refining the rules and could not move, he remained on Jixian Peak. Before leaving, the rest of the group all came over to greet Chen Mobai. Of all the people present, only Shui Xian yawned and waved to Chen Mobai. At this highest-level meeting of the immortal sect, all the other nascent soul cultivators spoke enthusiastically, but she only felt sleepy. After it was over, she prepared to teleport away and go back to catch up on some sleep. Senior Sister Narcissus, after I mastered the Chaos Pearl, I have already mastered the 5 elements Tao and can easily condense the power of the water Tao. Why don't we join forces to try refining the heavenly pure water? If we succeed, it will be of great help to your cultivation of the 1 yuan true qi. Chen Mobai immediately stopped her and told her about it. Damn, Narcissus was stunned when she heard this. Then her slightly hazy eyes suddenly cleared up as she remembered the incident and couldn't help but utter a single word. She recalled what she had said back then. At that time, she completely disbelieved that Chen Mobai, a pure yang cultivator, could comprehend the seemingly unrelated Tao of water. Now that she's been proven wrong, even someone as oblivious as her can't help but blush, feeling both angry and anxious. Then I'll go back and prepare to collect and refine the spiritual water and liquid. You can come find me in the sea when you have time. Narcissus certainly wouldn't want to waste time on the heavenly pure water, since it was useless to her and would only delay her cultivation. However, since Chen Mobai has spoken, she will definitely listen. Born in the sea, she has always believed that whoever has the strongest fist is right. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior sister. Chen Mobai refined the heavenly pure water in order to help Qi Yuheng and the others. After all, if his method is feasible, the heavenly pure water combined with the immortal technique to mend the heavens can be the fastest way to achieve the spiritual root requirement for cultivating primordial true qi. However, compared to his full 100 points of the 5 elements immortal spiritual roots, Qi Yuheng and the others probably only have half of that at most. But that's enough for them. After all, working backward from the nascent soul realm, whether it's condensing primordial true qi or the primordial pearl, it will be twice as effective with half the effort. After bidding farewell to everyone, Chen Mobai and Chengxuan returned to Wangxian Peak together. Senior brother, this time when I reached the nascent soul stage, I received the ancestral master's true teachings within the jade tree of the pill cauldron. Not only did I inherit the 3 azure bird dharma forms, but I also received the 6 great Tao true meanings recorded in the pure yang scroll. I was able to cultivate the pure yang and saintly virtue great Taos thanks to this. Chen Mobai also revealed the mysteries of the Dan Ding jade tree to Chengxuan. Of course, he didn't mention that he entered the Zixel Palace to listen to the Tao through the 3 blue bird dharma image, since it was too important. Even so, Chengxuan was still greatly shocked to hear that Chen Mobai had obtained the pure yang scroll of refining emptiness and the Tao integration chapter from the jade tree of pill cauldron. The sages of the Dance Weapon Academy have guarded this jade tree for so many years. Even the amazing ancestor Bai Guang did not obtain these things. Indeed, Chen Yang, you are the one destined by heaven to bring prosperity to my lineage. After hearing this, Chengxuan felt a little regretful. After all, he had refused Chen Mobai's request to refine more Tao fruits from the pill cauldron jade tree. If he had agreed at that time, Chen Mobai might have reached the nascent soul stage earlier, and perhaps he would have been able to save ancestor Kaingsing during the tribulation of death. Chapter 11:01 The Great Tree of Life. Chapter 11:01 The Great Tree of Life. Senior brother, in order to counter the impending arrival of Pluto, I think we should also take down and refine the remaining Tao fruits on the pill cauldron jade tree to enhance the strength of the immortal sect. Chen Mobai spoke up about his thoughts. Although Chengxuan couldn't stop him from refining the pill cauldron jade tree with his current strength, it was better for everyone to reach a consensus on some things. He is relatively democratic. Junior brother, you can make the decision. I have no objections. Chengxuan nodded, even suggesting that Chen Mobai could refine the entire Dan Ding jade tree. After all, the reason why the immortal sects left behind various resources was to prevent future generations from having the opportunity to break through to the nascent soul stage if they used them all up. These things can at least serve as one-time auxiliary resources for nascent soul cultivators, allowing the immortal sects to have one more nascent soul cultivator to continue their lineage. Now that we have the chaos pearl, spiritual energy is plentiful, so these things are no longer important. After all, their generation has already solved this most crucial problem. If future generations cannot produce a succession of deities, then they would be utterly useless. Among the remaining Tao fruits, if you need anything related to weapon crafting, senior brother, please feel free to take it. The Jade Tree of Elixir contains a total of 36 Tao fruits, 18 of which contain knowledge of 6th-order magic artifacts, and the other 18 are related to elixir formulas. The recipe for the pills had been left untouched and hung on a tree, because the immortal sects couldn't refine pills of the 5th rank or higher. But magical artifacts are different. All the nascent soul and 5th-order artifact refiners in the Wookiee Tao Academy have used them. For example, True Lord Chuanwu refined an axe-shaped Tao fruit, and Chengxuan also obtained a mirror-shaped Tao fruit. As for Chen Mobai, as long as he refines the Pill Cauldron Jade Tree, he can re-evolve the Tao fruits that were taken away once his cultivation level increases. Since it can be reused, the remaining Tao fruits, apart from the lamp shape he needs, can be given to Chengxuan, the weapon refiner, to achieve the best effect. If Chengxuan can be trained into a 6th-order weapon refiner, perhaps the immortal sect's war artifacts can undergo a comprehensive upgrade before Pluto arrives. It even helped Qi Yuheng and other nascent soul true monarchs improve their natal magic weapons, greatly enhancing the strength of the immortal cultivators. Since you've put it that way, junior brother, I won't stand on ceremony. Chengxuan knew Chen Mobai's personality. When it came to resources, he was absolutely generous and magnanimous, so he readily accepted. After he reached the nascent soul stage, he also planned to pursue the 6th-order weapon refining realm, and see if he could take this opportunity to upgrade his natal magic weapon. After agreeing on the terms, Chengxuan immediately used the Void Shift technique to go to the Dance Weapon Academy. Chen Mobai had other matters to attend to at Wangxian Peak. A short while later, Yuan Su, who had received his telepathic message during the meeting, arrived. Greetings, pure Yang True Lord. Yuan Su, with his thick black hair and ruddy complexion, greeted them. Please sit down. There are 2 things I need your help with. Chen Mobai nodded, brewed a pot of tea himself, and was about to give instructions when an uninvited guest arrived. It is Wenren Zhuwei. Chen Mobai quickly realized why she had secretly come to see him. Considering their friendship and the pleasant cooperation they had enjoyed over the years, he used telepathy to let her in. Greetings, True Lord. I didn't expect to find Venerable Yuangsu here as well. Wenren Zhu flew into the rebuilt main hall of Wangxian Peak, and was surprised to see Yuan Su sitting on the side with thick hair. Yuan Su nodded in response. These are 2 pill formulas I selected after refining the Jade Tree Tao fruit in the pill cauldron. If they can be successfully refined, they can assist in the nascent soul to spirit transformation process. However, many of the ingredients in these formulas were originally from the White Crane Dojo, so I need you, an excellent alchemist, to adjust them to suit the immortal sect's requirements. Also, please use the function of the square-inch book to simulate a pill formula that can be successfully refined. Chen Mobai didn't hide anything from Wenren Zhu and directly passed on the formulas for the Heavenly Spirit Pill and the Saintly True Spirit Pill, which Qing Nu had compiled based on the Great Tao Pill and the Myriad Transformations and Dark Harmony Divine Power, to Yuan Su. Yuan Su, who was drinking tea, was suddenly shaken. His thick black hair became slightly blurred and unreal, clearly indicating that this matter had greatly shocked him. The Dance Weapon Academy actually has such a profound foundation. Wenren Zhuwei, standing to the side, was also very surprised, but not as shocked as Yuan Su. This was because Jumeng Dao Academy also had a nascent soul pill formula, passed down by the Changchun ancestor, but the main ingredients and even some of the auxiliary ingredients required medicinal properties that had been used for over 10,000 years. It should be noted that the immortal sect has only been established for a few thousand years. However, the sages of the immortal sects still held onto a sliver of hope and planted the relevant medicinal herbs in the small realms of various pharmaceutical factories. But due to insufficient spiritual energy, these herbs could only barely survive and did not use rare resources such as the Myriad Transformation Thunder Water to accelerate their growth. But now the spiritual energy issue has been resolved. Wenren Zhu immediately realized that perhaps they could also arrange to refine the evergreen pill for their Jumeng Dao Academy in the future. Perhaps she will be able to wait. She wasn't the only one who thought this way. Yuan Su felt the same way. After all, he failed to reach the nascent soul stage, and he probably won't be able to apply for the resources of flowers blooming in an instant, next time. If the immortal sect can refine a batch of nascent soul pills, shouldn't he, as the one who modified the pill formula, have won? With this in mind, Yuan Su decided to put aside all other projects and focus all his efforts on successfully simulating the two pill formulas from the Dan Ding sect. I will do my utmost. After Yuan Su finished speaking solemnly, he glanced at the pill formula and was slightly confused because the main ingredient required the blood of the true spirit. This immortal sect only has one fifth-tier ancestor, the Narcissus ancestor. No wonder they want to replace him. Just as Yuan Su was pondering what main medicine could replace the true spirit blood, Chen Mobai took out another spirit sealing tube. This is a wisp of special spiritual energy that I condensed from the void when my chaos pearl was fully formed. You should also study it carefully. Upon hearing this, Yuan Su knew that this matter was of greater importance than the nascent soul pill formula, since the pill formula would benefit the common people of the immortal sects, while this was a private matter for Pure Yang True Lord. In his view, the leader's affairs were definitely more important. Yes, True Lord. After receiving the immortal energy, Yuan Su, with a hint of curiosity, unsealed the bottle and opened it. In an instant, the seventh-order immortal spiritual energy dissipated. Although it was only a wisp, it made Yuan Su and Wenren Zuwei feel that it was both rich and heavy, yet light and pure. Even the true energy in their bodies began to stir, expressing an unprecedented desire. It seems that as long as one refines this immortal spiritual energy, one can reach a higher level, not only advancing to the innate realm, but also touching upon the great Tao related to cultivation techniques. The two were dumbfounded. Chen Mobai saw that the immortal spiritual energy had just left the sealing tube and was already showing signs of degenerating into the pure energy of the nine heavens. He immediately took action to seal it back in. Yuan Su's hand holding the sealing tube trembled slightly, but he still managed to reseal it and activate the spirit-condensing talisman. True Lord, this spiritual energy is truly extraordinary. Wenren Zuwei couldn't help but speak up. You should know that the quality of the everlasting spring true qi she condensed was so high that it was almost the best in the immortal sect. In addition, she had been using the essence of the Duoluo fire for a long time, so it could be said that the everlasting spring technique was the purest in all generations. She had also experienced sixth-order spiritual energy before, as was the Wangxian peak where she was now, but it only made her Changchun true qi a little more active. However, when she faced the immortal spiritual energy just now, she had an urge to break out of her body and refine it. If it's higher than the 6th rank, then doesn't that mean the 7th rank? Upon realizing this, Yuan Su and Wenren Zuwei were both taken aback. The former gripped the spirit sealing tube tightly, wanting to return to her laboratory immediately to conduct research. Yuan Su, go back first. Let me know the results of your research. Chen Mobai could also see that Yuan Su was getting restless, so he waved his hand to indicate that he only had these two things to do. Upon hearing this, Yuan Su immediately got up to take his leave, without even saying goodbye to Wenren Zuwei, and teleported away. What do you need me for? After only two people remained, Chen Mobai asked Wenren Zuwei. Reporting to the True Lord, the Divine Tree knows you have achieved godhood and has asked me to congratulate you on its behalf. Wenren Zuwei came here this time because of the Great Chen Divine Tree. This 6th-tier spiritual plan of the immortal sect has already entered the Great Tao with its true spirit consciousness. However, due to the limitations of its physical body, it is confined to the small Earth origin star and cannot move. It must want to transcend and leave, to pursue a higher level of enlightenment. However, the Great Chen Divine Tree is the core of the immortal sect's heavenly curtain and earthly network. If it were to leave, the spiritual energy circulation that it has been painstakingly maintaining would probably collapse immediately. Therefore, it can only wait and see if the immortal sect can find a 6th-order spiritual object to replace it. There's basically no hope for the Great Tree of Bamboo in this regard, but since its lifespan is almost endless, there's no rush. After all, although the immortal sects are struggling to maintain themselves, spiritual energy will inevitably decrease over time. According to the current trend, in a few thousand years, the immortal sects will have no nascent soul cultivators, let alone those at the divine transformation stage, and eventually all spiritual energy will be exhausted, leading to the end of the Dharma era. At that time, the great tree of Trunk Hill will be able to be released from its predicament. However, now that Chen Mobai has become a deity and has cultivated the Hunyuan Pearl, a rare treasure, the great Chun divine tree's idea of simply enduring the days is no longer possible. So after learning this, it wanted to have a good talk with Chen Mobai. Moreover, when Chen Mobai was refining the fifth-order water spirit talisman, the great Chun divine tree gave him a sixth-order tree heart, agreeing to discuss the matter after he reached the nascent soul stage. Therefore, after Wenren Zuwei communicated with the true spirit of the divine tree after the meeting, she was immediately urged to come over. Chen Mobai naturally nodded in agreement. As it happens, he was also very curious about this number 1 spiritual plan of the immortal sect. After receiving his permission, Wenren Zuwei breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then, the two of them used the void shift technique together and disappeared from the spot. Jumeng Taoist Temple. Chen Mobai appeared before the great Chun tree. It was here that he suppressed all the geniuses of the immortal sects academies and schools. At that time, when he saw this tree, he felt that it was mysterious and unfathomable. Now that he has reached the divine realm, he can finally discern some clues about this tree. He saw some illusory branches, invisible to the naked eye, reaching into a certain great path in the void, drawing in strands of vast vitality and refining them into the divine tree's body. This is the great path of life. Chapter 1102, The Spirit of the Great Camellia. Chapter 1102, The Spirit of the Great Camellia. The path of life is opposite to the path of death. If one were to merge with the Tao on either of these two paths, one could reach the 7th level, which is also the highest realm. To go further, one must achieve oneness with life and death, and control life and death. Chen Mobai's third senior brother, who listened to the Tao at Zixao Palace, was the one who merged with this innate Tao of life and death. After the great Tao of life and death was occupied, the great Tao of life and the great Tao of death should theoretically also belong to the third senior brother. This is the absolute control of the innate great Tao over the extended acquired great Tao. However, some powerful beings look down on these things and leave the acquired great Tao empty, or deliberately leave it empty so that cultivators can merge with the Tao. For example, the demon lord uses this method to fish. Of course, there is another situation, such as between a master and his apprentice. If Chen Mobai's third senior brother were to transcend, the innate Tao of life and death would naturally become vacant. He could have his disciple merge with the Tao of life or the Tao of death beforehand, so that the moment he left, the disciple could immediately advance and take over the innate Tao of life and death. This was something Chen Mobai's teacher had mentioned back in Zixao Palace. Because Taoist Zixao is truly about to transcend, his two great paths, innate yin and yang and innate void, are coveted by all his students. However, it was precisely for this reason that, in the end, before leaving, Taoist Zixao did not leave the three acquired paths of yin, yang, and void empty, giving all students a fair chance to compete. Seeing the great tree of life guiding and refining the great Tao of life, Chen Mobai guessed that his third senior brother had only occupied the innate great Tao of life and death, leaving the acquired life and death untouched. Of course, it's also possible that the great tree of bamboo knows nothing, that the great Tao of life has already been taken, yet it still foolishly continues its refining day after day, year after year. Junior Chen Mobai greets Senior De Chun. Despite thinking this in his heart, Chen Mobai still bowed respectfully with his hands clasped in front of him, paying his respects to the number 1 spiritual plant of the immortal sect. Wenren Zhu then cast a hand seal, and an invisible divine sense surged from between her eyebrows and merged into the great Chun divine tree. Then, Chen Mobai felt a gentle power far exceeding the nascent soul realm spread out from the divine tree, transforming into a green and white immortal light that enveloped him and Wenren Zhu. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, then did not urge the Yuan Yang sword and the Hun Yuan bell to resist, allowing the green and white immortal light to take away his primordial spirit. In an instant, he felt his primordial spirit pass through a lush, vibrant forest and arrive at a wetland with fresh air and abundant moisture. However, Chen Mobai felt that these places were somewhat familiar, like a mixture of the Linwu Cave Heaven and Jumeng Dao Academy in the outside world, and some places were slightly blurry, as if they had been hastily constructed. "I'm sorry, I haven't seen outsiders in a long time, and I've forgotten how to treat guests." A clear, gentle voice as clear as a spring, rang in Chen Mobai's ears. He looked up and saw a giant Chinese tun tree appear out of thin air in the center of the wetland. Then, a branch as thick as an arm extended from the tree, and a golden oval fruit on the branch emitted a divine light, transforming into a girl with long green hair, emerald eyes, and snow-white skin. Teacher, this is the pure Yang True Lord of the Dan Ding sect. Wenren Zuwei also came in, and immediately introduced the girl upon seeing her. Chen Mobai was slightly surprised by her use of the name De Chun, as she hadn't publicized this among the immortal sects. However, considering the Kunpeng lineage's suppression of Jumeng, he understood. I've always heard Zhu Wei mention Chenyang Zhenjun, whose talent is unparalleled throughout history. Seeing him today, I can confirm that his reputation is well-deserved. The emerald-eyed girl who was transformed from the great Chun tree was clearly very polite. As she spoke, she waved her hand lightly, and 3 branches immediately flew out from behind her, turning into 2 more branches, a chair, and a table. Chen Mobai and Wenren Zuwei sat down. The latter skillfully tried to make tea, but found that she could not open her own domain. She then remembered that she was in De Chun's spiritual space. Is what you cultivate the great Tao of life, senior? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Mobai went straight to the point. According to the master, it should be the great way of life. The spirit of the great Chun seemed to lack a full understanding of the great Tao it cultivated, hence the use of the word should. Chen Mobai was surprised, wondering if there was something missing in the lineage of Jumeng. At the last moment of his life, my master tried to take that step, but unfortunately his body and primordial spirit could not withstand the power of the great Tao, and he was reduced to ashes. His last bit of essence merged into my body, along with a trace of the power he had drawn from the great Tao. I refined the essence left behind by my master and inherited his understanding of the great Tao. After countless years, I discovered that my branches could extend into a mysterious place, where they could slowly draw power that was beneficial to me. This must be the great path to life you were talking about. As the spirit of the great Chun spoke, Chen Mobai saw 80 transparent branches emerge from her back. Recalling the amount of true energy he could condense before forming the nascent soul stage in the Changchun Gong, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. The branch extended into an unfathomable void, but Chen Mobai could sense that a vast and boundless life force was being drawn from that void by the transparent branch and refined into the spirit of the great Chun. It seems that your lineage of Jumeng is missing a lot, and there are no chapters about practicing emptiness. After watching the demonstration of the cultivation process by the spirit of the great Chun tree, Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh. Wenren Zuwei, who was standing nearby, widened her eyes in surprise upon hearing this. The 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect were all only at the nascent soul stage. They certainly could not have received the complete inheritance when they were at the original White Crane dojo. The Everlasting Spring skill left by the Everlasting Spring Patriarch does contain chapters about his attempt to take the step of refining emptiness, but most of these were completed after he entered the Purple Cloud Palace. Judging from Chen Mobai's current words, it seems that the Wookiee lineage has a complete lineage of Qigong practice. I humbly request your guidance, fellow Taoist. The spirit of the great Chun also understood Chen Mobai's subtext. With a graceful figure like a willow swaying in the breeze, it rose from the branch and gave Chen Mobai a slight bow. No, I wouldn't dare. Then let me tell you about our lineage's inheritance related to the void refinement stage. At this point, Chen Mobai already knew that the spirit of the great Chun was simply unaware of the cultivation of the void refinement realm. It unknowingly stepped into the 6th level and touched upon the great Tao of life that was most suitable for it, and it had been living like this for thousands of years. Within the Jumeng lineage, there has been no successor to the nascent soul stage since the Changchun Patriarch, so they were unable to obtain any information about the void refinement stage from the other 3 lineages. I never imagined that cultivation after the 6th rank would be like this. After listening to what Chen Mobai said, the spirit of the great Chun tree murmured to itself. Wenren Zuwei, standing to the side, was shocked, but she firmly remembered everything Chen Mobai said. She thought that the Dan Ding sect was indeed founded by the Tao Venerable's personal disciple, and its foundation was much deeper than that of their Jumeng lineage. Chen Mobai, Sr. has already embarked on the great path of life. I can only hope that this path has not yet been merged with the Tao. In this universe, choosing one's own path of cultivation is the most crucial thing. If one cultivates a path that already has a master, then no matter how high one's talent is, one can only stop at the peak of the void refinement stage at most. Although Chen Mobai has cultivated the great Tao of pure yang, 5 elements, saintly virtue, and end of fortune, he does not know whether these have been occupied. However, he hasn't mastered the void realm yet. If it really doesn't work, he'll switch to the great Tao. But that would definitely waste time. After all, although the lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator seems long, the cultivation of the great Tao cannot be achieved overnight. Before reaching the threshold of the void refinement stage, even the most talented individuals need to spend hundreds or even thousands of years on each great Tao. Even someone as brilliant as the Yuan Yang ancestor passed away peacefully because of this. Thank you for your guidance, fellow Taoist. With this, I now have a general understanding of my upcoming cultivation. At this moment, the spirit of the great Chen bowed solemnly, then her fair hands were clasped in front of her chest, and a green and white fairy light shone in her palms, instantly condensing into a long, oval golden fruit. This is a 5th-tier large ailanthus fruit. Please don't find it unappealing. The spirit of the great Chen tree, somewhat embarrassedly handed the golden fruit in its hand to Chen Mobai, who politely accepted it with a smile. In any case, a 5th-tier great Chen fruit can increase one's lifespan by 480 years. True Lord, after consuming and refining this immortal fruit, it can increase your wood spirit root by 60 points. At this moment, Wenren Zuwei, who was standing nearby, suddenly interjected with a reminder. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's face lit up with even more joy. If he consumes this immortal fruit, his wood spirit root will immediately reach 100 points of enlightenment, and he won't need to cultivate the alchemy technique anymore. He can directly use immortal techniques to mend the heavens and refine himself into a 5-element immortal spirit root. It's a bit of a waste, considering he already has 53 points in wood spirit root. Why didn't the cultivators who consumed the great Chen fruit in the immortal sect leave any records of this? If that were the case, he could have spent less time on the wood spiritual root in the early stages and achieved perfection of the 5-element spiritual roots ahead of time. However, considering that only nascent soul true monarchs are qualified to consume the great Chen fruit in the immortal sect, it becomes clear. For them, the increase or decrease of 60 points in wood elemental root is no longer of any concern. Thank you, Senior. By the way, I made a promise with you before that if there was an opportunity, I would replace you from the core of the Heavenly Curtain Earthly Network Array. It just so happens that when I was in the nascent soul stage, I mastered the Chaos Pearl technique. Chen Mobai said, explaining the main purpose of his visit today. If you, with your 6th-level cultivation, could also condense the primordial Chaos Pearl, you would definitely be able to master the ability of void refinement cultivators to refine all things in the void into spiritual energy, or even be more powerful. In my guess, this Chaos Pearl should be able to replace the predecessor and become the core of the new Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network technique, thus freeing you. However, cultivating this method requires a human body. Senior, could you transform into human form? Chen Mobai explained his thoughts. The Chun had the 6th-level cultivation, but lacked the terrifying combat power of Bai Guang Death God. The only thing he could do was absorb and refine the power of the great Tao of life to make his lifespan endless and provide vast vitality to practitioners of the everlasting spring technique. But that's still a 6th-tier level. With proper guidance and training, it might be possible to cultivate a 6th-tier Chaos Pearl. In that case, the later nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sects wouldn't even need to toil away like beasts of burden, a truly fundamental solution. Of course, it's also possible that the spirit of the great Chun is too stupid to comprehend it, but at least we can give it a try. That's Chen Mobai's thought. The spirit of the great Chun was also very tempted after hearing this, but said with a troubled expression, "Transformation. I can't do it." Chen Mobai looked surprised. Master Peach Blossom knows it, so why don't you? He immediately turned to look at Wenren Zuwei, who then telepathically revealed the secret. It turns out that after being defeated by the combined forces of the Longzhuo ancestor and the spirit venerable, the oath that Changchun ancestor made included not only that he could not use the Earth origin star's spiritual veins to condense a 6th-order Great Chun fruit, but also that he could not allow the Great Chun divine tree to take human form. For this reason, no one in the Jumeng lineage who could communicate with the spirit of the Great Chun dared to teach it the method of transformation. What is the scope of the oath? Chen Mobai asked again. Upon hearing this, Wenren Zuwei's face lit up with joy. for this meant that Chen Mobai was about to break the shackles that had bound the Jumeng lineage for thousands of years. It is only taught within our Jumeng lineage, the true Lord is not included. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. Besides practitioners of the everlasting spring technique, only the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sects can communicate with the spirit of the Great Chen. However, no nascent soul cultivator dares to let the Great Chen, at its sixth-level realm, detach itself from its physical form. I need to discuss this matter with Senior Brother Qi and the others. Chen Mobai did not act on his own initiative. He has always been very democratic in these important matters. Then I'll trouble you, fellow Taoist. If you can free me from these thousands of years of confinement, I'll agree to any oath. At this moment, the spirit of the Great Chen also made a promise, clearly knowing that this junior before him was the person most likely in thousands of years to help him break free from his shackles. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. Once the sixth-order Great Chen takes human form, without the suppression of the heavenly curtain and earthly network, even the 5 nascent soul cultivators might not be able to deal with it. In that case, it would be very important to be able to keep her vow. After leaving the Chen's spiritual space, Chen Mobai and Wenren Zuwei returned to their original bodies. Chen Mobai looked at the oval-shaped golden fruit that had appeared out of thin air in his hand, feeling the immense vitality contained within it, and examined it carefully. True Lord, would you like to visit the Taoist temple? Master Peach Blossom would surely be delighted to see you. Wenren Zuwei asked somewhat awkwardly. Besides the great Chun divine tree, Peach Blossom Master also waited for thousands of years to advance to the 5th rank. And this is also the obsession passed down from the lineage of Jumeng. Therefore, after learning about the Hunyuan Pearl, Wenren Zuwei couldn't wait to bring Chen Mobai over. However, this incident will obviously affect the friendship between the two. Let's talk about it later. Chen Mobai shook his head. After all, he had previously mentioned the matter of Peach Blossom Master's advancement, which was politely declined by Qi Yuheng and Yunhai. Since that's the case, let's not give Peach Blossom Master any hope, lest she be disappointed. Wenren Zuwei was slightly disappointed, but dared not say anything more. In a flash of silver light, the two had vanished from their spot. Chapter 1103, A Long-Awaited Reunion. Chapter 1103, A Long-Awaited Reunion. Dad, does this mean I can now act like I own the immortal sect? In Wanggu Cave, Chen Mobai, who was enjoying tea with his daughter in the courtyard and savoring the joys of family life, almost rolled his eyes when he heard Chen Ziohei's words. From the moment you were born, you were able to roam freely within the immortal realm. But Chen Mobai couldn't say that. After all, he knew his daughter's personality. If she knew that her mother was even more powerful than her father and was the first cultivator in the immortal sect to reach the void refinement stage, she would probably be incredibly arrogant. As cultivators, we still need to maintain a humble heart like him in order to reach a higher realm. If it weren't for the fact that he had reached the nascent soul stage and couldn't be kept a secret, Chen Mobai wouldn't have wanted her to know. Fortunately, there are many nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect now, and he is just one of them. Although Chen Ziohei knew that his father was very powerful, he probably didn't know that he was the kind of powerful who could single-handedly defeat all the other nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect. In this way, although she may be proud of having a god-level father, she will still have a sense of awe for other gods-level beings. My daughter, for us cultivators, our own achievements are what we should boast about. When you are out and about, when you are working or socializing, remember not to reveal that you are my daughter, because if you do, the people around you will be after my status and power as a nascent soul true lord. You wouldn't want the people around you in the future to all have ulterior motives, would you? Chen Mobai patiently educated his daughter, but he had little experience in this area and could only recall the education his parents gave him when he was a child. After hearing this, Chen Ziohei felt even more that Chen Mobai was a good father. She patted her chest and said, "Dad, don't worry, I've never said at work that I'm your daughter." Hua Zijing, who was standing nearby reporting to her former boss, almost choked on her tea after hearing this. On Chen Ziohei's first day at work, everyone in the Forestry Bureau already knew about her background. Otherwise, she would have really thought she could have such an easy time. It wasn't just the Forestry Bureau. Anyone with a bit of status or background in the 3 main halls had been warned by their superiors that if they encountered this young lady while communicating with the Forestry Bureau at work, they must be polite and courteous. Zhaijing, has anything been going on in the immortal sect lately? Chen Mobai poured tea into Hua Zhaijing's empty teacup, which the latter immediately accepted with both hands respectfully. Reporting to the True Lord, there have been quite a few personnel changes in the three main halls in recent years, but generally speaking, our lineage has maintained a steady upward trend. You are probably more concerned about Director Shen from the Forestry Bureau, who will reach retirement age after this year. Hua Zhaijing knew that Chen Mobai was not one to meddle in other people's business, and had never cared about these matters when he was the head of the Zhengfa Hall, so she did not go into details and only talked about the unit where Chen Ziohe worked. Chen Mobai nodded, offering no comment. But Hua Zhaijing knew what she should do. Before I came, the Palace Master Gong of the Immortal Affairs Hall, the Deputy Palace Master Lan, and the Palace Master Yi of the Kaiyuan Hall all expressed their desire to visit you, and asked when you would be available so they could come together. Hua Zhaijing then brought up another matter. Although Chen Mobai was already the third saint of the Immortal sect, he has now officially become a god. Therefore, the three major halls must come to pay their respects to him in order to fulfill their proper etiquette. Let them each do their job. There's no need for these formalities. Chen Mobai shook his head. At his level, he had long lost his desire for worldly power. Moreover, after reaching the nascent soul stage, he would have to sever his ties with the three great halls, so he should get as little involved as possible. Yes, true lord. Hua Zhaijing nodded, and then talked about the latest batch of core formation elixirs allocation list. Chen Mobai looked at it and found two familiar faces on the list, his classmates from the nascent soul class. Former classmates now face vastly different circumstances. His achievements were the greatest. He had already reached the level of a deity. Next, Ming Yihua has already reached the 8th level of the Golden Core stage and is currently focusing on refining the acquired pure Yang body. It is expected that after this war, he will be able to attempt to form his nascent soul. Others like Yun Yanbing, Wang Xingyu, Gong Ranran, and Jin Shuwei are also core formation cultivators, and can even be considered the backbone of the Wookiee lineage. The two people on the list this time are Lan Yufan and Lu Zixuan. Back when they were at the Taoist Academy, the two had broken up and gotten back together on and off because of relationship issues. Over the years, Chen Mobai had been busy with his cultivation and hadn't kept in touch with them much. But since we know each other, he'll definitely lend a hand. Chen Mobai pointed to the two names at Hua Zhaijing, who immediately understood them. For the next few days, Chen Mobai spent time with his daughter in Wanggu Cave. While Chen Ziohe was at work, he practiced his immortal arts to mend the heavens. With the blessing of the 5 musical notes, he easily mastered this immortal technique, which was said to be extremely difficult to learn. However, Chen Mobai was a cautious person, so he planned to wait until he had perfected his skills before using them. I also need some time to handle some personal matters. The news of Chen Mobai's transformation into a god was widely known because the Dance Weapon Academy had issued an official announcement. Upon seeing the message, Yan Bingxuan and Meng Huanger immediately congratulated him. However, they were also very understanding, knowing that after breaking through his realm, he would definitely need some time to consolidate his gains, so they only sent text messages. Chen Mobai felt deeply ashamed. Unlike Cheng Xuanyunhai and others, he had a deep foundation and the pure Yang Dao, which directly granted him eternal proof. However, since emerging from seclusion, there have been so many things to do. First, there was a meeting among the nascent soul cultivators, then arrangements were made for Yuangsu and Wenren Zuwei's work, followed by a meeting with the great Chun Divine Tree. After finishing official business, I finally had time to meet with my long-lost daughter, so before I knew it, it had been delayed until now. He thought back to the last time he met Yan Bingxuan. It seemed like a very, very long time ago. Although Bai Guang's threat was still ringing in his ears, Chen Mobai felt that he had reached the nascent soul stage and had the backing of the Zixel Palace, so he was destined to reach the Void Realm in the future and no longer needed to be afraid. So after organizing his thoughts, he dialed Yan Bingxuan's number directly. Before long, Chen Mobai, full of anticipation, teleported to Rongcheng Cave Heaven, where the Natural Academy was located. In the familiar room, the two, who had been separated for a long time, were immediately inseparable and filled with tender feelings. The sun had already set outside the window, and the two people making love in the bedroom finally stopped their initial entanglement. I miss you so much. Yan Bingxuan, who was always cold and aloof, revealed an unprecedented coquettishness in Chen Mobai's arms. Her eyes, which had melted and were like spring water, were full of affection. Chen Mobai never expected that Yan Bingxuan could be so charming, which showed that the separation over the years had indeed caused her to suffer from lovesickness. Me too. Chen Mobai naturally responded, intending to explain his predicament and express how the future of the 36 heavenly caves and 72 blessed lands of the immortal sect depended on his breakthrough, etc. But Yan Bingxuan had already sat down and blocked his mouth with a huge lump of flesh. How could Chen Mobai, a dignified nascent soul true lord, possibly tolerate such humiliation? He immediately took action. At Rongcheng Cave Heaven, Chen Mobai enjoyed the most pleasant period of his life after reaching the nascent soul stage. Yan Bingxuan also used up all the vacation days she had saved up over the years at once. The current principal of the Nature Academy is Yan Qiangji. She was a little surprised at first, since Yan Bingxuan was very serious and responsible in her work, and this was the second time she had taken such a long leave. But she immediately thought of the first time she asked for leave, and she already knew what was going on. Yan Qiangji pretended not to know, picked up a pen and immediately signed the leave slip, even extending the leave time beyond her authority. After receiving the leave slip, Yan Bingxuan didn't leave the house once she got home. Chen Mobai and she were inseparable, spending every day together. However, happy times are always short-lived. As the leader of the immortal sect, Chen Mobai certainly could not indulge in romantic feelings. Brother Chengshuan has something to ask me. It must be something important. That day after Chen Mobai finished his phone call, he said to Yan Bingxuan, who was on top of him, with a slightly apologetic expression. The latter's face showed reluctance, but she also knew that her man was the pillar of the immortal sect. Yes, I'm available anytime. Just let me know in advance if you want to come over. Yan Bingxuan's words moved Chen Mobai even more. Because they were in a hurry to leave, the only thing they ended up doing was a brief physical intimacy. Back at the dance academy, Chen Mobai sat in his office waiting for Cheng Xuan, still savoring the thrill of surfing during that time. Sure enough, the long-awaited reunion was the best thrill, making even a nascent soul true monarch with a fifth-order physique feel an unprecedented joy. Needless to say, Yan Bingxuan was thoroughly enjoying herself every day. The joy of their intimate connection made them feel as if their hearts were intertwined, and their feelings were perfectly aligned. Pure yang. Just as Chen Mobai closed his eyes, wanting to recall more clearly, Cheng Xuan's voice came to his ears. Greetings, senior brother. Chen Mobai immediately got up and sat on the tea table by the window. Cheng Xuan, who came in with Zhuang Jialan, also sat down with a smile. Principal Zhenjun, I'm in the next office. Call me if you need anything. Zhuang Jialan stopped at the door quite consciously. After seeing the two nascent soul true monarchs from the Dance Weapon Academy sit down and speak, she closed the door. I have already refined some Dao fruits and discovered that the basic weapon refining knowledge contained in each Dao fruit is common. If you don't plan to advance to the 6th level weapon refiner, refining one or more will have the same effect. At present, the most useful method for the immortal sect is to use these Dao fruits to upgrade those 4th level weapon refiners to the 5th level. In this way, when I lead them to upgrade the 4 symbols Dao Palace and various war artifacts, we will have enough manpower. After being persuaded by Chen Mobai, Cheng Xuan also came to terms with it and planned to take out all the remaining Dao fruits on the Pill Cauldron Jade Tree to improve the overall level of the immortal sect's weapon refiners. Chapter 1104, The 5 Great Scriptures. Chapter 1104, The 5 Great Scriptures. Chen Mobai naturally agreed with this. He has always had a grand vision, and he is known for his generosity in using resources. Moreover, the Dao fruits used up by Dan Ding Yu Shu can still be regenerated when he reaches the level of Dan Ding Dao Ren in the future. The most important thing for the immortal sect right now is to get through the upcoming war of expansion. The Grim Reaper left such a deep impression on them that they had to consider such an opponent as their hypothetical enemy. And without the Star Pulse and White Light, the only weapons the immortal sect could use to resist those at the Void Refinement Realm were these war artifacts. Unfortunately, those Dao fruits containing knowledge of alchemy are of little use in the current immortal sects. After hearing Chen Mobai agree, Cheng Xuan said with some regret, The 18 pill formulas and Tao fruits on the jade tree of pill cauldrons are still intact. According to the notes left by Ancestor Yunya, each of these Tao fruits contains at least a set of 6th-order pill formulas, and one of them is even 7th-order. The Taoist Dan Ding was famous for his alchemy and weapon crafting. The presence of the elixir in front of the cauldron indicates that his skill in alchemy surpasses even his skill in crafting weapons. Each of these Tao fruits, representing a pill formula, not only contains 6th-order pill formulas, but also basic knowledge from the 1st to 5th orders. Any alchemist who refines one of these Tao fruits can at least learn up to the 6th order in the field of pills represented by the Tao fruit. However, in the thousands of years of history of the immortal sect, no 6th-order pill has ever been refined. The Wookiee Tao Academy is renowned for its weapon crafting, so these Tao fruits have remained unused. In the immortal sects, alchemy skills at the 5th level are sufficient. Even if it were to refine all the medicinal herbs he had accumulated, Yuan Su alone would be more than capable. In his Fangkun book state, he could precisely and perfectly control each batch of pills. With the help of the immortal sect's mature system and equipment, Yuan Su once single-handedly controlled 1,000 batches to refine the 3 treasures of Foundation establishment, and each batch produced pills of perfect quality. Of course, when it comes to high-level pills, they can only be made in batches. Just because we don't need them now doesn't mean we won't need them in the future. Once we get through this war of opening up, the immortal sect will experience a surge in breakthroughs among cultivators due to the abundance of spiritual energy. In the future, if we want to advance further with the help of pills, we will only be able to refine 5th or even 6th-order pills. At that time, these Tao fruits will be of great use. Although Chen Mo said this, he was actually thinking about whether he should take a Tao fruit for Qing Nu to refine. Although Qing Nu was exceptionally talented in alchemy and had mastered most of the alchemy knowledge of the immortal sect through self-study, the highest level she could reach here was only the 5th rank. Now that the 5-element sect has become a sacred land, it will definitely need to communicate with the major sacred lands and sects of the entire Heavenly River realm in the future. If it does not have 6th-order pill formulas and corresponding knowledge, it may be held hostage by others. Moreover, once Yuangsu has deduced and simulated the formulas for the Heavenly Spirit Pill and the True Spirit Pill of the Saintly Realm, Qing Nu from the 5-element sect will definitely be the one to refine them. Although she is already considered a 5th-level alchemist in terms of knowledge, she has no experience in refining such pills. Even with the help of his Daoshui fire, the quality of the first batch of nascent soul pills will not be perfect. However, if one refines the Tao fruit left behind by the pill cauldron Taoist, then this deficiency can be remedied. After all, even Chen Mobai was able to master the 8 views of the Duluo continent by relying on the Tao fruit. With this in mind, Chen Mobai was already considering how to choose the pill formula and Tao fruit. Then I'll arrange for Deng Daiyun to refine a Tao fruit first. If there are no problems, I'll select some promising young 4th-tier weapon refiners from the immortal sects. After finishing his tea, Cheng Xuan immediately began working. Chen Mobai also strongly supported this. Soon, this incident sparked fierce competition within the Immortal Refiner Association, as everyone coveted this opportunity to rise to the top in one step. At this time, some people were even glad that the immortal sects were about to embark on a war of opening up. Otherwise, such resources would definitely not have been open to them. The same applies to the Array Masters Association, in addition to the Weapon Refiners Association. The official announcement from the immortal sect has also been made that Chengxuan and Yunhai have successfully transformed into gods. The news that the latter has taken over the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Management Bureau and is preparing to modify the Great Array has prompted all Array Masters to enthusiastically sign up. In the profession of Array Master, besides talent, practical skills are also highly valued. Like Yun Yangbing and Jin Shuwei, who were in Chen Mobai's nascent soul class, they would travel around the beautiful landscapes of the immortal sect during every holiday. While appreciating the natural world, they would also try to understand the formations within. As the most advanced formation in the immortal sects, the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network is the culmination of all formation knowledge. Participating in its modification will definitely greatly improve the level of formation masters. It just so happens that True Lord Yunhai also needs a large number of people, so he has relaxed the restrictions. As long as they have passed the assessment of a 3rd-level Array Master and have no criminal record, they are welcome to come. After all, the modification is different from what was set up on Dragon God Star, and it is at least 10 times more difficult. Since Dragon God Star is not its own planet, and all that is needed in the end is to extract all the spiritual energy and transmit it into the celestial network of Earth Element Star, it can act freely without worrying about environmental damage, etc. Now, if we're going to make changes, especially in our own home, we not only have to consider the existing formations, the spirit pivot formation plates and flags that are already in the 36 heavens and 72 blessed lands, but also the improvement plan for the chaos primordial chi cannon, the ultimate weapon of the immortal sect. Just as Chengxuan and Yunhai, the two newly transformed divine lords, began to get busy, Chen Mobai received another piece of good news. On Jixian Peak, Master Kingping has achieved perfect harmony with the rules and regulations, and has begun to transform from a nascent soul to a divine being under the influence of the Tao Law fruit. With Qi Yuheng looking after him, Chen Mobai felt quite at ease. However, after hearing about it, he still used the void teleportation technique to go there, and mentioned his conversation with the great Chen divine tree. Chen Yang, I certainly trust you, but as for the Jumeng lineage, I think it's better to be cautious. Once the great Chen divine tree takes human form, with its sixth order essence, the heavenly curtain earthly network array might not be able to suppress it. Moreover, you can know a person's face but not their heart. No matter how good her promises are, she really has the ability to devour all the spiritual veins of the Earth origin star. We cannot gamble on her kindness when no one of us is practicing void refinement. Even if we were to do this, I think we should wait until you've reached the void realm. Qi Yuheng spoke his mind to Chen Mobai. He did not believe in the lineage of Jumeng. Back then, it took the Longzhuo ancestor and the Lingzhen great difficulty to suppress the Changchun ancestor and the great Chen divine tree, so they cannot break the rules in his hands. Chen Mobai understood what he meant. Most importantly, the great Tun tree can indeed devour the planet's spiritual veins and evolve. I'll listen to my senior brother. Chen Mobai has always been a democratic person, and since Qi Yuheng has put it this way, he must agree. However, since he had received a divine fruit from the great Chun tree, she had to help him out. Moreover, after he tries to mend the heavens with immortal techniques, he will be able to use the same method to refine Qing Nu into a three-elemental heavenly spiritual root, and cultivate the everlasting spring technique. The Black Emperor Abyss scripture of the longevity sect can only be cultivated up to the nascent soul stage at most, so if Qing Nu wants to try to cultivate the void stage in the future, she may have to follow the path of the longevity technique. In this case, the sixth-tier Great Chun immortal fruit becomes extremely important. Therefore, Chen Mobai needs to work harder and strive to break through to the void refinement realm as quickly as possible, so that he can make the Great Chun divine tree take human form without any worries. After talking with Qi Yuheng, Chen Mobai went to see Yuan Su. True Lord, the wisp of spiritual energy you gave me is very strange. It can be transformed into any type of innate or acquired spiritual energy within the immortal sects. In Yuan Su's laboratory, Chen Mobai saw that the wisp of seventh-order immortal spiritual energy was further divided into strands by more sophisticated equipment, and after a series of guidance, it was transformed into spiritual energy with attributes such as the five elements, yin and yang, wind and thunder. After receiving the video recorded by Yuan Su, Chen Mobai saw that the immortal spiritual energy first transformed into innate spiritual energy, and then, over time, slowly transformed into acquired spiritual energy. Any research findings? Chen Mobai asked. Please look, True Lord. Yuan Su invited Chen Mobai closer, and then used the Fangkun book activation device to guide the last remaining wisp of immortal spiritual energy. Chen Mobai saw him inject his true energy through another channel, causing it to collide and come into contact with this wisp of immortal energy. In an instant, Chen Mobai saw that Yuangsu's already incredibly pure earth element true energy, after being infused with immortal spiritual energy, suddenly seemed to have been sublimated, producing a mysterious change that even he couldn't understand. It's not just about returning to one's original nature after birth, it seems to have gained an additional Taoist charm. Our lineage of mending the heavens has received a great deal of profound knowledge from the heaven-mending seal left by ancestor Kai Ling. One of these knowledge is about the birth of the universe and the creation of heaven and earth. This book is said to have been passed down from the Xuan Palace, and it is called the Five Tai Scriptures. It is recorded that before the universe was created and all things were created, there were 5 stages, called the 5 primordial stages, namely Tei, Teichu, Teishi, Teisu, and Teiji. Among these, the primordial stage is formless and without substance, consisting only of primordial energy, which is even more primitive than chaos. All phenomena, forms, substances, and things in the universe evolved from this primordial energy. It is for this reason that the 5 Tai scriptures record that the primordial energy can evolve into countless things. The special spiritual energy that the true Lord condensed from the primordial pearl can evolve into any innate energy according to the attribute of the true energy that comes into contact with it, and it is very similar to the description of the primordial energy. After listening to Yuan Su's words, Chen Mobai was amazed and impressed by the fact that the 4 major academies were indeed extraordinary. The lineage of mending the heavens actually has such a legacy. It is unknown how much knowledge within the heaven-mending seal has yet to be comprehended by the heaven-mending lineage. It may not be inferior to the jade tree left behind by the pill cauldron Taoist. You have a complete copy of the 5 great scriptures. Although Chen Mobai trusted Yuan Su's professional competence, he still wanted to see for himself. After all, back in Zixel Palace, his teacher had said that the best way to transcend and attain eternal enlightenment was to create a new universe. According to Yuan Su, these 5 great scriptures seem to be related to the creation of the universe. I don't know who left it. I only heard teacher Kaixing mention it before. Originally, it should have turned to dust along with Juxian Peak during the calamity of death. This is what I rewrote based on my memory. Yuan Su immediately sent the electronic version he had prepared to Chen Mobai, who received it, opened it, and looked at the cover. The 5 great classics. There's another name in the bottom right corner, Xuan Gong Tianhai. This should be the author of this classic book. However, this name is a bit strange. But soon Chen Mobai realized something. Although the Patching Heaven lineage is a force of the White Crane Dojo, its founder came from the Xuan Palace in the far north of the Great Thousand Universe. In other words, the 2 characters Chinese letter represent a place name. The Tianhai that follows is the author's title. Tianhai. Chen Mobai muttered it a few times and couldn't help but think of the heavenly river realm, the head of the 5 continents and 4 seas, which was the heavenly sea where the Jellyfish Palace was located. What a coincidence! The thought had just flashed through his mind when Chen Mobai suddenly froze on the spot. He recalled the scene in Zixel Palace where his senior sister, with blue hair and a blue robe, riding a tortoise, was asking their teacher for guidance on the methods of creation. Based on the seating arrangement in the first row, senior brother Nine-Headed Dragon should be the lord of the Dragon Palace, senior sister Phoenix should be the lord of the Phoenix Palace, and the senior sister riding the tortoise is very likely the lord of the Profound Palace. Could it be that the heavenly river realm was created by this senior sister? Jellyfish Palace is located in Tianhai. Is this the origin of the name Tianhai? Even with his nascent soul realm cultivation, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel his heart pounding violently as he thought about these things. He felt that he might have come across the truth about the heavenly river realm. Thinking of the fact that the true king of Taixu was searching for the gate of Taixu in the heavenly river realm and the spirit void immortal realm, Chen Mobai also had a vague guess about the origin of his tortoise treasure. If his tortoise treasure is truly the gate of the void, then we will probably have to be even more cautious in the future. After all, back in Zixel Palace, the teacher had said something. To create the universe and achieve great things, the gate of the void is the core. Without it, even with boundless magical power, one cannot transcend. If this thing were exposed, I'm afraid those senior brothers and sisters from Zixel Palace would be the first to rush to Diyuan Star, kill him, and then take it away. Even on the other side of the heavenly river realm, it's the same. The thought that he might possess treasures coveted by the most powerful pure yang cultivators of both realms made Chen Mobai feel a cold sweat break out on his back. True Lord, true Lord. At this moment, Yuan Su's voice rang in his ears, and Chen Mobai, who was deep in thought, suddenly woke up. In response, the energy in his body suddenly burst out. Unable to withstand the pressure, Yuan Su's thick hair vanished into nothingness, his face paled slightly, and his body plummeted towards the ground. Fortunately, Chen Mobai immediately regained control of himself, releasing and then withdrawing his energy. Remember to keep this a secret and don't tell anyone. Chen Mobai pointed to the completely depleted immortal spiritual energy and gave Yuan Su a gag order. Chapter 1105 Dao Fruit Pill Recipe. Chapter 1105 Dao Fruit Pill Recipe. Yuan Su handwrote all the data he had collected on his research into immortal spiritual energy into a book and handed it over to Chen Mobai. If you don't leave any trace on the internet, you won't leave any mark. Chen Mobai was very satisfied with this. True Lord, I've also studied the pill formulas you gave me, and I've discovered that the two seem to originate from the same source, with the same basic framework. Considering the situation of the immortal sects, although spiritual energy won't be lacking in the future, it's still better to be frugal. How about we merge these two pill formulas into one? Yuan Su then reported another matter that Chen Mobai had entrusted to him. After listening to it, the latter thought to himself that he truly deserved to be called the top brain of the immortal sect after Kaingsing. Both the Heavenly Spirit Pill and the Sage Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill evolved from the formula of the Great Tao Pill. For immortal sects, one dose of the same type of nascent soul pill is indeed enough. Then let's do it your way. By the way, senior brother Chengxuan and I discussed it and decided to open up the Tao fruit of the Jade Tree of Pill Cauldron to the cultivators of the immortal sect in order to prepare for the next war. I can decide to give you one of the Tao fruits of pill refining. You are a 5th-level alchemist and extremely intelligent. After refining that, you will at least be able to understand some of the knowledge of 6th-level alchemy. Chen Mobai always rewards merit, fully mobilizing the enthusiasm of cultivators to do things. Without a doubt, Yuan Su is an outstanding talent. With his wholehearted help, Chen Mobai can save a lot of trouble, so he directly gave him a pill and a Tao fruit. Thank you, true lord. Yuan Su was naturally delighted upon hearing this. After saying that, the two of them instantly teleported to the Dance Weapon Academy. After speaking to Chengxuan, Chen Mobai led Yuan Su directly into the Jade Flat Small World. This was the first time Yuan Su had witnessed the profound heritage of the dance weapon lineage, and he was dazzled by the colorful fruits on the jade tree, making it difficult for him to choose. I will teach you the methods of extraction and refinement. Chen Mobai pointed and directly transmitted the secret technique into Yuan Su's sea of consciousness. The latter closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before nodding and opening his eyes, indicating that he had learned it. After much deliberation, Yuan Su chose a purple Tao fruit. He immediately sat down under the jade tree and held it in his palm. His nascent soul emerged from his crown chakra and was refined into his body using a secret technique. This refining process took a full month. Chen Mobai left his second primordial spirit here to guard it, while his main body took the 3 Tao fruits he had already picked and went to the heavenly river realm to hand them over to Qing Nu. When we reconcile the accounts with Chengxuan, we'll say that I refined it myself. Qing Nu had just refined the water element Tao fruit, and now she had received 3 more Tao fruits of 6th-order alchemy knowledge. She felt that her husband, Chen Mobai, was really good to her. Whenever he had something useful, he would think of her first. With Chen Mobai's guidance and help, Qing Nu refined her first Tao fruit. This Tao fruit contains a record of a blood-refining pill for living beings, which is for body-tempering cultivators. Taking the entire set can help one comprehend the realm of rebirth through blood. Qing Nu opened her eyes and, with a hint of surprise, asked what kind of elixir formula was contained within the Tao fruit. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression turned to shock. Seeing his expression, Qing Nu asked curiously, "What's wrong?" When she was in the immortal sect, she had a low status and had not been exposed to the core inheritances of the 4 major Tao academies, so she did not know that blood rebirth was equivalent to the void refining realm. After hearing Chen Mobai's detailed explanation, Qing Nu was also astonished. This is actually the 6th-order body-tempering realm. No wonder it's a pill formula that can reach the 6th order. Among the Tao fruits refined by Qing Nu was a complete set of life-refining blood pills, ranging from 1st to 6th rank, each corresponding to a specific body-tempering realm. Is it only for cultivators to consume? Chen Mobai, however, thought of another question and asked it. There is no such restriction. Any living being is acceptable. Qing Nu naturally understood his meaning, shook her head, and mentioned the notes on the pill formula. It seems that this pill formula is more useful to demonic beasts. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression turned serious. While human cultivators also engage in body tempering, it's mostly as a secondary practice, with their primary focus still on the primordial spirit path of the Chuanmen. However, the true spirits of demonic beasts are different. The vast majority cultivate the path of immortality through their physical bodies. For example, the bloodline of the little yellow dragon girl, theoretically, if it evolves to the most primitive and ultimate realm, and its path isn't usurped by others, could become a seventh-order immortal true spirit. I can try to refine third and fourth tier life refining blood pills first. They'll be useful for little yellow dragon girl and Jinger. I wonder if Tai Sui Tong Zai can take them. After Qing Nu refined the pill formula and the Dao fruit, she quickly mastered the blood refining pill for living beings. The materials for fifth and sixth tiers are too precious, so we can only settle for refining the next best thing. In recent years, the Five Elements sect has been developing the desolate ruins and has captured and tamed a lot of spirit beasts, and even a lot of them have true spirit bloodlines. With this pill, they can grow even faster. If we can artificially cultivate fifth-order true spirits in the future, then the pills for transforming into divine beings will be inexhaustible. King Nu had even considered using this lifeblood refining pill in combination with the great Dao pill, her face full of hope. There are 2 more Dao fruits, try refining them too. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was also filled with anticipation. Thinking of the legendary 7th-tier pill formula, he couldn't resist the urge to draw it immediately. King Nu nodded, and with the eager anticipation of an alchemist, refined the second Dao fruit. This time, what was offered was a pill called the Purple Sun, Immortal Longevity Pill. As its name suggests, it is a longevity elixir. This elixir only comes in 3 grades, 4th, 5th, and 6th. The 4th rank can extend lifespan by 60 years, the 5th rank by 300 years, and the 6th rank by 800 years. After reading it, Qing Nu concluded that the 5th-tier Purple Sun Immortal Longevity Pill offered the best value for money, both in terms of material savings and life-extending effects. Is it possible to refine one last one? At this moment, Chen Mobai looked at Qing Nu with concern. After refining 2 Dao fruits, her aura was already fluctuating, which was a sign of severe consumption of her spiritual energy. It's probably not possible now. I might need to break through to the mid-nascent soul stage before I can refine it again. King Nu shook her head and did not force herself to continue. After listening to what she said, Chen Mobai understood why the Dan Ding sect had always only allowed its disciples to refine 1 Dao fruit. This must be one of the reasons. Then I'll refine this one, so that when senior brother Chengshuan asks, the accounts won't be inconsistent. Chen Mobai nodded, took the last Dao fruit and refined it in an instant. With his level of cultivation, he naturally absorbed all the knowledge of alchemy contained in the entire Dao fruit with ease, and then discovered that this Dao fruit seemed to be most useful to him at the moment. The Dao fruit contains a recipe for a pill called Flying Immortal Dragon Gall Pill, which uses dragon gall as the main ingredient and can enhance cultivation. The grade of the pill depends on the gallbladder. For example, if I kill the 2 5th-order dragons in the Xuanjiao royal court and use their gallbladders to refine the pill, I can achieve the 5th-order grade. And the 5th-tier Flying Immortal Dragon Gall Pill is just right to enhance the cultivation level of a nascent soul cultivator. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, King Nu's expression also became slightly strange. What a coincidence! It seems as if heaven sent Chen Mobai to slay the dragon of the Xuanjiao royal court, so it arranged this pill formula for him. Chen Mobai has always been very diligent in improving his cultivation, and he certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. However, he would not deliberately start a war for the sake of elixirs, nor would he lead the cultivators of the eastern continent to fight against the Xuanjiao royal court. He planned to assess the situation further. If the Xuanjiao royal court didn't know what was good for them, he would have no choice but to lead the righteous path of the eastern continent to eliminate this scourge. After obtaining the knowledge of alchemy contained in the 2 Dao fruits, Qing Nu realized that there were still many omissions in her previous knowledge system. In addition, her spiritual energy was being severely depleted, so she hurriedly went into seclusion. This left Chen Mobai, who had originally wanted to be intimate with her, feeling slightly disappointed. With no other option, he returned to the immortal sect, still somewhat angry. Within the Jade Flat Minor realm, Yuansu, after a month of refining, had completely refined and absorbed the Dao fruit. True Lord, the pill formula I obtained is called the Shocking Spirit Gathering Pill. If a cultivator takes it, it will have half the effect of the Shocking Spirit melody. It is a pill used by the Pill Cauldron sect to assist in the nascent soul stage. If this is combined with the two pill formulas you asked me to simulate and adjust, the chance of reaching the nascent soul stage can be increased to about 30%. Yuan Su opened his eyes and reported excitedly. Because Chen Mobai had previously mentioned that the Heavenly Spirit Pill and the True Spirit Pill he had him study were from the Pill Cauldron sect, he wasn't surprised at all that Chen Mobai had found the Divine Spirit Gathering Pill. He even imagined that these three pill formulas were part of a set, similar to the three spirit medicines for nascent soul formation. Chen Mobai was slightly startled after hearing what Yuan Su said. He never expected that there would actually be a pill formula on the jade tree in the pill cauldron that could assist in the nascent soul stage. Thinking about it this way, their lineage of dance weapons truly has the deepest foundation among the four major academies. At this time, Yuan Su had already written down the pill formula from memory. Many of the medicinal materials in it were ones that the immortal sects had never even heard of. They were obviously only available at the White Crane Dojo or the central dojo of the Purple Cloud Star River. Then you'll have to work hard and work together with the previous two pill formulas to comprehend and adjust them. This would be an unparalleled achievement for the immortal sect. Chen Mobai was very happy after reading it. If this pill formula can be successfully modified, the immortal sect will basically not lack nascent soul cultivators in the future. It just so happens that Yan Bingxuan and Meng Huinger, even with his resources and support, would probably only reach the nascent soul stage at most. But with this pill formula, they have a glimmer of hope for the deity transformation stage. As for the five elements sect with this, along with the five elements Dao fruit, Qing Nu, Zhuo Ming, Yin Qingmei, Mo Duguang, and others, it is estimated that the five elements sect will indeed be able to gather five nascent soul cultivators with the five elements attributes. The five-colored immortal seed that the primordial ancestor longed for might have been referring to this. In Chen Mobai's view, only the realm of transformation into a divine being is worthy of the title immortal. Chapter 11, 06 Immortal Techniques to Mend the Sky. Chapter 11, 06 Immortal Techniques to Mend the Sky. After sending Yuan Su away, Chen Mobai began to cultivate immortal techniques to mend the heavens. Because of the progress bar of the crown of heaven and earth, he felt a great sense of accomplishment every day as he watched his progress improve. In addition to cultivating immortal arts, he also took out the half-sixth-tier sun god tree heartwood and condensed a sixth-tier lamp wick. He had already refined the Dao fruit from the jade tree in the pill cauldron, which was a magical artifact in the shape of a lamp, to ensure that he could successfully upgrade the 8 views lamp of the Duluo kingdom in one go. After all, even for someone of his status, collecting those precious materials would be extremely difficult. With this mindset, Chen Mobai also took all the Dao fruits related to the pure yang set from the jade tree in the pill cauldron. After all, a bird in the hand is worth more than 1,000 birds in the forest. Given the current situation of the immortal sects, it is definitely the most important thing to concentrate most of the resources on these nascent soul true monarchs and ensure their improvement. Moreover, because of the successful example of the Yuanyang sword, he felt that he could replicate this case on the other pure yang sets, at least to lay the foundation for them to be upgraded to the 6th rank. Now that he is a leader in the immortal sect, he can also control the source of some resources, so he took this opportunity to upgrade the pure yang set one by one. The first item to be upgraded to the 5th rank was the pure yang cauldron. This cauldron was left behind by the Yuan Yang ancestor. It had been stuck at the peak of the 4th rank for a long time. Chen Mobai used the Cantong pact to refine the 5th rank minerals sent by many nascent soul forces during this nascent soul conference into it, which quickly helped it advance to the next rank. Next up are his two natal magical artifacts, the Morning Bell and the Hayashin Mirror. With the resources of the Heavenly River realm poured in, it took Chen Mobai 3 years to successfully upgrade them to the 5th tier. Compared to the pure Yang Cauldron, these two magical artifacts have only been imbued with spirituality for a very short time. If it weren't for the pure Yang Great Tao consolidating them, their 5th-order cultivation levels would likely be unstable. Then only the pure Yang Immortal Robe remained. After Chen Mobai cultivated his second primordial spirit, he began to use the spiritual wood fibers of the 5th-order vermilion fruit tree to enhance his abilities. Relying on the mature spirituality of the pure Yang cauldron, although he still lacked fifth-order silkworm silk, he still managed to advance to the fifth order after many years of hard work. Seeing that the spirituality of the pure Yang immortal robe had just broken through and was about to fall, he immediately sent out the azure bird of his original primordial spirit again. The celestial light of the pure Yang Tao fell upon it, quickly solidifying the pure Yang set to the fifth tier, low-grade level. In this way, Chen Mobai would possess a complete fifth-tier pure Yang set, which would be worthy of his status as the leader of the immortal sect. However, after listening to the Tao at Zixio Palace, Chen Mobai became arrogant and felt that the fifth rank was nothing special. Moreover, of the 6 great Taos of the pure Yang scroll, he has now mastered fire element, pure Yang, and saintly virtue. In theory, the pure Yang immortal robe and the pure Yang cauldron can be upgraded to the 6th rank. Among these, the pure Yang cauldron is constantly being refined by the pure Yang Tao, and all the materials have been upgraded to the 5th rank by Chen Mobai, and are slowly and steadily advancing towards the 6th rank. Only the pure Yang immortal robe has a flaw in terms of materials. In the Eastern continent, none of the major sects specialize in silkworm breeding, and since they are not major sects, the highest grade of silk they produce is only 4th tier. Chen Mobai asked Zhang Pengkeng to help inquire about the matter throughout the world, and he also had the 5 Elements sect offer reward. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai made a rare phone call to Yan Qiangji to inquire about the ice silkworm in her hand. I was just about to report to you, true lord, that the ice silkworm egg recently developed a crack, allowing cold air to seep out. The frostfire ice silkworm inside has awakened and resonated with the ice heaven true qi that I have completed converting. After hearing Yan Qiangji's words, Chen Mobai felt that it must be his own path of saintly virtue that had worked. Those with great fortune are generally able to grant any request in the world. Otherwise, why would the frostfire ice silkworm, which has been dormant in the ice palace for so long, suddenly awaken at this very moment? Yes, you've worked hard. If I want to upgrade my pure Yang immortal robe, 5th grade silkworm silk is very important. Keep up the good work. Chen Mobai's words naturally drew Yan Qiangji's attention. After completing the upgrade of the pure Yang set, Chen Mobai also used the comprehension of the 5 tones of music to cultivate the immortal art of mending the heavens to a perfect state. Looking at the progress bar of the heaven and earth all beings crown display, which was already full, he couldn't help but nod slightly. However, since I haven't used it before, I still need to give it a try. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai took out his phone and called Qi Yuheng. For the past 3 years, he has focused on improving his pure Yang set and refining the 6th order lamp wick at the Dance Weapon Academy. He doesn't know how far Kingping Shangren has progressed in his nascent soul stage. Junior brother, that's exactly what I was going to tell you. On the other end of the phone, Qi Yuheng said that Master Kingping had completely refined the rules a year ago and successfully transformed from a nascent soul to a divine lord. In the past year, he has consolidated his realm, and his nascent soul Dharma body has become completely stable, making him the 6th true lord of the immortal sect. Good, good, good. I didn't expect to hear good news as soon as I came out of seclusion. Chen Mobai was very happy to hear this. During the call, he used his divine sense to locate the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain and directly used the Void Shift technique to teleport to Jixian Peak. When Qi Yuheng saw Chen Mobai appear before him, he silently hung up the phone and then used his divine sense to send a telepathic message to Kingping, who was on Quangxian Peak. Greetings to the 2 true lords. As soon as Kingping arrived and saw Chen Mobai there, her eyes lit up and she bowed respectfully. Just call me senior brother. From now on, you are also a nascent soul cultivator in the immortal sect. Seeing Kingping's politeness, Qi Yuheng raised his hand and invited him to sit down. My emergence from seclusion is perfectly timed. Let's call the others along as well. Opportunities to use immortal techniques to mend the heavens are rare. I think the last time was when Ancestor Yuanyang was in charge. Chen Mobai said with a smile, and Kingping's heart pounded and his face lit up with joy. After refining the rules to reach the divine transformation stage and consolidating his realm, Kingping was already attempting to condense the primordial true qi. With his divine transformation realm and the foundation of the 5 elements technique, it was naturally easy for him. However, he still couldn't grasp the essence of the primordial pearl for sublimating the primordial true qi. He felt that it was because his 5 elements were not in balance. Ji Yuheng listened to Chen Mobai's words with anticipation, and took out his phone to send notifications to Shui Xian and other nascent soul cultivators. Chen Mobai thought for a moment, then called Yuan Su and asked him to come over. This immortal technique of mending the heavens is, after all, a legacy of their lineage of mending the heavens. Moreover, he is a master of research. Let's see if we can leave a record during his performance and pass it on to future generations. Then Chen Mobai thought of the fact that among the immortal sects, the 3 absolutes master was a master of medicine and had the most thorough understanding of the human body. The theory of spiritual roots was also written by the Imperial Medical Academy. This time, the immortal technique to mend the heavens was also a very meaningful case, so he notified him again. Thank you, true Lord. Master Sanju was also very excited when he heard the news. If we can unravel the mysteries of the immortal art of mending the heavens, we might find better and faster ways to improve and adjust our spiritual roots in the future. In that case, the field of spiritual root theory in immortal medicine will be completely perfected. After Chen Mobai hung up the phone, 2 silver lights flashed, and Chengxuan and Yunhai teleported to Jixian Peak almost simultaneously. A few breaths later, Yuangsu and Sanju also arrived. After bowing respectfully, they sat down at the very edge. Only Narcissus emerged from the void after they had drunk half a cup of tea. Sorry I'm late, Narcissus said apologetically, and everyone, used to her personality, nodded with smiles. Once everyone had arrived, Chen Mobai, as the leader, put down his teacup and began to speak. Kingping, this time when I used the immortal technique to mend the heavens on you, in addition to improving your spiritual root, I also hope to take this opportunity to study the mysteries of this immortal technique. That's why I also brought Yuangsu and Sanju here. Kingping naturally had no objection to this, and even frankly stated that any observation spells or similar techniques that needed to be set in his body beforehand could be applied before the immortal techniques were used. Upon hearing this, Sanju and Yuangsu showed no mercy. In addition to their magic, they also injected tiny magical artifacts, each the size of a millet grain, into Kingping's internal organs, preparing to monitor the changes in his spiritual root values at all times. True Lord, we're all better now. After fiddling with Kingping's body for a while, Sanju and Yuangsu returned to their positions and spoke to Chen Mobai. Yes, thank you for your hard work. This main hall is, after all, where senior brother Chi cultivates. Last time Kingping's breakthrough took 2 years. This time, let's go outside. Chen Mobai was also very thoughtful and pointed outside the main hall. Everyone nodded and followed him as he teleported to the top of Jixian Peak. As for Kingping, the one who was being treated, he chose a spot, reached out and condensed the rain clouds into a white futon and sat upright in midair. With a thought, a radiant pearl rose from behind Chen Mobai's head, transforming into his mature second primordial spirit. Qi Yuheng and the others stood behind him, completely concealing their own auras to avoid interfering with the use of the immortal technique to mend the heavens. The second primordial spirit flashed through its mind the immortal technique of mending the heavens, which it had diligently cultivated over the past 3 years. Then, its 10 fingers continuously changed and blossomed, finally condensing into a hand seal, from which a wisp of 5-colored immortal light burst forth. Brilliant and beautiful. Like a colorful sun, it suddenly expanded the moment it appeared, and then, with a colorful tail, it was gently pushed into Kingping's brow by the second primordial spirit like a shooting star. The instant the colorful light entered, on the screens in Yuangsu and Sanju's hands that monitored the spiritual root values, Kingping's entire outline appeared. The 5 internal organs, representing the 5 elements of spiritual roots, began to flash with the corresponding spiritual root colors. Metal 16, Wood 24, Water 85, Fire 32, Earth 28. Chen Mobai nodded slightly when he saw Kingping's spiritual root values. The cultivators on the immortal sect side have plenty of time to wait for breakthrough pills, so they use this time to improve their spiritual roots. Kingping was known for disliking cultivating magic and upgrading magical artifacts, so he spent the second most time on spiritual root enhancement techniques after cultivation. To this day, he has raised his water elemental root value to the level of a heavenly elemental root. Currently, the total value of the 5 elemental roots is 185, which, if distributed evenly, is exactly 37 points for each. Under Chen Mobai's gaze, The spiritual light from Kingping's 5 internal organs merged with the colorful light from the immortal technique of mending the sky. Then, like 5 colors of paint being mixed, it kept changing, but in the end, it seemed to be purified and turned into the purest white. Immediately afterwards, Kingping precisely divided these white areas into 5 pieces with his mind, and each piece entered one of the organs representing the spiritual root. When this white spiritual light merged into the liver and gallbladder, it transformed into a cyan color representing the wood elemental root. Upon ascending into the heart and gallbladder, it seemed to be ignited, turning a vibrant crimson, and upon entering the spleen and stomach, it was stained an earthy yellow. Soon, the values of Kingping's 5-element spiritual roots on the screen began to change one by one, eventually transforming into a value that greatly surprised the 3 absolutes master. Metal 37, wood 37, water 37, fire 37, earth 37. What are they trying to do? Isn't the heaven-mending technique supposed to be used to refine one's immortal spiritual roots? Could it be that they want to complete the 5 elements technique to a higher level and elevate this basic technique to the level of divine transformation? The 3 absolutes master was unaware of the chaos pearl, so he was puzzled as to why Kingping had managed to create a spiritual root with balanced elements during this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thank you for your kindness, true Lord. At this moment, Kingping, who had balanced his 5 elements, opened his eyes from the white cloud futon in midair. He immediately landed and bowed to the second primordial spirit in front of him. After using the immortal technique to mend the heavens, the spiritual light of the second primordial spirit dimmed slightly. Between you and me, fellow disciples, there's no need for such formalities. Chen Mobai withdrew his second primordial spirit and spoke to Kingping. Kingping, who had only recently reached the divine realm, was clearly not yet accustomed to the change in his status and position. How are you feeling? Chen Mobai then asked Kingping about his experience using immortal techniques to mend the heavens and refine his spiritual roots, since he was about to refine his own spiritual roots as well, aiming to achieve the 5 elements' immortal spiritual roots. After the immortal technique entered my body, my own consciousness merged with it. Then, I used the immortal technique to extract the 5 elemental roots from my internal organs, cleansing them until they were attributeless. After that, I integrated them into my body one by one according to my needs. Kingping didn't hide anything and recounted in detail her experience of using immortal techniques to adjust her 5 spiritual roots. Chen Mobai nodded repeatedly after listening, feeling that he had gained a lot. May I ask, true Lord, how did you know that the 5 elements' spiritual roots would become attributeless after being refined? After Chen Mobai finished asking his question, the 3 absolutes master, who had accumulated many questions, couldn't help but ask one before Yuansu could. I don't know how to describe it, but after I merged with immortal techniques, I instinctively knew this and understood how to adjust my spiritual roots. Kingping answered the 3 questions truthfully. Just as the latter was about to ask another question, Yuansu immediately interrupted and asked his own question. Seeing that the 3 of them clearly needed quite some time to discuss, Chen Mobai and Qi Yuheng exchanged a smile and went back to the main hall to have tea. Cheng Xuan and Yunhai were not interested in this kind of professional discussion and followed them into the main hall. I'm going back now. Narcissus greeted them and then teleported away instantly. Chapter 1107 Reunion with Meng Huan. Chapter 1107 Reunion with Meng Huan. After staying at 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain for a while, Chen Mobai left with peace of mind, once he confirmed that his immortal technique of mending the heavens had no side effects. The subsequent research was naturally handed over to Sanju and Yuangsu, both of whom are professionals in this field. At this time, the 3 absolutes also learned about the Chaos Pearl and were greatly shocked. Upon returning to the Dance Weapon Academy, Chen Mobai received some bad news. Hong Mengqi has passed away. He was Chen Mobai's teacher who taught him the basics of weapon crafting, so both logically and emotionally, he should go and see him. Cheng Xuan rushed over after learning about the incident, and the 2 of them went to the hospital to visit him. To have witnessed 2 nascent soul cultivators emerge from the Tao Academy in my lifetime, my life has been worthwhile. Seeing Chen Mobai and Cheng Xuan, Hong Mengqi, lying on his sickbed, smiled and breathed his last. Teacher. Bayan Jingchen, on the other side of the hospital bed, burst into tears upon seeing this scene. Chen Mobai sighed. On the path of cultivation, one can only move forward step by step. Once one stops, even a seemingly long lifespan will eventually be exhausted and dissipate under the erosion of time. Even though he is now a nascent soul cultivator and could live for over 2,000 years if he refines the great Chen immortal fruit, he will still grow old and die one day. To achieve true immortality and endless lifespan, one must unite with the Tao and live as long as heaven and earth. But even the universe has its time to decay and collapse. Once the universe where the true immortal of the Tao resides falls into its final tribulation, it will still turn into nothingness along with the universe. Therefore, one must transcend to the other shore and attain eternity. At this moment, Chen Mobai understood the senior brothers and sisters in the first row of Zixio Palace. With their cultivation level, they have already achieved immortality, yet they still harbor anxiety and yearn for transcendence. Hong Mengqi was unmarried, so his funeral arrangements were handled by his disciple Bian Jingchen. Chen Mobai noticed that Bian Jingchen was emotionally unstable, so he asked Zhuang Jialan to stay and help. In accordance with Hong Mengqi's last wishes, his natal magic weapon, the Cloud Thunder Bow, was sealed in a magic-containing sphere and placed in the Myriad Treasures Cave. Cheng Xuan personally took care of this matter. When Hong Mengqi entered the Taoist Academy, he had just completed his nascent soul stage and taken over as the principal. He watched Hong Mengqi grow step by step, from the formation of the golden core to his youthful vigor, and finally to old age with white hair and gray eyebrows. Hong Mengqi dedicated his entire life to Chicheng Cave Heaven and Wuki Dao Academy. So after his burial, a memorial service was held to commemorate his contributions to the local area and the weapon-making industry over the years. Besides Chen Mobai and Cheng Xuan, who were present in person, there were also teachers from the Wuki Dao Academy, members of the Refining Master Association, and many academy graduates who came spontaneously after hearing about it. Chen Mobai met an unexpected person. Meng Huanger. She wore an elegant black dress with a white flower pinned to her chest. The dress reached the ground and she wore a black hat. Her face was solemn and dignified. When Chen Mobai looked over, their eyes met. He nodded and then asked Zhuang Jialan beside him a question. In this situation, it's not appropriate for the two to communicate directly. If they were to exchange words, it might arouse Cheng Xuan's curiosity. Zhuang Jialan was in charge of most of the memorial service, and she knew exactly why Meng Huanger was there. It was because she and Bian Jingchen had jointly invited her in the name of the Dance Weapon Academy. Meng Huanger is now the head of the Arts and Literature Department of Chicheng Cave Heaven, and can be considered a successful alumna, so she is always notified when there are any activities at the Dance Weapon Academy. After learning the truth, Chen Mobai felt slightly relieved. After he became a god, he originally planned to comfort Yan Bingxuan and then take some time to visit Meng Huanger. However, he had too many things to do and hasn't had the time until now. However, this is the best thing about Meng Huanger, she never says anything. She was very happy when Chen Mobai went to see her. Although she would feel disappointed if he didn't, she wouldn't bother him. This encounter at Hong Mengqi's memorial service was not Meng Huanger's deliberate act of appearing in front of Chen Mobai. It was simply a coincidence. Knowing all this, Chen Mobai felt a little guilty. I was thinking that after I finished dealing with what I was doing, I would find an opportunity to meet her and listen to her tell me about her longing and experiences over the years. Just as he was thinking this, Meng Huanger had already taken to the stage with a dignified expression and was conducting the musicians at today's memorial service to play funeral music. As the head of the local arts and culture department, Meng Huanger is now in charge of organizing music and dance rehearsals for any events at Chicheng Cave and Wuki Dao Academy. Since the end of the quarantine following the death tribulation, Meng Huanger, considering her age, has faded out of the entertainment industry and is now considered a respected artist in the immortal sect. After Chen Mobai finished speaking on stage, he saw that Bian Jingchen, who represented the family members, had red eyes and a sad expression. He couldn't help but comfort her. Teacher Hong's greatest wish is to achieve nascent soul. As his student, you can fulfill it in his place. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, a faint light shone in Bian Jingchen's sorrowful eyes. Thank you for your comforting words, true lord. Seeing that Bian Jingchen had cheered up, Chen Mobai nodded in relief. After leaving Zhuang Jialan to continue helping, Chen Mobai and Meng Huanger exchanged a glance, and then he and Cheng Xuan left first. As nascent soul true lords, although their expressions were calm, their aura was so powerful that no one dared to speak loudly. Evening. Chen Mobai arrived at Meng Huanger's villa on the mountaintop near the Taoist Academy, which was their love nest when they were studying at the academy. After waiting for a while, Meng Huanger flew in from the second-floor balcony. Because of her special relationship with Chen Mobai, she almost never came to this place where they used to meet without being notified, in order to avoid being discovered. I usually live in the government-allocated apartment in Chicheng Cave Heaven. After Meng Huanger flew in, she saw Chen Mobai sitting on the sofa and naturally landed next to him, and began to talk about her experiences over the years. As a core formation cultivator from the Wuki Dao Academy, with Hua Zijing's help, her transfer from Wanggu Cave Heaven was naturally effortless. At first, she went to Minji City, which is next to Chicheng Cave Heaven, to serve as the Minister of Arts and Literature. After a few years, the Minister of Arts and Literature in Chicheng Cave Heaven retired, and she naturally came here. I've been busy with my spiritual practice these past few years, and have neglected you somewhat. Chen Mobai held Meng Huanger's outstretched hand and said apologetically, but before he could finish, Meng Huanger's hot cherry lips silenced his words. Without her noticing, she was already nestled close to Chen Mobai's chest. The night seemed rather dim, with gusts of wind outside the window, but Chen Mobai could hear the vibrant life force emanating from the mountains and fields. Sure enough, soon the clouds would gather and the rain would fall, and all things would revive. I haven't had a chance to congratulate you on your success in achieving the nascent soul stage yet. After the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed, Meng Huanger, her cheeks flushed, leaned against Chen Mobai and began to offer her long overdue congratulations. You deserve a lot of credit for my ability to become a god. The amazing melody you played on Wufeng Immortal Mountain helped me make up for my final flaw. Chen Mobai sincerely expressed his gratitude to Meng Huanger. Of his 4 women, Meng Huanger had the lowest talent in cultivation, but she was of great help to him. Her primordial yin played a crucial role in enabling her to form her core. The ability to master the 5 tones of music was largely due to his mental and spiritual connection with her while listening to the divine melody. Chen Mobai even suspected that if he hadn't frequently made love with her and familiarized himself with the great Tao's heavenly music through her heart sounds in those encounters, he probably wouldn't have achieved the 5 tones of music realm so easily. After mastering the great Tao of saintly virtue, Chen Mobai gained a new understanding of concepts such as destiny and fortune. He felt that Meng Huanger might be the one destined to help him achieve the perfect phoenix facing the sun painting. With your exceptional talent, you would have achieved the divine Tao sooner or later, even without me. Meng Huanger shook her head. She knew her own limitations very well. She owed her success to Chen Mobai's guidance and the massive resources he provided. No, the one I've chosen is you. Chen Mobai said something like this. Meng Huanger's blushing cheeks were tinged with unprecedented emotion. Deep down, she was a little afraid that Chen Mobai would look down on her after he became a god. After all, that's the nascent soul stage, the pinnacle of the immortal realm. With that kind of status, he can have any woman he wants with a wave of his hand. Fortunately, Chen Mobai was still the same Chen Mobai, and he did not abandon her after his status improved. The next morning, Meng Huanger bid a reluctant farewell. She has a meeting to attend today. However, there wasn't much to do in the literature and art department, so she had most of her time free. Before, she would practice alchemy to pass the time, but now she had a more enjoyable place to go. Chen Mobai crafted 100 small teleportation talismans for her, each positioned to locate her office, home, mountain villa, his principal's office, and so on, enough to last a long time. Happy times always fly by. That day, Chen Mobai was using the fur of the golden flame suani as raw material, and combining various blueprints for making magic robes from the immortal sects to design his own 5th-tier immortal robe, when he received a call from Yuan Su. The research on the Kingping immortal technique after mending the heavens has largely come to an end. All of his and Sanju's findings have been compiled and sent to Chen Mobai's email address. After reading it, Chen Mobai couldn't help but admire the 2 people's professionalism. If he had known many details before casting the spell, he probably could have saved a lot of his second primordial spirit's essence. However, for him, the most important thing was that there was no problem with this immortal technique. In that case, he can use it on himself. Thinking that he would soon be able to learn the Tao after acquiring the 5 elements' immortal spiritual roots, Chen Mobai once again told Qi Yuheng and the others that he had gained some insights into cultivation and would be going into seclusion for a period of time. Having heard this, he had already decided to go to the heavenly river realm. After finishing his instructions with the upper-level nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect, Chen Mobai didn't forget to tell Meng Huinger, with whom he had been inseparable lately. Although I was very happy to be with her, I had to put those things aside in the face of my spiritual practice. Chapter 1108 The Primordial Yin-Yang Tao. Chapter 1108 The Primordial Yin-Yang Tao. After returning to the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai consulted with Yi Yun about the current situation in the eastern continent and learned that there was nothing that required his intervention. However, for someone who has now reached the nascent soul stage, only the movements of the Xuanjiao royal court could possibly prompt him to take action. Reporting to the sect leader, the cultivators from the eastern barbarians who have ventured out to sea are indeed frequently encountering attacks from the Xuanhai demonic beasts. Both the level of the demonic beasts and the frequency of attacks are much greater than before. Yun shared some intelligence that Chen Mobai was concerned about. Many demonic beasts from the Xuanjiao royal court had gathered on the coastline where the Golden Crow immortal city was located, but they were merely stationing troops in waiting, and had not yet officially left the sea to launch an attack on the eastern continent. Besides the territory of the Sunbathing Sea, the 5 Element sect also has a small territory bordering the Profound Sea. The cultivators of the eastern barbarians believed that, with Chen Mobai, a nascent soul true monarch, in charge of the 5 Element sect, the Profound Flood Dragon Royal Court would have to give them some face, so they all set sail from that side. Little did they know that the Xuanjiao Royal Court hated Chen Mobai the most. However, since a full-scale war has not yet broken out, many independent cultivators are unaware of this high-level intelligence and continue to strive to go to sea to search for underwater resources. Even if a treasure ship capsized on the Xuanhai Sea, everyone thought it was just bad luck for the people on board. Let's issue a notification in the name of the sect to avoid unnecessary casualties. Chen Mobai was also unprepared for a major battle with the Xuanjiao Royal Court. After all, although the 5 Elements sect could currently mobilize more than 1 million cultivators, it was still no match for the Xuanhai. Let's wait until the Eastern Mausoleum domain is fully developed. The major righteous sects of the Eastern continent are able to free up their resources, and the results of those few transcendent true spirits are obtained before considering this matter. Xuanhai is not a desolate sea. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai asked about the situation in Dongling. Judging from the timing, the battle between Xingji and Tude should have reached a conclusion by now. Reporting to the sect leader, because the sect leader of the moral sect, Shengxi, successfully passed the nascent soul heavenly tribulation a year ago, true monarch Wuchen is currently protecting him as he consolidates his cultivation and cannot spare the time to go to the Eastern Mausoleum region. Therefore, the exchange of the last half of the saintly true spirit pill has been postponed once again. Yun answered with what he knew, which was relayed back by the disciples of the 5 Elements sect in Dongling. This matter also caused a great uproar a year ago. Because at that time, Xingji's moral coins had surpassed those of Tude, and according to the previous agreement, he could exchange them and obtain the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill. However, delaying it now could very well lead to unforeseen complications. After hearing this, Chen Mobai felt that Tude was quite lucky, managing to continue this momentum. If we take this opportunity to hunt down a 4th-tier demonic beast, we might be able to overtake them. Currently, the Xingqian Dao sect is using public opinion to exert pressure, wanting to determine the ranking first, and that the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill can be exchanged later. The Yi Yuan Dao Palace, on the other hand, is insisting on using the actual exchange time as the standard. Yi Yun explained the situation in the Eastern Mausoleum region, but thanks to the suppression by a large number of nascent soul cultivators from the Morality sect, along with the support of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect and the Taixu Misty Palace, the overall situation remained stable. Sect leader, now that the 1 Yuan Dao Palace is our branch sect, should we step in and help? After Yi Yun finished reporting the matter, he couldn't help but ask a question. Over the years following Chen Mobai, he has developed a broader perspective. People will always treat their own family members better than outsiders. This matter was decided by true monarch Wuchen himself, and he has the right to make his own decision, so I will not get involved. Chen Mobai shook his head. Besides this reason, it was also because he had promised not to help either side when he left Dongling region. Panlong Spirit Rice is now one of the 5 Elements Merchant Guild's signature products. Zhuo Ming even plans to use it for hybridization to cultivate new 4th-tier spirit rice. Given his current status and level of understanding, it's highly unlikely that he would go back on his word after accepting the gift. Yes, sect leader. There's one more thing, a top-secret intelligence from the Heavenly Dining Pavilion concerning the Void Palace. It says that the Palace Master of Azure Heaven Palace has likely also taken the true spirit pill of sainthood, but it may have failed. As Yi Yun spoke, he took out a jade slip. The 2 nascent soul cultivators, Pao Long and Peng Feng, have been completely impressed by Chen Mobai. Moreover, in the eastern wilderness, they have made rare breakthroughs in their cultivation by using the flesh and blood of the fox spirit, the blood of the dragon, and other precious ingredients. Therefore, any information that Tianqinlu finds out that they feel is important to the 5 Elements sect will be copied and sent to Yi Yun. After Chen Mobai took it and read it, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly, his face showing disappointment. Of the 3 leaders of the Eastern Holy Land, Shengxi and Nai Yuanzhang both successfully transformed into nascent souls, but the Palace Master of Biluo Palace failed. As the most prestigious Holy Land in the Heavenly River realm, the Taixu Misty Palace certainly has a stronger foundation than the Morality Sect and the 9 Heavens Demon-Slaying Sect, so her failure can only be attributed to a lack of talent. Fortunately, Zhang Pengkong and Shan Maiasu of this generation are both exceptionally talented. Otherwise, Chen Mobai would be truly worried that, after the Great Void True Monarch, there would be no successor for the Eastern Continent's Taixu Misty Palace. Then Chen Mobai remembered that he had promised Palace Master Biluo back in Dongling Immortal City that, when he was refining magical artifacts, he would bring some people to try and get a spot as a 5th-level artifact refiner. He currently possesses materials from 2 true spirits, the Golden Flame Suani and the Tanuki, and plans to use the former to forge a 5th-tier magic robe for himself. After all, the combined power of the Pure Yang set is greater. When fighting opponents in the future, it will basically be the 2nd primordial spirit that controls it, so his main body needs another set of clothes. I've been working on the design plan and sketches for a while now, and it's almost finished. He planned to use Tanuki's fur and fangs to craft a magic robe and a pair of hook-shaped flying swords for Zhu Ming. Besides that, what he values most is the advancement of the 8 views of Tushita. However, since not all the materials have been collected yet, we have to put it aside for the time being. Once he has used his immortal arts to mend the heaven and refined his spiritual roots into the 5 Elements immortal roots, he can begin preparing to forge 2 sets of magical robes and a flying sword. After explaining a few things to Yi Yun, Chen Mobai returned to Huanglong Cave. Qing Nu was still in seclusion, so he gave an order to Zio Huang Long Nu and then sealed off his cultivation room. With a wave of his hand, 2 glass bottles and the giant Chinese tune fruit landed on either side. The glass bottles naturally contain celestial pure water. One bottle is full, while the other is reduced to just the bottom layer. The full bottle was what Chen Mobai asked Shui Xian for. Since he could refine more in the future, there was no need to keep it for inheritance. As soon as he asked, Shui Xian gave it to him without hesitation. The other bottle contained what Chen Mobai had left over. Metal 40, wood 53, water 99, fire 100, earth 100. After turning on the spirit testing device and checking his current spiritual root data, Chen Mobai nodded in satisfaction. He deliberately held back his water spirit root. As long as he refined a drop of celestial pure water, he could reach 100 points of perfection and attain the Tao of immortal spirit root. The golden spirit root is the result of his years of painstaking practice of alchemy. Now that he has the great Chun immortal fruit, he no longer needs to wait for 50 points of golden spiritual root. All you need to do is use celestial magic to mend the heavens, and use the values of the wood and water spiritual roots to fully replenish the metal spiritual root. The rest can be replenished again using celestial pure water and the great Chun immortal fruit. Before that, Chen Mobai would first try to understand the Tao through the immortal water spiritual root, to see if he could seize the opportunity to understand the Tao twice, before and after using the immortal technique. He opened the nearly empty glass bottle and condensed the last thin layer of celestial pure water inside into a drop. With a single breath, He inhaled this drop of celestial pure water, which was then absorbed into his kidneys and bladder. He was very familiar with this process. With each breath, Chen Mobai felt as if his water spirit root had been replenished, reaching a state of perfection. Chen Mobai closed his eyes with a hint of anticipation. Gradually, he felt his primordial spirit begin to become transparent. Enveloped by a mysterious and gentle power, it seemed to traverse the infinite void and ascend to the high heavens. At that moment, he seemed to transform into a drop of water, joining countless other water droplets around him to form a gentle drizzle, bringing life and nourishment to all things as it fell from the sky. His consciousness constantly wandered and changed in the forms of rain, dew, clouds, and mist. Some of it fell into the mountains and turned into springs, while others formed rivers and lakes. Every drop of water was transmitting the power of this great Tao, as well as the past and future it carried, to Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai felt the power of water, its inclusiveness, its formlessness, its gentleness. It nourishes all things, yet can also destroy everything. The water Tao fruit he had previously comprehended was now fully understood by him. He even felt that he could easily reach the nascent soul stage if he were to cultivate the Black Emperor Abyss scripture now. As Chen Mobai delved deeper into the Tao, his consciousness expanded. He seemed to hear the sounds of every body of water in the heavenly river realm and feel the pulse of every stream. His primordial spirit also seemed to be cleansed and softened in this process, gradually undergoing a mysterious change that even he himself was unaware of. Suddenly, Chen Mobai felt his consciousness merge into the endless ocean with the thousands of water currents, sinking lower and lower with the flow of the seawater. Gradually, a dark and deep sea eye appeared before his eyes. Legend has it that when the heavenly river realm was first created, it was a spring from which endless water flowed. Guided by the jellyfish, it irrigated a vast heavenly river in the void. Is this the spring that created the world? The thought flashed through Chen Mobai's mind. He felt his consciousness being drawn by the ghostly light, and he wanted to rush over and merge with the spring. As he drew closer, he seemed to glimpse the origin of the heavenly river realm, a magnificent sight beyond words. He could see that all the great Taos he cultivated were contained within it, and those that he couldn't understand must be the other great Taos. Chen Mobai wanted to count whether there were 3,000 great Taos, but at this moment, a bell seemed to ring out from beyond the heavens, shaking the deepest part of his mind. Inside the yellow dragon cave, Chen Mobai suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly rippling with endless waves. During his journey of seeking the Tao, he was pulled back by his natal magical artifact, the morning bell. If he continues to indulge in this, he might assimilate with the great Tao of the heavenly river realm's origin. He breathed softly. As he inhaled, the rich water elemental energy within the yellow dragon cave flowed into his mouth and nose like mist. When he exhaled, it was like a life-giving rain that nourishes all things, full of vitality and energy. This is what he gained during this process of learning the Tao, a complete understanding of all the inheritance contained in the water path fruit. But for Chen Mobai, it was a great pity because it was of little use to him. After all, he has the 5 tones of music, and he has already reached the divine transformation stage, so he will be able to achieve this sooner or later. He sat upright on the futon and couldn't help but close his eyes, beginning to recall the process of hearing the Tao just now. He had a gut feeling that the spring he saw was the origin of this world. If that spring contains the creative power of the convergence of the 3,000 great Taos, then his previous guess can basically come true. Chen Mobai couldn't help but give a wry smile in response. If it truly were the power of creation, then he wouldn't dare covet it at all. If I had known this earlier, I would have sought the Tao on Earth Origin Star. Seeing such a great opportunity in the heavenly river realm, he didn't dare to have any thoughts about it. After all, he is only at the nascent soul stage. It seems that this opportunity to gain enlightenment has been wasted. After calming himself down, Chen Mobai said with some regret. Just as he was about to release his second primordial spirit and prepare to use his immortal arts to mend the heavens, he discovered something was wrong. Chen Mobai carefully observed the second primordial spirit. Although its appearance was exactly the same, he could sense that the primordial spirit had changed. The second primordial spirit's true form is a pure yang pearl, which is formed from innate fire spiritual energy and always possesses an extremely yang and strong aura. But now this energy has inexplicably changed, as if it has become gentler. Chen Mobai immediately focused his mind, and began to more carefully and comprehensively control his second primordial spirit, sensing the profound changes within it. But he soon discovered that his own physical body and primordial spirit had also undergone this change. He couldn't help but meditate and begin to examine the source of this change. Gradually, the fifth-order water spiritual energy in the yellow dragon cave began to flow towards him in an endless stream. Deep within his mind, the true meaning of the pure yang scroll left behind by Taoist Zixia was activated, and he glimpsed a corner of a great path that he had been unable to enter for so long. The primordial yin-yang Tao. This is the great Tao that the purple cloud Tao Venerable relies on for transcendence. As a student of Zixia Palace, Chen Mobai had also hoped for this, but even with his mastery of the 5 elements of music, he had no way of comprehending this great Tao. He always believed that the great path of yin and yang was the sublimation of pure yang and pure yin. But now I realized that this was completely wrong. The combination of pure yang and pure yin is indeed yin and yang, but this is only one of the infinite manifestations of yin and yang. This great path represents all the relative yet interdependent forces between heaven and earth. Pure yang and pure yin are the principles of yin and yang, as are cold and hot, light and darkness, and water and fire. During his journey of learning the Tao through the immortal water spiritual route, Chen Mobai achieved a perfect unity of opposites in his understanding of the Tao of water and the Tao of fire. This passively triggered the true meaning of the pure yang scroll left to him by his teacher, thus leading him to the path of the innate yin and yang Tao. Chapter 11:09 Hearing the Tao 3 times. Chapter 11:09 Hearing the Tao 3 times. Chen Mobai's heart was filled with turmoil. He had never expected that this encounter with the immortal water spiritual route would allow him to unexpectedly enter the innate yin-yang great Tao. The feeling is like accidentally finding a dazzling pearl in the vast ocean, a surprise and delight. However, when I think about how I have mastered the great Tao of saintly virtue, it feels like it's only natural. He is a man of great fortune. Chen Mobai took a deep breath to calm himself down. While the pure yang essence of the scroll was still surging deep within his mind, he tried to comprehend it again to see if he could gain a deeper understanding of the mysteries of the innate yin-yang Tao. His consciousness immersed itself in his primordial spirit, and he began to slowly sense this newly born power of yin and yang. As time passed, the pure yang scroll left behind by Taoist Zixia guided his primordial spirit to evolve into a Taiji diagram. In the image, the black and white energies constantly intertwine, merge, repel, and separate, evolving into endless future possibilities. During this process, Chen Mobai's consciousness began to understand why the purple cloud Taoist Venerable started with the yin-yang great Tao, because this great Tao contained the mystery of the pure yang realm. The power of one is limited, but if it is two, then there are infinite possibilities. When two opposing yet unified principles stand side by side within one person, they can unleash boundless power. This is the essence of the yin-yang principle. Chen Mobai had recently finished reading the 5 Thai scriptures of the Patching Heaven lineage, which recorded 5 stages before the birth of the universe, with the last stage being called Taiji. Ordinary cultivators, upon reading the 5 Thai scriptures, merely perceive the birth of the universe as something both simple and mysterious. However, Chen Mobai, having attended classes at Zixia Palace, compared the teachings of his teacher regarding the creation of the universe and the attainment of creation, and thus saw traces of creation within the 5 Thai scriptures. The Master Zixia once said that the 5 primordial elements are the process of the Tao giving birth to one. After Tai Kai comes 2 begets 3, which represents the process of a living being taking charge of the great Tao and opening up the 3,000 great Taos of the universe. The final 3 give birth to all things, is the infinite and boundless great Tao, which leads to the creation of all things. After Chen Mobai mastered the first strand of innate yin-yang Tao power, the 5 Thai scriptures, the lessons he had listened to in Zixia Palace, and the 7 great heavenly books he had read before suddenly became clear to him. However, all of these elements are still missing a main thread to connect them. What's missing? Chen Mobai fell into deep thought. After a long while, he shook his head and came to his senses. For him now, these things are not very important. After all, the 2 paths that are most likely to lead him to pure yang are the great Tao of saintly virtue and the great Tao of the end of fortune. While comprehending the great Tao of yin and yang would certainly be a cause for celebration, for him it would merely be icing on the cake. The most urgent task is to use my immortal arts to mend the heavens and transform myself into a 5 elements immortal spirit body. With that thought in mind, Chen Mobai stopped wasting time pondering and let his second primordial spirit descend in front of him to cast a spell on himself. Soon, the 5-colored light entered his brow, transforming into a mysterious power that merged with his mind and spirit, flowing along the meridians into the internal organs that represented his spiritual root. The research of Sanju and Yungsu, combined with Kingping's experience, flowed through Chen Mobai's mind. Soon, he captured the ethereal 5-element spiritual root and extracted it as invisible white energy. After a process of distribution, the white mist began to merge into the intestines and lungs, transforming into the golden spiritual root. About 15 minutes later, Chen Mobai opened his eyes, and a brilliant golden light burst forth from his pupils, like 2 golden rays. He picked up the spirit testing instrument and quickly used the 5 elemental spiritual roots he had created after mending the heavens with his immortal magic, reappearing on the screen. Metal 100, wood 40, water 53, fire 100, earth 100. The refinement of his spiritual root was very successful, and when his golden spiritual root reached 100 points, Chen Mobai underwent another round of enlightenment. However, this time, the gains from hearing the Tao were not as great as those from hearing the Tao from the immortal water spiritual root. It merely upgraded the falling treasure golden light to the 5th level. Chen Mobai didn't practice many metal attribute spells, but this one was the one he had worked hard on and spent the most time on. However, as his cultivation level increased, this spell almost never had a chance to be used. Because his opponents are basically all 5th-tier magic weapons, and some even have 6th-tier supreme treasures. Through this experience of hearing the Tao through the immortal golden spiritual root and enhancing the falling treasure golden light, Chen Mobai now has an extra trump card when facing nascent soul cultivators. If the opponent is not careful, he can suppress them and take away a 5th-tier magic weapon in a single move. Compared to Zhu Ming's all-encompassing spiritual connection and Qing Nu's myriad transformations and netherworld harmony, Chen Mobai's 5th-order falling treasure golden light was merely a combat technique, but for him, it was the most useful. After all, his job is to fight and kill. After thoroughly practicing the upgraded 5th-tier falling treasure golden light technique, Chen Mobai picked up the large Chun immortal fruit beside him with satisfaction. After refining this, his wood spirit root will reach 100 points, allowing him to attempt his 3rd attempt at the Tao today. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai no longer hesitated, picked up the 5th-order immortal fruit and put it in his mouth. Based on the experience of the past generations of nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sects who had consumed it, he wrapped it with his innate pure yang energy and swallowed it whole. As the great Chun immortal fruit was digested in his body, Chen Mobai felt a surge of powerful life force, filling his body completely. After sensing this, Chen Mobai formed a hand seal, intending to seal himself and store the overwhelming vitality that he could not digest in his danshan. Throughout history, most nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect have consumed the 5th-tier great Chun immortal fruit. Records indicate that only those at the mid-nascent soul stage can fully refine the vast life force contained within this fruit. If consumed at the early nascent soul stage, this method is necessary to seal it away, saving it for later refinement as cultivation progresses, thus preventing waste. But just as Chen Mobai was about to unleash the seal, it was as if the acupoints throughout his body suddenly opened up, absorbing and drawing in the abundant life force within him. This is the secret to immortality. Upon observing this scene, Chen Mobai couldn't help but beam with joy. He had already comprehended this great technique of the longevity sect a long time ago, and in his spare time, he would meditate to absorb the life force between heaven and earth to improve himself. However, without the help of 5th-tier spiritual plants, according to the calculations of the heaven and earth all beings crown, it would take him about 120 years to master this great technique. 5th-tier spiritual plants can assist in cultivation because they possess the most vigorous and pure vitality. The 5th-tier great Chun immortal fruit that Chen Mobai is currently consuming was nurtured by the great Chun spirit refined with the power of the great Tao of life, and its effects are even better than the 3 longevity trees that true monarch Wen Yuan transplanted and promoted back then. Realizing this, Chen Mobai immediately activated the longevity technique, absorbing and refining the abundant life force within his body. The passive ability of pure yang body refinement also began to become active under his active activation with innate pure yang energy. Originally, his body refinement, which was barely at the 5th level due to the improvement of his realm, actually showed a tendency to improve under the rich vitality and the longevity technique. At the same time, Chen Mobai also sensed an imperceptible foundation that gradually strengthened as he refined the life force of the great Chen immortal fruit and improved his longevity technique. This must be the end of one's lifespan. Realizing this, Chen Mobai activated the heaven and earth all beings crown and began to dominate the cultivation of the longevity technique. After a period of refinement, he couldn't help but nod slightly. The progress bar indicated that he had refined the 5th-tier Great Camellia fruit, which would allow him to master the longevity technique. He truly deserves to be called a person of great fortune. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai smiled slightly. As he felt the life force continuously merging into him, he gradually felt his mind suddenly transform into a tree branch. The wood spirit root had reached 100 points at some point. This is the Tao being heard by the immortal wood spiritual root. Chen Mobai was quite experienced in understanding the Tao, and he quickly regained his composure and began to examine the scene before him. He found that the tree branch he had transformed into was drifting in the river, entangled by a spider silk and connected to a large tree on the bank. Although it was constantly undulating, it was not being swept away by the current. This scene seemed somewhat familiar. Upon reflection, I quickly came to the answer. That was the scene I saw when I received the great Tao tree's empowerment of the heaven-severing longevity sword intent in the divine tree secret realm, and my mind was merged with the sword intent. Chen Mobai's mind was imprisoned on the tree branch, unable to move, and could only rise and fall with the waves. Bored, he looked around. The trees on the shore were the most magnificent he had ever seen, their canopies like a canopy, obscuring the sun, moon, and stars. Their roots were half on the earth and half in the water, as if they were supporting the sky and covering the earth. Above the canopy-like treetops, swirling white mists create a myriad of phenomena, with a figure seemingly seated atop it. This seems to be the aura of immortals. After the thought flashed through his mind, Chen Mobai dared not look up anymore and began to look around. The spider silk that entwines itself is spun by a spider on the big tree on the shore. The spider is brightly colored and incredibly vivid, just like primordial energy. Floating in the current, there are a few lively fish, one of which shimmers with a bright blue light, full of spirit, and occasionally swims over to me and blows a bubble. Gradually, as time passed, Chen Mobai discovered that a green sprout had grown on his body. Just then, the spider silk binding him suddenly snapped. As if freed from its constraints, he drifted away from the towering trees with the stream, eventually landing in a valley filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, finding peace and tranquility. The single green bud on the branch stubbornly reaches into the world, capturing strands of life to replenish its own deficiencies. No one knows how much time passed, but he grew from a tree branch into a towering tree with roots that spread across the vast earth, and his supernatural powers became boundless. But as a spiritual plant, he could not leave the valley and had no freedom. The method of creating an avatar naturally flashed through his mind. Just as he was preparing to condense the avatar, a group of ragged people suddenly arrived in the valley. When they saw the big tree, it was as if they were facing a god. He allowed them to live in the valley, and even helped them drive away the terrible beasts from the outside world. Gradually, he acquired a name. Heavenly Venerable. Chapter 1110, The Story of One Yuan. Chapter 1110, The Story of One Yuan. At that moment, Chen Mobai woke up with a start. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. During the process of the immortal tree spirit root learning the Tao, the 5th-order Great Chen immortal fruit had been completely refined and disappeared from his body, but the vast and boundless vitality was still contained in various parts of his body. The art of immortality has naturally been mastered. This great skill, once mastered, is complete. Chen Mobai felt the vigorous blood and energy within his body and roughly estimated his lifespan. It should be around 3,400 years. He is 192 years old this year, which means he can live for at least another 3,200 years. With such a long time, practicing the void realm should be no problem, but I don't know if I can achieve Tao integration. Chen Mobai recalled the scene he witnessed when he first encountered the Tao of the water and wood immortal spirit root, and a longing for a higher realm welled up in his heart. After a long while, he calmed his turbulent emotions, tested his spiritual root value again, and took the last bottle of celestial water into his hands. With practiced refinement, Chen Mobai's water spirit root rapidly increased, almost reaching 100 points, when he had an inspiration and stopped at 99 points. If the immortal water spiritual root were to encounter the Tao again, allowing him to come into contact with the origin of the heavenly river realm a second time, it would be of no use to him at present. But in the future, we might be able to touch upon, or even comprehend, the profound mysteries contained within. If the immortal water spiritual root cannot hear the Tao a second time, he will not suffer any loss. Chen Mobai refined his fifth-order water spirit talisman again, and soon his water spirit root reached 100 points. Metal 100, wood 100, water 100, fire 100, earth 100. Looking at the values of his current 5 elemental roots on the spirit testing instrument, Chen Mobai couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This 5 elements immortal spiritual root is undoubtedly unprecedented. Even the One Yuan True Lord, who is known as the primordial body, is definitely not as good as him. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but start circulating the One Yuan Tao scripture, raising his chaos pearl. Sure enough, with the amplification of the 5 elements immortal spiritual root, his cultivation of this technique was much smoother than before. Even regarding the primordial chaos Tao, he gradually began to understand it, going from being completely clueless before. In addition, regarding the 5 elements Tao, they have also vaguely grasped the mysteries of the innate 5 elements. With a thought, Chen Mobai stretched out his right hand, and a 5-colored hair-thin thread appeared in his palm. This is the Great 5 Elements Extinction Divine Ray, the most powerful secret technique for utilizing primordial true Qi, and also the killing move that the former One Primordial True Lord used to dominate the heavenly river realm. Previously, Chen Mobai's foundation was the pure Yang scroll, and because of his short cultivation time, he hadn't put in much effort in this area. But now, he has mastered it with ease. But the secrets of the super hybrid are not limited to this. As Chen Mobai compared this to the Yiyuan Daojing, he increasingly felt that this cultivation method was profound and extensive. He couldn't help but summon the primordial bell from the realm. Your current aura is almost exactly the same as your old master's. The first thing Hun Yuan Bell said after it emerged greatly shocked Chen Mobai. Is the One Yuan True Lord also a 5 elements immortal spirit root? He was somewhat skeptical, but he also knew that he was only a nascent soul cultivator at the moment. He speculated that True Lord Yiyuan might be a bit narrow-minded, and besides, the primordial bell had said that True Lord Yiyuan had an extraordinary background. This time, with the help of a rare and exotic fruit, I mastered the art of immortality. During the process of perfecting this great art, I suddenly entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. After waking up, I found that my physique seemed to have undergone a sublimation and transformation. Chen Mobai explained his reasoning. Even the true lord of One Yuan had to spend a long time after reaching the nascent soul stage before he finally mastered the art of immortality. Therefore, he did not hide anything from the Hun Yuan Bell, and directly said that he had a fortuitous opportunity, and had quickly mastered it with rare and precious materials. You must be very lucky. After listening, Hun Yuan Bell made an accurate judgment based on his years of experience. Perhaps, I feel like I've transformed into a primordial body, and my understanding of the One Yuan Tao scripture has reached a new level. I'll wait until I reach the 6th level of weapon crafting, and then use the spiritual veins of the 5 Emperors Mountain to help you advance, senior. As Chen Mobai spoke, primordial chaos true Qi surged from his palm, and the primordial chaos bell landed in his hand quite naturally. As true Qi and magical artifacts merge, their compatibility increases. If Hun Yuan Bell and Hun Yuan Bell were still in the initial stages of getting to know each other and getting to know each other before, they are now at least in the stage of familiarity and harmony. Once Chen Mobai helps it advance, its status in the eyes of Hun Yuan Bell will probably be on par with that of Yiyuan Zhenjun. No rush. Wait until your cultivation advances further, then you'll have a better chance. Although Hun Yuan Bell was also very much looking forward to it, he still managed to keep his composure. After all, he had waited for thousands of years, so what was a few hundred more? After all, in its view, Chen Mobai is now a Hun Yuan body, and his cultivation of the One Yuan Tao scripture will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, making it easy for him to reach the mid-stage or even late stage of the nascent soul realm. As they spoke, the Hunyuan Bell actively absorbed the fifth-order spiritual energy from the Yellow Dragon Cave, refined it, and then integrated it into Chen Mobai's Hunyuan True Qi to help him improve. Chen Mobai naturally couldn't refuse such an offer, so he simply took this opportunity to go into seclusion and strengthen the foundation of the One Yuan Dao scripture. Although he has already comprehended this technique, it is still incomparable to the pure Yang scroll that he has painstakingly cultivated throughout his life, so he still needs time to master it. Especially the great five elements annihilation divine ray that he had just mastered. Theoretically, this secret technique can kill and annihilate any life or matter within the five elements. Although Chen Mobai had only mastered it and had not yet understood its principles and mysteries, he still hadn't mastered it. Fortunately, the Hunyuan Bell can provide the answer to this question. With its assistance, Chen Mobai's great five elements extinction divine ray can become even more terrifying and powerful. Beyond the great five elements annihilation divine light beam, there is actually another technique called the great five elements annihilation divine light needle. This secret technique is condensed into a thin needle of light. The old master once flicked his finger at the Holy Tao Assembly and annihilated the nascent soul true monarch's primordial spirit with a single needle from the five extremes temple of the Central Plains Holy Land, thus establishing his title as the #1 person in the heavenly river realm. Chen Mobai was greatly surprised when he heard this. This matter has never been circulated in Dongzhou. It's understandable that holy lands like the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect don't mention this, but there's no reason why the One Yuan Dao Palace wouldn't boast about its founder's achievements. However, what about the Five Extremes Temple in the Central Plains? It seems that this force is not currently present in the holy lands of Jiangzhou. Perhaps it's because, after being killed by the true lord of One Yuan, the nascent soul cultivator fell out of the ranks of the Holy Land. After all, in the Central Plains, there are more than double-digit numbers of nascent soul cultivators, and the holy sites change frequently. Only forces like the Taixu Misty Palace and the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest can be considered ancient sacred lands. How did the first ancestor clash with the nascent soul cultivators of the Five Extremes sect during the Holy Tao Assembly? Chen Mobai asked with some curiosity. After all, he might participate in the next Holy Tao conference in the future, and he was a peace-loving person, so he hoped to avoid debating the Tao with the nascent soul cultivators from the Central Plains. The Five Extreme sect also practiced the Five Elements Tao, and they believed that their old master's secret cultivation methods were stolen from them. The old master said that the Five Extreme sect's methods were not as powerful as his One Yuan Dao scripture, and if anyone was being stolen, it could only be the Five Extreme sect stealing his. The Five Extreme sect's nascent soul true lord was furious, and the old master killed him on the spot to prove that his own Tao was superior to the Five Extreme sects. Hunyuan Zhang briefly described the situation at the time, and Chen Mobai could only give him a thumbs up after listening. This is indeed the best way for locals to prove themselves. Doesn't the holy master of the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest care? Logically speaking, the Holy Path Assembly is a platform for mediating disputes between holy lands and facilitating exchanges among all nascent soul cultivators from all over the world. As the organizer, Thousand Autumns Brush and Ink Forest should offer some advice in the face of a life-or-death battle between nascent soul cultivators. It seems there wasn't enough time. The old master and the nascent soul cultivator from the Five Extremes Temple had a verbal altercation that escalated into a full-blown battle, all within a few words. By the time the Holy Lord came to his senses, the old master had already killed him. Hunyuan Bell was a witness to the events of that time. He recalled his memories from thousands of years ago and recounted what happened back then. Understood. If I get into a verbal altercation with someone at the Holy Path Assembly, it would be best to kill them instantly to avoid putting my master in a difficult position. Chen Mobai nodded, looking enlightened, and pretended to be a genius who didn't know the ways of the world in front of the Hunyuan Bell. After hearing this, the spirit of the primordial bell fell silent. It felt that it probably didn't mean that, and that Chen Mobai seemed to have misunderstood. Fearing that Chen Mobai might underestimate the Central Plains Holy Land and cause trouble at the Holy Tao Assembly, Hunyuan Bell once again revealed a very secret history. After the old master committed murder, the holy master of the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest was furious and summoned the Thousand Autumns primordial Yang ruler, the treasure of their ancestral saint, in an attempt to suppress the old master. However, the old master had already mastered the five elements escape technique to its peak, and with the help of someone in secret, he was able to leave Zhangzhou with me in the end. Afterwards, the old master and that holy lord encountered each other several times during the Nine Heavens tribulation. Each time they met, they fought fiercely. Without the Thousand Autumn primordial Yang ruler, the old master was still able to gain a slight advantage. 3 years after their final encounter, that holy lord broke through to the void refinement stage, passed the 9 heavenly tribulations, and ascended to the spirit void immortal realm. After that holy lord ascended to heaven, the old master had no rivals left in the heavenly river realm. However, he had no interest in being invincible. In order to fight the holy lord again and settle the score, he took me to the eastern wilderness to find a yellow dragon with compatible attributes and hastily ascended to heaven. Han Yuanzhang's words meant that the Kainkyu brush and ink forest possessed profound cultural heritage and should not be provoked. As expected of the ancient holy land of Zhangzhou, the lineage left by the sages. After hearing this, Chen Mobai was deeply moved and decided that he would find an excuse not to attend the next Holy Path conference, even if he was invited. What if they still hold a grudge against Yiyu and Zhenjun? Moreover, the treasures for achieving enlightenment must be at least of the 7th rank. I wonder how true Lord Yiyuan escaped back then. However, this incident also made Chen Mobai realize that the Hunyuan Bell seemed to know a lot of things, so he couldn't help but ask further questions about it, wanting to understand the cultivation experience of the One Yuan true monarch. However, the Hunyuan Bell was forged by the true lord of One Yuan after he transformed into a deity, so it only accompanied him during his final, invincible peak years in the mortal world. At that time, those who had dealings with true monarch Yiyuan were all top-tier nascent soul true monarchs in the heavenly river realm. They are all ancestors from various holy sites across the 5 continents and 4 seas. Chen Mobai was not picky about this, and listened to the Hunyuan Bell's explanation while cultivating. Although more than 6,000 years have passed since the ascension of the One Yuan true monarch, the Holy Land still possesses a profound foundation. Apart from the unfortunate 5 Extremes Temple, the rest have remained largely unchanged over the years. Therefore, the forces mentioned by the primordial bell can be matched with most of the holy lands in the 5 continents and 4 seas today. The old master and the White Lotus Hermit of the Rillian Temple in Nanju were close friends. I was created by him and the White Lotus Hermit together in the past. In Nanju, there's also a fertile land called Dugyuan. All kinds of precious medicinal herbs from the Tian realm from ancient times to the present can be found there. It is inhabited by the descendants of the heavenly phoenix, who possess the true spirit bloodline of the heavenly phoenix and whose strength is unfathomable. The old master once visited there with the White Lotus Hermit. West Continent is a poor place. The old master went there once and never went back. In the northern continent, demonic beasts reign supreme, but the star god temple suppresses them. Zhangzhou is a good place, but it has been completely occupied by the human race. The demon beasts have retreated to the sea. However, there are too many cultivators, making it difficult to find unclaimed spiritual veins. The old master actually had a 6th-order spiritual vein cave there, but after the great battle with the holy lord of Kainkyu Brush and Ink Forest, he never returned. Chen Mobai wrote down everything the Hunyuan Bell said, thinking he might need it someday. At the same time, he also inquired with concern whether true Lord Yiyuan had any other major enemies besides the Thousand Autumns Ink Forest. That's it, the rest were all killed by the old master. Hunyuan Bell spoke these words with absolute certainty. After hearing this, Chen Mobai felt relieved. 2 years passed quickly. After Chen Mobai became familiar with his 5 elements' immortal spiritual roots and primordial body, he also achieved complete harmony with the primordial bell. If he were to go into seclusion again, he wouldn't be able to improve much in a short period of time. He opened the door to the cultivation room and saw the bored little yellow dragon girl sitting at the door. Seeing him come out, little yellow dragon girl immediately stood up from the small stool and greeted him. "Master." "Yes, thank you for your hard work. Has Madam finished her seclusion?" Chen Mobai smiled, reached out, patted the little yellow dragon girl's head and asked. Little yellow dragon girl shook her head, indicating that green girl was still in seclusion. Chen Mobai immediately listened with the sound of an empty valley and soon heard the sound of true energy surging like flowing water. It was clear that Qingnu was comprehending the Tao fruit of water path. After he learned about the Tao from the immortal water spiritual root, he became very familiar with this fluctuation. After summoning Jin Linger, who was guarding the cave, and leaving a message for Qingnu, Chen Mobai rode away on Little Yellow Dragon Girl. On the way to Baiyuan City, Chen Mobai activated his Tangxiani, a type of teleportation device, and there were many urgent messages on his channel. Chapter 11 Allocation of the Eastern Mausoleum Region. Chapter 11 Allocation of the Eastern Mausoleum Region. 6 months ago, Shengxi of the Dayad sect emerged from seclusion, officially announcing his successful transformation into a deity. The invitation from the moral sect was sent to the Five Elements sect. Because Chen Mobai was in seclusion, Zhou Shenking went to the eastern land on behalf of the sect. After that, naturally, it was time for the last true spirit pill of the saintly realm to be distributed in the eastern mausoleum region. In the end, Xingji had the last laugh and exchanged the pill for the one from true monarch Wuchen. After obtaining the pill, it is unknown what price Xingji paid, but he actually managed to persuade true monarch Wuchen to personally escort him back to the Xingxian Dao sect. Perhaps it was because Hong Yun's mysterious disappearance last time made Wuchen Zhenjun feel ashamed. For Chen Mobai, this result was the best possible outcome. After all, although he had already reconciled with Tuda, due to their differing stances, if Tuda were to truly succeed in transforming into a deity, it would certainly be detrimental to the Five Elements sect's leadership of the One Yuan Dao Palace. Xingji obtained the Tengsheng True Spirit Pill, and according to his previous agreement with the Eastern Holy Land, he had to hand over the foundation and resources upon which the Xingxian Dao sect was founded. Now that the Five Elements sect is one of the holy lands of the East, it naturally enjoys this right as well. Upon seeing these messages, Chen Mobai felt as if the world revolved around him. After arriving in Baiyuan City, Chen Mobai handed the innocent little yellow dragon girl over to Gu Yan and went to the neighboring cave to have tea with Zhou Shenking. Zhou Shenking had just returned from the eastern lands not long ago. As a nascent soul cultivator, he dared not leave his sect to avoid being exposed. So this time, he took advantage of attending the divine transformation banquet at Shengxi to take a good stroll around the 7 immortal cities of the eastern lands. The Dayad sect truly lives up to its reputation as an ancient holy land of our eastern continent. At the banquet, I saw at least 100 nascent soul cultivators, and each of them drank the legendary Shumei immortal tea. Zhou Shenking talked on and on about his experiences in the eastern lands. You should know that his peers, such as Mo Duguang and Sheng Jiaxi, had already explored the eastern lands to the point of exhaustion. It was only after Chen Mobai reached the divine transformation stage that he had the confidence to leave the sect and see the outside world. Senior brother, you can visit more often in the future. Chen Mobai listened with a smile. Now that the Five Elements sect had no shortage of nascent soul cultivators, Zhou Shenking, as an elder, could fully enjoy himself. Then forget it. Although the eastern lands are good, I'm still more used to staying in the eastern wilderness. Zhou Shenking shook his head, indicating that there was no place like home. While the two were drinking tea, Yi Yun, who had received the news, also came up to pay his respects. Reporting to the sect leader, the Eastern Mausoleum region has been successfully established. The moral sect has issued an order that all sect cultivators may leave. Yi Yun shared the news he had just received. Previously, the moral sect united all the holy lands and ordered the righteous forces of the eastern continent to open up the 7th domain of the eastern continent, and incidentally kill the golden flame Suani to refine the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill. Now that both objectives have been achieved, the disciples of the Five Elements sect over there can be withdrawn. However, as the 7th region of the eastern continent, and geographically located in the center of the eastern continent, the moral sect has also stated that it will be built into the future central hub of the eastern continent's human race. Therefore, after its establishment, all the major forces have been trying their best to seize various spiritual veins. As a sacred site, the Five Elements sect naturally takes the lead, occupying the Kun position it has created, and even the Zhen and Zhen positions next door, making it the largest in terms of territory among all the sacred sites. The reason for this is that the main focus of the Holy Lands, such as the moral sect, was on the area surrounding the core Dongling Mountain. Moreover, during the land reclamation, the main forces of the three Holy Lands were all heading towards Shichuo Ridge. However, there is only one Dongling Mountain, so it is impossible for the three holy sites to share it. Therefore, there were undercurrents in Dongling Immortal City because of the territory. However, after Shanxi successfully transformed into a god, things stabilized. The central Dongling Mountain belonged to the Morality Sect, the Li position was given to the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect, and the Dui position was given to the Taixu Misty Palace. There's also the Shichuo Ridge Spiritual Vein. It's said that the Nine Heavens Demon Slayer sect and the Taixu Misty Palace argued over it, but in the end, it was given to the Taixu Misty Palace. Firstly, the Great Void True Monarch contributed during the land reclamation. Secondly, the attributes of the spiritual vein didn't match the Nine Heavens Demon Slayer sect's cultivation methods. However, these are all superficial reasons. When Chen Mobai came out of seclusion, he received a message from True Monarch Dakong about this matter. Because Shichuo Ridge was the closest place to Longyuan Cave in the Eastern Mausoleum domain, in order to avoid being discovered by outsiders, he discussed with True Monarch Wuchen and occupied the place. Since the sealing of Longyuan Cave was done by all three of them, Chen Mobai also needed to be notified. Chen Mobai naturally had no objection to this. After all, even without the Dragon Abyss Cave, he could use the turtle treasure to travel to the Yellow Springs at any time. The Eastern Mausoleum domain is such a large territory that it is necessary to establish a branch sect and a separate academy, which will require the protection of a nascent soul cultivator. I plan to trouble Senior Brother Mo to stay there for several more decades. What do you think, Senior Brother? After thinking for a moment, Chen Mobai said these words to Zhou Shenking. Although the Five Elements sect currently appears to have a considerable number of nascent soul cultivators, Zhou Shenking, Fu Zanju, and Sheng Jiaoxi are all nascent soul cultivators with Dharma body attributes. Zhou Yi needs to be stationed in Dongyi, Chen Lingaming and Zhao Yuli are in the eastern lands, Su Zilu needs to help Chen Mobai with some matters, and Qing Nu is even less likely to be sent out. As for the Tai Sui child and the little yellow dragon girl, although their strength is equivalent to that of a nascent soul cultivator, if they were to interact with the righteous forces of the eastern continent, they would definitely be laughed at and considered to be devoid of talent in the Five Elements sect. So after counting, it can only be Mo Duguang and Yin Qingmei. They are currently all in the Eastern Mausoleum region, and the territory there was conquered by them. However, Yin Qingmei cultivates the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, and her natal spiritual plant is still in the Eastern wilderness. These years in the Eastern Mausoleum domain have already delayed her cultivation. Now that the land reclamation is finished, Chen Mobai plans to bring her back. Moreover, he happened to have a divine tree spiritual root that had been enlightened. In addition to glimpsing a hidden scene from the beginning of the world, he also thoroughly comprehended the wood path Dao fruit. He believed that his understanding of the Azure Emperor longevity scripture was no less than that of the ancient nascent soul true monarch of the longevity sect. If I give her some pointers and bestow upon her the wood element Dao fruit, she might actually be able to lay the foundation for becoming a nascent soul cultivator. Although the Five Elements sect has now joined the ranks of Holy Lands, the number of high-level cultivators is still not comparable to that of ancient Holy Lands such as the Morality sect. The nascent soul cultivators are currently the limit for the Five Elements sect. Zhuo Ming and others are still too young, and we can only wait for more core formation cultivators to emerge. The symbol of the holy site is the transformation of the spirit. Currently, Chen Mobai alone, although theoretically able to sustain himself for 3,200 years, with his current unparalleled talent, if he were to accidentally ascend to the void realm ahead of schedule, the Five Elements sect might be in turmoil for a period of time. Therefore, the plan to cultivate future deities must be brought forward. Besides Qing Nu, among the nascent soul cultivators of the Five Elements sect, Yin Qingmei has the greatest chance of reaching the divine transformation stage. She has helped the sect conquer territory in the Eastern Mausoleum region and has earned merit. Now she can cultivate peacefully in the Eastern wilderness. Compared to Yin Qingmei, Mo Duguang, as a sword cultivator, only needs spiritual veins. The spiritual veins in the Eastern Mausoleum domain were gathered by Chen Mobai using a grand formation, and they are no less than those of Golden Light Cliff. With the addition of the Golden Path fruit, Chen Mobai felt that Mo Duguang could definitely hold his own in the Eastern Mausoleum region. Junior brother, you can make the arrangements. I have no objections. Zhou Shenking nodded, feeling gratified that Chen Mobai, who had already reached the divine realm, was still willing to consult him. After touring the eastern lands, Zhou Shenqing discovered that Chen Mobai was the only person in the entire eastern continent with such virtue. He was proud that the Shenmu sect had been able to attract Chen Mobai to join. This means that Chen Mobai agrees with his ideas. I'll go to the eastern mausoleum region myself. There are some things I need to discuss with the other holy lands. Chen Mobai recalled the Xuanjiao royal court. Through this furnace of Tong Sheng true spirit pills, the righteous path of the eastern continent gained 3 nascent soul cultivators, himself, Na Yuanzhang and Shengxi. Their strength was already the strongest in nearly 2,000 years. If they were to add the 2 seniors, Wuchen and Dakong, they would be able to suppress the Xuanhai. This time, the Xuanjiao royal court almost overthrew the 9 Heavens demon suppression sect, which was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the righteous path of the eastern continent. This grudge must be settled. Chen Mobai didn't ride little yellow dragon girl this time, since the journey was too far, and it would definitely be faster for him to go by himself. He originally intended to use the void shift technique, but he quickly came up with a more time-efficient method, to travel directly from the 9 Heavens immortal city to the morality sect's Wu-Wei immortal city, which leads directly to the eastern spirit mountain. I'll also take this opportunity to visit the Dayud sect and congratulate Shengxi on his ascension to godhood. Master Chen, welcome back next time. When Chen Mobai came to the Dayud sect, Shengxi naturally came to receive him, with Xuan and Qi Jiansu accompanying him. After a few cups of Shumei tea, because Chen Mobai was in a hurry, Shengxi personally escorted him to Wu-Wei immortal city. Wuchen Zhenjun was stationed in the newly opened Dongling domain, but Chen Mobai did not sense his aura on Dongling Mountain as soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array. The matters concerning the Xuanjiao royal court can only be communicated between nascent soul cultivators, so Chen Mobai took out a communication talisman. Before long, True Monarch Wuchen arrived after receiving the news, accompanied by True Monarch Dakong. Now, the demonic path has once again disappeared from the eastern continent, so True Monarch Dakong has taken the time to study the Dragon Abyss Cave. With nothing else to do and the need for mutual surveillance, True Monarch Wuchen decided to come here as well, conveniently freeing up the 6th-order spiritual energy of the moral sect for Shengxi, who had just broken through. Now that Chen Mobai has come, they all assume he's concerned about the progress of the Dragon Abyss Cave project. In the battle against the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect, although Chen Mobai did not boast, Wuchen and Dakong considered his combat strength to be astonishing, and they felt inferior to him. Therefore, they came over as soon as possible to avoid him misunderstanding. The Xuanjiao royal court. But after hearing what Chen Mobai said, the two looked surprised. Indeed, the Xuanhai monsters have always been a scourge to the Dongyi people. Every year, tens of thousands of people perish at sea because of them. This time, the Xuanjiao royal court has even set foot on land, intending to destroy the 9 Heavens demon suppression sect. It is clear that their desire to destroy the righteous path of our Dongzhu has not died. The lifespan of a true spirit far exceeds that of us. Why don't we take advantage of the large number of nascent soul cultivators in the eastern continent and join forces to destroy the Xuanjiao royal court? At the very least, we must expand the coastline so that the Xuanhai demon race can no longer approach the Dongyi coast. Chapter 11:12 Primordial Water Control Flag, a Primordial Magic Treasure. Chapter 11:12 Primordial Water Control Flag, a Primordial Magic Treasure. Wuchen and Dakong had heard of Chen Mobai before. He was a very different person. Now, after hearing what he said, I am even more amazed. How could there be such a person in Dongzhu? However, only those with such a broad-minded character can cultivate the path to sainthood. The calamity of the Xuanjiao royal court has existed since the beginning of the 5 continents and 4 seas, and even a peerless hero like the 9 Heavens demon-slaying ancestor has been unable to solve it. So over the years, the eastern continent Holy Land has become accustomed to having this wicked neighbor. Even if a conflict arises, like during the last war between good and evil, the most they can do is simply drive them away. Young friend, you are unaware of the fact that the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl of the Xuanjiao Royal Court can control all the waters under heaven. In the Xuanhai Sea, its power can be unleashed to the extreme, almost reaching the 7th level. Even if we have 5 nascent soul cultivators, if we enter the sea, we may not be able to escape. The great void true Lord spoke up, expressing his concerns. The Taixu Misty Palace used to have branches in the 5 continents and 4 seas, but the branch in the Xuanhai Sea was eventually withdrawn due to a conflict with the Xuanjiao royal court. I've heard that the Taixu Misty Palace also possesses a 7th-order Dao treasure. I wonder if we could borrow it to help our righteous path in the eastern continent destroy the Xuanjiao royal court. Chen Mobai, however, always believed that nothing in this world is difficult if you set your mind to it. The Xuanjiao royal court relies solely on its advantageous location and the powerful ability of the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl to control all waters. But that was only close to the 7th rank. Those ancient sacred sites in the Central Plains possessed the treasures of enlightenment passed down through generations. If he could bring in a true 7th-tier Dao treasure, he didn't believe he couldn't take down the Xuanjiao royal court. This matter is undoubtedly a great merit for the human race. Young friend, that is a Dao treasure. Even I, a nascent soul cultivator from a sect, have never touched it once. After hearing this, true Lord Dekong looked helpless. The Dao treasures left behind by the true King of the Void possess a spirituality no less than that of cultivators. Even without anyone wielding them, they can still unleash the power to suppress nascent soul cultivators. They are revered as ancestral masters. Even the great Sky True Lord was fortunate enough to meet me once when he was at the nascent soul stage. That's such a shame. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai understood why the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect hadn't mentioned counterattacking the Xuanjiao royal court all these years ago. If we really want to deal with the Xuanjiao royal court, there are ways. But at this moment, True Monarch Wuchen suddenly spoke, causing Chen Mobai and True Monarch Dakong to look over. The Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl is only close to the 7th rank in the ocean. This is because the Tianhai Sea Mother Palace has a true 7th rank waterway treasure, the primordial water control flag. If we can invite this treasure flag to be placed in the Xuanhai, the Xuanjiao royal court will be unable to control any drop of water, and the old dragon will naturally be at our mercy. True Monarch Wuchen mentioned a primordial magic weapon that could counter the sea-suppressing pearl of Dingyuan. True Monarch Dakong was slightly surprised upon hearing this, since the Heavenly Sea Mother Palace had not had a successor for a long time. Chen Mobai nodded slightly, keeping it in mind. I remember that the 9 Heavens demon-subduing ancestor was a disciple of the jellyfish. Let's see if we can ask sect leader Nai to borrow this flag through his connections in the upper realm. Chen Mobai naturally didn't have access to the jellyfish palace. Since the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect and the Xuanjiao royal court had a great feud, he thought he could use Yuan Kink from the upper realm to help him. Upon hearing this, the corner of Wuchen Zhenjian's mouth twitched slightly. He said this because he wanted to see if Chen Mobai's Taoist partner, Qing Nu, really came from the Water Mother Palace. The 9 Heavens demon-subduing ancestor was a disciple of the Water Mother Palace. Wasn't he also the founder of their moral sect? They might be fine getting close to them on ordinary days, but if they actually tried to borrow their innate magical treasures, the Jellyfish Palace would probably turn on them on the spot and kick them out. In the Heavenly River realm, there are far too many examples of magical treasures being borrowed and never returned. Moreover, given the status of the 9 Heavens demon-subduing ancestor, how could he possibly intervene for such a trivial matter? It seems that the Dangxia Master is not a successor of the Jellyfish Palace. Wuchen Zhenjian was slightly disappointed. Then it's up to the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect. If we can borrow the primordial water control flag, I'll definitely be willing to take action and skin that old dragon alive. True Monarch Dakong couldn't refuse Chen Mobai's request, so he spoke up. However, deep down he knew that it was definitely impossible to lend out a 7th-tier innate magic weapon. That's all we can do. Chen Mobai sighed. He had originally planned to rid the people of this scourge and, incidentally, take the 5th-tier inner cores of 2 dragons. After saying this, True Lord Dekong also took the initiative to talk about the Dragon Abyss Cave. Over the years, relying on the marks he left behind, he has been able to open the rift leading to the netherworld, and in a while, he will be able to set up a stable passage for both directions. I plan to use some puppets to go inside and take a look. Junior brother Wuchen is also practicing puppetry. Would you like to join me, young friend? After hearing this, Chen Mobai hesitated slightly, but nodded in order to fit in. Anyway, he has quite a few puppets at his disposal, and Wuchen and Dakong, as senior nascent soul cultivators in the Heavenly River realm, have a lot of methods and information. Since they are so enthusiastic, They might have information about the ascension platform left by their predecessors. It would definitely be a good idea to follow them for a while. Next, Chen Mobai went with them to Longyuan Cave, leaving behind some Wuxiang dolls. With his current cultivation level, he could control puppets even if he were in the eastern wilderness. So after leaving the puppets behind, he went to do his own thing. Not only him, but also true monarch Wuchen did the same. He returned to Dongling Mountain to refine the nascent soul pill. After the reclamation of the Eastern Mausoleum domain ended, the cultivators of the Eastern continent also used up their accumulated morality coins. 99% of the core formation cultivators were aiming for the nascent soul pill. This was originally priced clearly. Although the price of 3 million morality coins was very high, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of core formation cultivators for the nascent soul pill. It is said that some core formation cultivators would even mortgage their natal magic weapon to buy the corpse of a demon beast in exchange for a single pill. This is precisely why the Dayud sect is running out of nascent soul pills, with a shortage of more than one batch. Since true monarch Wuchen happened to be here, he decided to personally refine it. The two bid farewell to true Lord De Kong and returned to Dongling Mountain. Chen Mobai's courtyard was still preserved for him, and Han Jiling has always lived here, so it is very clean and tidy. When Han Jiling saw Chen Mobai enter, she was pleasantly surprised and quickly greeted him. Notify senior brother Mo and the others to come over. Chen Mobai smiled slightly and sat down in the courtyard. Soon after, Mo Duguang and the others, who had received news of Han Jiling, arrived at Dongling Mountain. Greetings, sect leader. Looking at Mo Duguang, Yin Qingmei, Zhou Wangshan and others in front of him, Chen Mobai was very happy and gestured for them to come and sit down. Master, congratulations on your transformation into a nascent soul cultivator. Luo Yixuan was the first to approach Chen Mobai, her face beaming with barely suppressed excitement. When Chen Mobai reached the nascent soul stage, the Eastern Tomb region was undergoing land reclamation under the orders of the moral sect, so they could only send Yin Qingmei as their representative back. This was the first time she had seen Chen Mobai after he had reached the nascent soul stage. You've been here quite a while now. The reclamation is over, so you can come back to the Eastern wilderness with me. Chen Mobai also missed his disciple quite a bit. Fortunately, he still had half of the heavenly pure water he had refined, which would be perfect for Luo Yixuan to upgrade her spiritual root to the heavenly water spiritual root. Luo Yixuan was even happier to hear that she could go back with Chen Mobai. Junior brother, who should stay here to guard this area. Mo Duguang sat down on the futon next to Chen Mobai and immediately asked the question that concerned him most. Over the years, he led the 5 Elements sect disciples to conquer the 5 Elements sect's territory in the Eastern Mausoleum region, and he had some affection for it, hoping to hand it over to a satisfactory disciple. Senior brother, you know the sect is short-handed right now, so we may still need you to work hard for a while. Chen Mobai said with a wry smile, and Mo Duguang nodded without hesitation. I can stay here and oversee things, but I'm not very good at mundane affairs and government matters. I need someone similar to junior nephew Zhou to assist me. Mo Duguang pointed at Zhou Wangshan, and Chen Mobai understood his meaning, so he directly asked Zhou Wangshan to stay as well. Yes, sect leader. Zhou Wangshan naturally dared not disobey Chen Mobai's words and nodded respectfully in agreement. If junior nephew Zhou succeeds in forming his nascent soul one day, senior brother Mo, you can come back. Chen Mobai always aimed to motivate his subordinates, which is why he said that. Upon hearing this, King Zhou's expression became slightly excited. With his intelligence, he naturally understood the meaning behind Chen Mobai's words. As long as he completes the core formation, the sect will provide him with resources for nascent soul formation. Thinking of this, Zhou Wangshan decided to build the 5 Elements branch of the Eastern Mausoleum domain even better. If it could surpass the main branch in the Eastern Wilderness, it would prove that his abilities were above those of Yi Yun. The same applies to the other disciples. If they stay in the Eastern Mausoleum domain to build a branch sect, once their cultivation reaches the peak of the core formation stage, the sect will give priority to arranging resources for them to reach the nascent soul stage. Seeing the envious looks on Ban Jiaodan's and Luju's faces, Chen Mobai waved his hand and made a promise. The main reason is that the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect sent a large batch of medicinal herbs. Once Qingnu comes out of seclusion, she can refine several batches of nascent soul 3 spirit medicines. Now that the 5 elements sect's core formation cultivators can reach perfection, Chen Mobai originally planned to provide them unconditionally, and this reason makes it even better. This disciple is willing to stay. Ban Jiadan listened without any hesitation. Everyone in the 5 elements sect knows that the sect leader's word is law. Green Pearl opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded along with Ban Jiadan. She desperately wanted to go back, as she hadn't seen Zhou Yi in a long time, but she was also very aware of how rare this opportunity was. Because Zhou Yi had practically worked like a slave for the 5 elements sect in order to obtain a single infant nourishing pill, he finally gained Chen Mobai's recognition. Now, all she needs to do is cultivate to the point of core formation perfection in the Eastern Tomb region to obtain it directly. Even if Zhou Yi finds out, he will definitely let her stay. Even Luo Yixuan and Han Jiling, the 2 women behind Chen Mobai, showed expressions of longing. However, after some hesitation, the 2 women decided to return to the eastern wilderness. They believed that once they reached a certain level of cultivation, they would definitely have that opportunity. Very good, very good. The sect will remember your contributions. I will have Madam open a branch of Danxia Pavilion here later, and I will grant you the highest level of purchasing privileges. Chen Mobai was very pleased to see so many people willing to stay. He also considered that the resources here might not be as abundant as in the eastern wilderness, so he decided to bring the most important Danxia Pavilion here. Hearing this, Ban Jiadan and the others had no more doubts. Junior nephew Zhou, you will be the sect leader of the Dongling branch in the future, so I entrust this matter to you. In front of everyone, Chen Mobai confirmed the position of Zhou Wangshan as the sect leader, and casually took the materials with the 5 elements attributes and smelted them with the Daoshui fire to form a 5-colored seal. This 5-colored seal possesses the effect of gathering the spiritual energy of the 5 elements for cultivation, and its quality has reached the 4th grade superior level. He also infused it with a strand of primordial true energy. If there is a person with exceptional talent, they might be able to comprehend the mysteries of primordial chaos from it. Let's name this seal Dongling, as a symbol of the sect leader of this branch. Chen Mobai passed the seal to Zhou Wangshan, who accepted it with both hands. After receiving the seal, Zhou Wangshan thought that Yi Yun was only the acting sect leader in the eastern wilderness, while he was now the real sect leader. So, he had won right. But after winning, King Zhou felt somewhat empty. He didn't feel the sense of accomplishment he had expected. Because he himself knew that although Yi Yun was the acting sect leader, he exercised the power of the sect leader and was even more valued by Chen Mobai than him. If one wants to surpass Yi Yun in the sect leader's eyes, it seemed the only way is to reach the nascent soul stage before him. Thinking of this, Zhou Wangshan's fighting spirit was rekindled, and he decided to defeat Yi Yun on another route. Chen Mobai handed over the rest of the matters to Zhou Wangshan, while he, Mo Duguang, and Yin Qingmei found a cultivation room and discussed the matter of the Dao fruit. There are actually such hidden strengths within the sect. Mo Duguang and Yin Qingmei were both shocked after hearing this. They might not have known about the Dao fruit before, but through their exchanges with cultivators from various sects in the Eastern Mausoleum region and the Eastern continent over the years, including many nascent soul cultivators from Holy Lands, they have naturally come to know that this is the foundation that allows Holy Lands to produce divine transformation cultivators generation after generation. Although the 5 Elements sect is currently considered a holy land in the Eastern continent because of Chen Mobai's advancement to the nascent soul stage, everyone knows that its foundation is shallow, and at most it can only try to snatch the primordial Dao fruit from the One Yuan Dao Palace. However, neither of them had any interest in the primordial Dao fruit, feeling that only Chen Mobai was worthy of it. But now Chen Mobai said that he had 2 Dao fruits, and their attributes were the metal and wood elements that perfectly matched theirs, which surprised and delighted them, but also made them somewhat incredulous. This was also left in the secret realm by Ancestor Yiyuan. The reason why the Shedi platform was able to solve the mysteries of the 5 elements is because of these Dao fruits. After I achieved great success in my cultivation, I felt it would be better to take them out to cultivate the seeds of the nascent soul stage. You too have fought for the sect for many years and made great contributions. It is only right that these fruits be bestowed upon you. As Chen Mobai spoke, he took the golden Dao fruit and the wood Dao fruit out of the chaos pearl, turning them into 2 balls, one golden and one blue, which landed on the heads of the two people in front of him. Before I leave, instruct senior brother Mo to refine the golden element Dao fruit first. King Mei will come back to the eastern wilderness with me later, and I will teach you slowly then. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yin King Mei excitedly stopped her hands, which were originally about to touch the wood element fruit. Junior brother, thanks. After saying this, Mo Duguang immediately released his nascent soul, and then used the 1 yuan seal taught by Chen Mobai to unleash his true energy and cover the Dao fruit.